and his companions. Now there are but 20,000 horse and the unbelievers outnumber them, so I would have thee at this moment send off the rest of thy troops at full speed to their succour, lest they be slain to the last man. And she cried to them, Haste, haste. When the Chamberlain and the Muslims heard these words, their spirits fell and they wept. But Zat al-Dawahi said to them, Ask guidance of Allah and bear patiently this tribulation, for ye have the example of those who have been before you of the people of Muhammad, and paradise with its palaces is laid out by Allah for those who die martyrs, and needs must all die, but most praiseworthy is dying while fighting for the faith. The Chamberlain, hearing this speech of the accursed old woman, called for the Emir Bahram's brother, a knight by name Tarkash, and, choosing out for him 10,000 horse riders famed for force, bade him set out at once. So he fared forth and marched all that day and the whole of the next night, till he neared the Muslims. When daylight dawned, Sharkan saw the dust cloud about them and feared for the men of al-Islam and said, If these troops which are coming upon us be Muslim men, our victory is assured by them, but, if these be Nazarenes, there is no gainsaying destiny's decrees. Then he turned to his brother, Zor al-Makan, and said, Never fear, for with my life I will ransom thee from death. If these be Mohammedan troops, then were it an increase of heavenly favours, but, if they be our foes, there is no help save that we fight them. Yet do I long to meet the holy man ere I die, so I may beg him to pray that I die not save by death of martyrdom. Whilst the twain were thus speaking, behold, there appeared the banners inscribed with the words, There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. And Sharkan cried out, How is it with the Muslims? All are sound and safe, replied they, and we came not but out of concern for you. Then the chief of the army dismounted and, kissing ground before Sharkan, asked, O my lord, how be the Sultan and the Wazir Dandan and Rustam and my brother Bahram, are they all in safety? He answered, All well, but who brought thee tidings of us? Quoth Tarkash, It was the holy man who told us that he had met my brother Bahram and Rustam and had sent them both to you, and he also assured us that the infidels had encompassed you and outnumbered you, but I see not the case save the contrary thereof, and that you are victorious. They questioned him, And how did the holy man reach you? And he replied, Walking on his feet, and he had compassed in a day and a night, 10 days' journey for a well-girt horseman. There is no doubt but that he is a saint of Allah, said Sharkan, but where is he now? They rejoined, We left him with our troops, the folk of the faith, moving them to do battle with the rebels and the faithless. Thereat Sharkan rejoiced, and all thanked Allah for their own deliverance and the safety of the holy man, and commended the dead to his mercy, saying, This was written in the book. Then they set out, making for Constantinople by forced marches, and whilst they were on this enterprise, behold, a dust cloud arose to such height that it walled the two horizons, the eastern and the western, from man's sight, and the day was darkened by it to night. But Sharkan looked at it and said, Verily, I fear lest this be the infidels who have routed the army of al-Islam, for that this dust walleth the world, east and west, and hideth the two horizons, north and south. Presently appeared under the dust a pillar of darkness, blacker than the blackness of dismal days, nor ceased to come upon them that column more dreadful than the dread of the day of doom. Horse and foot hastened up to look at it and know the terrors of the case, when behold, they saw it to be the recluse aforesaid, so they thronged round him to kiss his hands, and he cried out, O people of the best of mankind, FN number 442, the lamp which shineth in darkness blind, verily the infidels have outwitted the Muslims by guile, for they fell upon the host of the one God whilst they deemed themselves safe from the faithless, and attacked them in their tents and made a sore slaughter of them, what while they looked for no while, so hasten to the aid of the believers in the unity of God, and deliver them from those who deny him. Now when Sharkan heard these words, his heart flew from his breast with sore trouble, and, alighting from his steed in amazement, he kissed the recluse's hands and feet. On likewise did his brother, Zor al-Makan, and the rest of the foot and horse troops, except the wazir Dandan, who dismounted not but said, By Allah, my heart fleeth from this devotee, for I never knew show of devotion to religion that bred not bane. So leave him and rejoin your comrades the Muslims, for this man is of the outcasts from the gate of the mercy of the Lord of the three worlds. How often have I here made razzias with King Omar bin al-Nu'man and trodden the earth of these lands, said Sharkan, put away from thee such evil thought. Hast thou not seen this holy man exciting the faithful to fight, and holding spears and swords light? So slander him not, for backbiting is blamable and poisoned is the flesh of the pious. FN number 443, look how he inciteth us to fight the foe, and, did not Almighty Allah love him, he had cast him aforetime into fearful torment. Then Sharkan bade bring a Nubian mule for the ascetic to ride and said, Mount, O pious man, devout and virtuous. But the devotee refused to ride and feigned self-denial, that he might attain his end, and they knew not that this holy personage was like him of whom the poet saith, He puth and he fasteth for an end he doth espy, when once his end is safely won then fast and pray goodbye. FN number 444. So the devotee ceased not to walk among the horsemen and the footmen, like a wily fox meditating guile, and began to uplift her voice, chanting the Quran and praising the Compassionate One. And they continued pressing forward till they approached the camp of Al-Islam, where Sharkan found the Muslim in conquered plight and the Chamberlain upon the brink of falling back in flight, whilst the sword of Greece havoc dight among the faithful, the righteous and those who were upright, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 102nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan saw the Muslims in conquered plight and the Chamberlain upon the brink of retreat and flight, and the sword havoc dight among the righteous and the workers of upright, the cause of this weakness among the Muslims was that the accursed old woman, Zat al-Dawai, the foe of the faith, after seeing that Bahram and Rustam had set forward with their troops to join Sharkan and his brother Zor al-Makan, repaired to the camp of the Mahometans before Constantinople and caused the mission of the Emir Tarkash, as hath been before said. In this her purpose was to divide the Muslim forces the better to weaken them. Then she left them and entered Constantinople, and called with a loud voice on the knights of the Greeks, saying, Let me down a cord that I may tie thereto this letter, and do ye bear it to your king Afridun, that he may read it, and to my son King Hardub, that they both do what is written therein of bidding and forbidding. So they let down for her a string, and she tied thereto a letter whose purport was the following. From the terriblest of tribulations, FN number 445, and the chiefest of all calamities, Zat al-Dawai, to King Afridun greeting. But afterwards, of a truth I have contrived a device for destroying the Muslims, so bide ye quiet and content. I have cozened and captured their Sultan and their Wazir Dandan, and then I returned to the camp and acquainted them therewith, whereby their pride had fallen therewith as wrung. And I have so wrought upon the host leader in Constantinople that they have sent 10,000 men under the Emir Tarkash to succor the captives, of whom there be now left but few. It is therefore my object that ye sally forth against them with all your power while this day endureth, and that ye fall on them in their tents, and that ye leave them not till ye shall have slain them to the last man. For, verily the Messiah looketh down upon you, and the Blessed Virgin favoureth you, and I hope of the Messiah that he forget not what deed I have done. When her letter came to King Afridun, he rejoiced with great joyance, and, sending at once for King Hardub of Greece, son of Zat al-Dawai, read the letter to him as soon as he came, wherewith was exceeding glad, and said, See my mother's graft, verily it dispenseth with swords, and her aspect standeth instead of the terrors of the day of dread. Rejoined Afridun, May the Messiah not bereave us of thy venerable parent nor deprive her of her wile and guile. Then he bade the knights give orders for sallying outside the city, and the news was noised abroad in Constantinople. So the Nazarenes and the cohorts of the cross burst forth and unsheathed their keen sabres in their numbers, shouting out their professions of impiety and heresies, and blaspheming the Lord of all creatures. When the chamberlain saw the sally, he said, Behold, the Greek is upon us, and they surely have learned that our Sultan is far away, and haply they have attacked us, for that the most part of our troops have marched to the succour of King Zor al-Makan. Therewith he waxed wroth and cried out, Ho, soldiers of al-Islam and favourers of the true faith, an you flee you are lost, but if ye stand fast, ye win. Know ye that valiancy layeth in endurance of outrance, and that no case is so straight but that the Almighty is able to make it straight. Al-Hussein knew and look upon you with eyes of compassion fain. Thereupon the Muslims cried out, Allahu Akbar. And the believer in the one God shouted his slogan, and whirled the mill wheels of fight with cutting and thrusting in main and might. Scimitars and spears blade sore, and the plains and valleys were swamped with gore. The priests and monks priested it, tight girding their girdles and uplifting the crucifixes, while the Muslims shouted out the professions of the requiting king and verses of the Quran began to sing. The hosts of the Compassion Hour one fought against the legions of Satan, and head flew from body of man, while the good angels hovered above the people of the chosen prophet, nor did the sword cease to smite till the day darkened and night came on and starkened. Now the miscreants had encompassed the Muslims and made sure of escaping the pains that awaited them, and the faithless greeded for victory over the faithful until day dawned and dazzled. Thereupon the chamberlain mounted, he and his men, trusting thee Allah would help them to victory, and host was mingled with host, and battle rose afoot and took post. And heads flew from trunks whilst the brave stood fast instead, the craven turned tail and fled, and the judge of death judged and sentence sped, so that the champions fell from their saddles slain, and corpses cumbered meadow and plain. Then the Muslim began to give ground and rearward spent, and the Greek took possession of some of their tents, whereupon the Muslims were about to break and retreat and take flight, when meanwhile behold, up came Sharkan with the rest of the host of al-Islam and the standards of the believers in unity. And having come up with them, he charged the infidels, and followed him Zor al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan and the Emirs Bahram and Rustam with his brother Tarkash. When the foe saw this, they lost head and their reason fled, and the dust clouds towered till they covered the country, whilst the righteous believers joined their pious comrades. Then Sharkan accosted the chamberlain and praised him for his steadfastness, and he in turn gave the prince joy of his timely succour and his gaining the day. Thereat the Muslims were glad and their hearts were heartened. So they rushed upon their enemies and devoted themselves to Allah in their fight for the faith. But when the idolaters beheld the standards Mohammedan and thereon the profession of faith Islamitan, proclaiming unity, they shrieked woe and ruin, and besought succour of the patriarchs of the monasteries. Then fell they to calling upon John and Mary and the cross abhorrent, and stayed their hands from slaughter, whilst King Afridun went up to consult King Hardub of Greece, for the two kings stood one at the head of each wing, right and left. Now there was with them also a famous cavalier, Laertes, who commanded the centre, and they drew out in battle array, but indeed they were full of alarm and affray. Meanwhile, the Muslims aligned their forces, and thereupon Sharkan came to his brother, Zor al-Makan, and said, O King of the Age, doubtless they mean to champion it, and that is also the object of our desire, but it is my wish to push forward the stoutest-hearted of our fighters, for by forethought is one half of life wrought. Replied the Sultan, as thou wilt, O companion of good counsel. It is my wish, added Sharkan, to stand in midline opposite the infidel, with a Wazir Dandan on my left and thee on my right, whilst the Emir Bahram leads the dexter wing and the Emir Rustam leads the wing sinistral, and thou, O mighty king, shalt be under the standards and the ensigns, for that thou art the pillar of our defence. Upon thee, after Allah, is our dependence, and we will all be thy ransom from aught that can harm thee. Zau al-Makan thanked him therefore, and the slogan arose and the sabre was drawn. But, as things stood thus, behold, there came forth a cavalier from the ranks of Roum, and, as he drew near, they saw that he was mounted on a slow-paced she-mule, fleeing with her master from the shock of swords. Her housings were of white silk covered by a prayer carpet of cashmere stuff, and on her back sat a sheikh, an old man of comely presence and reverend aspect, garbed in a gown of white wool. He stinted not pushing her and hurrying her on till he came near the Muslim and said, I am an ambassador to you all, and an ambassador hath naught to do save to deliver, so give me safe conduct and permit of speech, that I communicate to you my message. Replied Sharkan, thou art in safety, be in neither sway of sword nor lunge of lance. Thereupon the old man dismounted and, taking the cross from his neck, placed it before the Sultan and humbled himself with much humility. Then quoth to him the Muslims, What is with thee of news? And quoth he, I am an ambassador from King Afridun, for I counselled him to avert the destruction of all these frames of men and temples of the Compassionate One, and to him it seemed righteous to stay the shedding of blood and limit it to the encounter of 2 knights in shock of fight singular, so he agreed to that, and he saith to you, Verily, I will ransom my army with my life, so let the Muslim king do as I do, and with his life ransom his host. And if he kill me, there will be no stay left in the army of Roum, and if I kill him, there will be no stability with the Muslims. When Sharkan heard this he said, O monk, I agree to that, for it is just, nor may it be gainsaid, and behold, I will meet him in duello and do with him daring do, for I am champion of the faithful even as he is champion of the faithless, and if he slay me, he will have won the day and naught will remain for the Muslims' forces save flight. So return to him, O thou monk, and say that the single combat shall take place tomorrow, for this day we have come off our journey and are weary, but after rest neither reproach nor blame fear ye. So the monk returned, and he rejoicing, to King Afridun and King Hardub, and told them both what Sharkan had said, whereat King Afridun was glad with exceeding gladness and fell from him anxiety and sadness, and he said to himself, No doubt but this Sharkan is their doughtiest swayer of the sword and the drist at lunge of lance, and when I shall have slain him, their hearts will be disheartened and their strength will be shattered. Now Zat al-Dawahi had written to King Afridun of that and had told him how Sharkan was a knight of the braves and the bravest of knights and had warned him against him, but Afridun was a stalwart cavalier who fought in many a fashion. He could hurl rocks and throw spears and smite with the iron mace, and he feared not the prowess of the prow. So when he heard the report of the monk that Sharkan agreed to the duello, he was like to fly for exceeding joy because he had self-confidence and he knew that none could withstand him. The infidels passed that night in joy and jubilee and wine-bibbing, and, as soon as it was dawn, the 2 armies drew out with a swart of spear and the blanch of blade. And behold a cavalier rode single-handed into the plain, mounted on the steed of purest strain, and for and faithful ready and fain. And that knight had limbs of might, and he was clad in an iron cuirass made for stress of fight. On his breast he wore a jewelled mirror, and in his hand he bore a keen scimitar, and his lance of carlange wood, FN number 446, the curious work of the Frank, weighing a quintil. Then the rider uncovered his face and cried out, saying, Whoso knoweth me verily hath enough of me, and whoso knoweth me not right soon FN number 447, shall ken who I be. I am Afridun the overwhelmed by the well-omened Shah FN number 448, Zat al-Dawahi. But he had not ended speaking ere Sharkan, the champion of the Muslims, fared forth to meet him, mounted on a sorrel horse worth 1,000 pieces of red gold with accoutrements purfled in pearls and precious stone, and he bore in baldric a blade of watered Indian steel that threw next shore and made easy the hardened sore. He drave his charger between the two hosts in line whilst the horsemen all fixed on him the rein, and he cried out to Afridun, Woe to thee, O accursed! Dost thou deem me one of the horsemen thou hast overtwin who cannot stand against thee on battle plain? Then each rushed upon other and they bashed together like two mountains crashing or two billows dashing and clashing. They advanced and retreated, and drew together and withdrew, and stinted not of fray and fight and weapon play, and strife and stay, with stroke of sword and lunge of lance. Of the two armies looking on, some said, Sharkan is victor, and others, Afridun will conquer, and the two riders stayed not their hands from the hustle until ceased the clamour and the bustle, and the dust columns rose and the day waned and the sun waxed yellow and wan. Then cried out King Afridun to Sharkan, saying, By the truth of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, thou art naught save a doughty rider and a stalwart fighter, but thou art fraudful and thy nature is not that of the noble. I ken thy work is other than praiseworthy, nor is thy prowess that of a prince, for thy people behave to thee as though thou wert a slave. FN number 449, and see. They bring thee out a charger which is not thine, that thou mayst mount and return to the fight. But by the truth of my faith, thy fighting irketh and fatigueth me, and I am weary of cutting and thrusting with thee, and if thou purpose to lay on load with me tonight, thou wouldst not change aught of thy harness nor thy horse, till thou approve to the cavaliers thy generous blood and skill in brunt. When Sharkan heard him say these words concerning his own folk behaving to him though he were a slave, he waxed wroth and turned towards his men, meaning to sign to them and bid them not prepare him change of harness or horse, when lo! Afridun shook his throw spear high in air and cast it at Sharkan. Now when the Muslim turned his back, he found none of the men near him, and he knew this to be a trick of the accursed infidel, so he wheeled round in haste, and behold, the javelin came at him, so he swerved from it, till his head was bent low as his saddle bow. The weapon grazed his breast, and pierced the skin of his chest, for Sharkan was high-bosomed, whereupon he gave one cry and swooned away. Thereat the accursed Afridun was joyful, thinking he had slain him, and shouted to the infidels bidding them rejoice, whereat the faithless were encouraged and the faithful wept. When Zor al-Makan saw his brother reeling in cell so that he well nigh fell, he dispatched cavaliers towards him, and the braves hurried to his aid and came up with him. Thereupon the infidels drove at the Muslims, the two hosts joined battle and the two lines were mingled, whilst the keen Scimitar of Al-Yaman did good work. Now the first to reach Sharkan was the Wazir Dandan, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 103rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Zor al-Makan saw that the accursed infidel had struck with javelin his brother Sharkan, he deemed him dead, and dispatched cavaliers towards him, and the first to reach him were the Wazir Dandan and the Emir of the Turks, Bahram, and the Emir of the Daylamites, Rustam. They found him falling from his horse, so they stayed him in his saddle and returned with him to his brother, Zor al-Makan. Then they gave him in charge to his pages, and went again to do the work of cut and thrust. So the strife redoubled, and the weapons together clashed, and ceased not bate and debate, and naught was to be seen but blood flowing and necks bowing, nor did the swords cease on the napes of men to make play, nor the strife to rage with more and more fray, till the most part of the night was passed away, and the two hosts were weary of the melee. So they called a truce, and each army returned to its tents, whilst all the infidels repaired to King Afridun and kissed the ground before him, and the priests and monks wished him joy of his victory over Sharkan. Then the king fared for Constantinople and sat upon the throne of his realm, when King Hardub came to him and said, May the Messiah strengthen thy forearm and never cease to be thy helper, and hearken to what prayers my pious mother, Zat al-Dawai, shall pray for thee. Know that the Muslims can make no stay without Sharkan. Replied Afridun, Tomorrow shall end the affair when to fight I fare. I will seek Zor al-Makan and slay him, and their army shall turn tail and all flight shall avail. Such was the case with the Kafirs, but as regards the host of al-Islam, when Zor al-Makan returned to his tent, he thought of naught but his brother and, going into the pavilion, found him in evil case and sore condition, whereupon he summoned for council there was Dandan and Rustam and Bahram. When they entered, they opined to assemble the physicians that they might medicine Sharkan, and they wept and said, the world will not readily afford his like. And they watched by him all that night, and about the later hours came to them the recluse in tears. When Zor al-Makan saw him, he rose in honor, and the religious stroked Sharkan's wound with his hand, chanting somewhat of the Quran and repeating by way of talisman some of the verses of the Compassionate One. And the pretender ceased not to watch over him till dawn, when he came to himself and, opening his eyes, moved his tongue in his mouth and spake. At this Zor al-Makan rejoiced, saying, of a truth the blessing of the holy man hath taken effect on him. And Sharkan said, praise be Allah for recovery, indeed, I am well at this hour. That accursed one played me false, and, but that I swerved aside lighter than lightning, the throw spear had pierced through my breast. So praise be Allah for saving me. And how is it with the Muslims? Answered Zor al-Makan, all are weeping for thee. Quoth Sharkan, I am well and in good case, but where is the holy man? Now he was sitting by him and said, at thy head. So the prince turned to him and kissed his hand when he said, O my son, be of good patience and Allah shall increase thy reward, for the wage as measured by the work. Sharkan rejoined, pray for me, and he prayed for him. As soon as morning dawned and daybreak in shine and sheen, the Muslims sallied out to the plain and the Kafirs made ready to thrust and cut. Then the Islamite host advanced and offered fight with weapons ready dight, and King Zor al-Makan and Afrida made to charge one at other. But when Zor al-Makan fared forth into the field, there came with him the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain and Bahram, saying, we will be thy sacrifice. He replied, by the holy house and Zemzem and the place. FN number 450, I will not be stayed from going forth against these wild asses. And when he rode out into the field he played with sword and spear till riders marvelled and both armies wondered. Then he rushed upon the foe's right wing and of it slew 2 knights, and in like manner he dealt with the left wing. Presently he stayed his steed in the midst of the field and cried out, where is Afridan, that I may make him taste the cup of disgrace. But when King Hardub saw the case he conjured Afridan not to attack him, saying, O king, yesterday it was thy turn to fight, it is mine today. I care naught for his prowess. So he rushed out towards Zor al-Makan brand in hand, and under him a stallion like Abjar, which was Antar's charger, and its coat was jet black even as saith the poet. On the glancing racer out-tracing glance he speeds, as though he would collar doom. His steed's black coat is of darkest jet, and likest night in her nightliest gloom, whose neigh sounds glad to the hearer's ears like thunders rolling in thunderous boom. If he race the wind he will lead the way, and the lightning flash will behind him loom. FN number 451. Then each rushed upon the opponent, parrying blows and proving the marvellous qualities were stored in him, and they fell to drawing on and withdrawing till the breasts of the bystanders were straightened and they were weary of waiting for the event. At last Zor al-Makan cried out his war cry and rushed upon Hardub, king of Sisera, FN number 452, and struck him a stroke that shore head from trunk and slew him on the spot. When the infidels saw this, they charged in a body, compact and united, upon Zor al-Makan, who met the Mamad fleet, and they engaged in hewing and foining, till blood ran in rills. Then the Muslims cried out, Allahu Akbar! God is most great, and there is no God but the God, and invoked salvation for the Prophet, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. And the befell a great fight, but Allah assigned victory to the faithful and defeat to the faithless. The Wazir Dandan shouted, "Take your blood revenge for King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his son Sharkan," and bared his head and cried out to the Turks. Now there were by his side more than 20,000 horse, and all charged with him as men, when the faithless found naught to save their lives but flight. So they turned tail to fly while the biting say brought its havoc, and the Muslims slew of them that day some 50,000 horse and took more than that number. Much folk also were slain while going in at the gates, for the flock was great. Then the Greeks hove to the doors and swarmed up the walls to await the assault, and in fine the Muslim hosts returned to their tents aided to glory and victory, and King Zor al-Makan went in to his brother whom he found in most joyous case. So he made a prostration of thanks to the bountiful and the exalted, and then he came forward and gave Sharkan joy of his recovery. Answered he, "Verily we are all under the benediction of this religious, holy and righteous, nor would you have been victorious, but for his accepted orisons." Indeed all day he remained at prayer to invoke victory on the Muslims. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 104th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zor al-Makan went into his brother Sharkan, he found him sitting with a holy man by his side. So he rejoiced and drew near him and gave him joy of his recovery. Answered he, "Verily we are all under the benediction of this recluse, nor would you have been victorious but for his prayers." Indeed he felt no fear this day, and he ceased not supplication for the Muslims. I found strength to return to me, when I heard your Allahu Akbar, for then I knew you to be victorious over your enemies. But now recount to me, O my brother, what befell thee. So he told him all that had passed between him and the accursed Hardub, and related how he had slain him and sent him to the malediction of Allah, and Sharkan praised him and thanked him for his prowess. When Zat al-Dawahi heard tell of her son's death, and she still dressed as a devotee, her face waxed yellow and her eyes ran over with railing tears. She kept her counsel, however, and feigned to the Muslims that she was glad and wept for excess of joy. But she said to herself, "By the truth of the Messiah, there remaineth no profit of my life, if I burn not his heart for his brother, Sharkan, even as he hath burned my heart for King Hardub, the mainstay of Christendom and the hosts of Crossdom." Still she kept her secret. And the Wazir Dandan and King Zor al-Makan and the Chamberlain remained sitting with Sharkan till they had dressed and salved his wound, after which they gave him medicines and he began to recover strength. Whereat they joyed with exceeding joy and told the troops, who congratulated themselves, saying, "Tomorrow he will ride with us and do manly javoya in the siege." Then said Sharkan to them, "Ye have fought through all this day under ori of fight, so it behoveth that you return to your places and sleep and not sit up." They accepted his counsel, and then each went away to his own pavilion. And none remained with Sharkan but a few servants and the old woman Zat al-Dawahi. He talked with her through part of the night, then he stretched himself to rest, and his servants did likewise, and presently sleep overcame them all and they lay like the dead. Such was the case with Sharkan and his men, but as regards the old woman, she alone abode awake while they slumbered in the tent, and, looking at Sharkan, she presently saw that he was drowned in sleep. Thereupon she sprang to her feet, as she were a scald she bare o'er a speckled snake, and drew from her waistcloth a dagger so poisoned that if laid thereon it would have melted a rock. Then she unsheathed the poniard and went up to Sharkan's head, and she drew the knife across his throat and severed his weasand and hewed off his head from his body. And once more she sprang to her feet, and, going the round of the sleeping servants, she cut off their heads also, lest they should awake. Then she left the tent and made for the Sultan's pavilion, but finding the guards on the alert, turned to that of the Wazir Dandan. Now she found him reading the Quran, and when his sight fell upon her he said, "Welcome to the holy man." Hearing this from the Wazir, her heart trembled, and she said, "The reason of my coming hither at this time is that I heard the voice of a saint amongst Allah's saints and am going to him." Then she turned her back, But the wazir said to himself, "By Allah, I will follow our devotee this night." So he rose and walked after her, but when the accursed old woman sensed his footsteps, she knew that he was following her, wherefore she feared the disgrace of a discovery and said in herself, "Unless I serve some trick upon him he will disgrace me." So she turned and said to him from afar, "Ho, thou wazir, I am going in search of this saint that I may learn who he is, and, after learning this much, I will ask his leave for thee to visit him. Then I will come back and tell thee, for I fear thine accompanying me, without having his permission, lest he take umbrage at me seeing thee in my society." Now when the wazir heard these words, he was ashamed to answer her, so he left her and returned to his tent, and would have slept, but sleep was not favourable to him and the world seemed heaped upon him. Presently he rose and went forth from the tent saying in himself, "I will go to Sharkan and chat with him till morning." But when he entered into Sharkan's pavilion, he found the blood running like an aqueduct and saw the servants lying with their throats cut like beasts for food. At this he cried a cry which aroused all who were asleep. The folk hastened to him and, seeing the blood streaming, set up a clamour of weeping and wailing. Then the noise awoke the Sultan, who inquired what was the matter, and it was said to him, "Sharkan thy brother and his servants are murdered." So he rose in haste and entered the tent, and found the wazir Dandan shrieking aloud, and he saw his brother's body without a head. Thereat he swooned away and all the troops crowded around him, weeping and crying out, and so remained for a while, till he came to himself, when he looked at Sharkan and wept with sore weeping, while the wazir and Rustam and Bahram did the like. But the chamberlain cried and lamented more than the rest and asked leave to absent himself, such was his alarm. Then said Zor al-Makan, "Know ye who did this deed, and how is it I see not the devotee, him who the things of this world hath put away?" Quoth the wazir, "And who should have been the cause of this affliction, save that devotee, that Satan? By Allah, my heart abhorred him from the first, because I know that all who pretend to be absorbed in practices religious are vile and treacherous." And he repeated to the king the tale of how he would have followed the religious, but he forbade him, whereupon the folk broke out into a tumult of weeping and lamentation and humbled themselves before him who is ever near, him who ever answereth prayer, supplicating that he would cause the false devotee who denied Allah's testimony to fall into their hands. Then they laid Sharkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid and mourned over his far-famed virtues. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 105th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they laid Sharkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid and mourned over his far-famed virtues. Then they looked for the opening of the city gate, but it opened not, and no sign of men appeared to them on the walls, whereat they wondered with exceeding wonder. But King Zor al-Makan said, "By Allah, I will not turn back from them, though I sit here for years and years, till I take blood revenge for my brother Sharkan and waste Constantinople and kill the king of the Nazarenes, even if death overcome me and I be at rest from this woeful world." Then he bade be brought out the treasure taken from the monastery of Matruina, and mustered the troops and divided the monies among them, and he left not one of them but he gave him gifts which contented him. Moreover, he assembled in the presence 300 horse of every division and said to them, "Do ye send supplies to your households, for I am resolved to abide by this city, year after year, till I have taken man boat for my brother Sharkan, even if I die in this stead." And when the army heard these words and had received his gifts of money, they replied, "To hear is to obey." Thereupon he summoned couriers and gave them letters and charged them to deliver the same, together with the monies, to the soldiers' families and inform them that all were safe and satisfied, and acquaint them saying, "We are encamped before Constantinople and we will either destroy it or die, and, albeit we be obliged to abide here months and years, we will not depart hence till we take it." Moreover, he bade the Wazir Dandan write to his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, and said to him, acquaint her with what hath befallen us, and what be our situation, and commend my child to her care, since that, when I went out to war, my wife was near her delivery, and by this time she must needs have been brought to bed, and if she hath given birth to a boy, as I have heard say, hasten your return and bring me the acceptable news. Then he gave them somewhat of money, which they pouched and set out at once, and all the people flocked forth to take leave of them and entrust them with the monies and the messages. After they had departed, Zor al-Makan turned to the Wazir Dandan and commanded him to advance with the army against the city walls. So the troops pushed forward, but found none on the ramparts, whereat they marvelled, while Zor al-Makan was troubled at the case, for he deeply mourned the severance from his brother Sharkan, and he was sore perturbed about that traitor the ascetic. In this condition they abode 3 days without seeing anyone. So far concerning the Muslims, but as regards the Greeks and the cause of their refusing to fight during these 3 days, the case was this. As soon as Zat al-Dawai had slain Sharkan, she hastened her march and reached the walls of Constantinople, where she called out in the Greek tongue to the guards to throw her down a rope. Quoth they, who art thou? And quoth she, I am Zat al-Dawai. They knew her and let down a cord to which she tied herself, and they drew her up, and, when inside the city, she went into the king Afridun and said to him, what is this I hear from the Muslims? They say that my son King Hardub is slain. He answered, yes, and she shrieked out and wept right grievously, and ceased not weeping thus till she made Afridun and all who were present weep with her. Then she told the king how she had slain Sharkan and 30 of his servants, whereat he rejoiced and thanked her, and, kissing her hands, exhorted her to resignation for the loss of her son. Said she, by the truth of the Messiah, I will not rest content with killing that dog of the Muslim dogs in blood revenge for my son, a king of the kings of the age. Now there is no help for it but that I work some guile, and I contrive a wile whereby to slay the Sultan Zor al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain and Rustam and Bahram and 10,000 cavaliers of the army of al-Islam, for it shall never be said that my son's head be paid with the blood wit of Sharkan's head, no, never. Then said she to King Afridun, know, O King of the age, that it is my wish to set forth mourning for my son and to cut my girdle and to break the crosses. Replied Afridun, do what thou desire, I will not gainsay thee in aught. And if thou prolong thy mourning for many days, it were a little thing, for though the Muslims resolve to beleaguer us years and years, they will never win their will of us nor gain aught of us save trouble and weariness. Then the accursed one, when she had ended with the calamity she had wrought and the ignominies which in herself she had thought, took ink case and paper and wrote thereon, from Shah Zat al-Dawai to the host of the Muslims. Know ye that I entered your country and duped by my cunning your nobles, and at first hand I slew your king Omar bin al-Nu'man in the midst of his palace. Moreover, I slew, in the affair of the mountain pass and of the cave, many of your men, and the last I killed were Sharkan and his servants. And if fortune do not stay me and Satan obey me, I needs must slay me your Sultan and the Wazir Dandan, for I am she who came to you in disguise of a recluse and who heaped upon you my devices and deceits. Wherefore, an you would be in safety after this, fare ye forth at once, and if you seek your own destruction cease not abiding for the nonce. And though ye tarry here years and years, ye shall not do your desire on us. And so peace be yours. After writing her which she devoted 3 days to mourning for King Hardub, arid, on the 4th, she called a knight and bade him take the letter and make it fast to a shaft and shoot it into the Muslim camp. When this was done, she entered the church and gave herself up to weeping and wailing for the loss of her son, saying to him who took the kingship after him, nothing will serve me but I must kill Zor al-Makan and all the nobles of al-Islam. Such was the case with her, but as regards what occurred to the Muslims, all passed 3 days in trouble and anxiety, And on the fourth, when gazing at the walls, behold, they saw a knight holding a bow and about to shoot an arrow, along whose side a letter was bound. So they waited till he had shot it among them, and the Sultan bade the Wazir Dandan take the missive and read it. He perused it accordingly, and, when Zor al-Makan heard it to end and understood its purport, his eyes filled with tears and he shrieked for agony at her perfidy, and the minister Dandan said, "By Allah, my heart shrank from her." Quoth the Sultan, "How could this whore play her tricks upon us twice? But by the Almighty I will not depart hence till I fill her cleft with molten lead and jail her with the jailing of a bird encaged, then bind her with her own hair and crucify her over the gate of Constantinople." And he called to mind his brother and wept with excessive weeping. But when Zat al-Dawahi arrived amongst the infidels and related to them her adventures at length, they rejoiced at her safety and at the slaying of Sharkan. Thereupon the Muslims addressed themselves again to the siege of the city, and the Sultan promised his men that, if it should be taken, he would divide its treasures among them in equal parts. But he dried not his tears, grieving for his brother till his body was wasted and sick, growing thin as a toothpick. Presently the Wazir Dandan came in to him and said, "Be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. In very sooth thy brother died not but because his hour was come, and there is no profit in this mourning. How well saith the poet, whatso is not to be no slight shall bring to pass, what is to be without a failure shall become, soon the becoming fortune shall be found to be, and folly's brother FN number 453, shall abide forlorn and glum. Wherefore do thou leave this weeping and wailing and hearten thy heart to bear arms." He replied, "O Wazir, my heart is heavy for the death of my father and my brother and for our absence from hearth and home, and my mind is concerned for my subjects." Thereupon the Wazir and the bystanders wept, but they ceased not from pushing forward the siege of Constantinople for a length of days. And they being thus, behold, news arrived from Baghdad, by one of the emirs to the effect that the king's wife had been blessed with a boy, and that his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, had named him Kanmakan. FN number 454. Moreover, that the boy bid fair to be famous, already showing wondrous signs and marvelous tokens, and that she had commanded the ulema and the preachers to pray for mother and child from the pulpits and bless them in all wise. Furthermore, that the twain were well, that the land had enjoyed abundant trains, and that his comrade the fireman was established in all prosperity, with eunuchs and slaves to wait upon him, but that he was still ignorant of what had befallen him. And she ended with the greeting of peace. Then quoth Zor al-Makan to the Wazir Dandan, "Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son whose name is Kanmakan." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 106th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when they brought him the news of his wife having borne him a boy-child, Zor al-Makan rejoiced with great joy and cried, 'Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son.' FN number 455, whose name is Kanmakan. And he spake to the Wazir Dandan, saying, "I am minded to leave this morning and order perfections of the Quran for my brother and command armed steeds on his account." Quoth the Wazir, "Thy design is good." Thereupon he caused tents to be pitched over his brother's tomb, so they raised them and gathered together such of the men at arms and could repeat the Quran, and some began reciting the holy volume, whilst others chanted litanies containing the names of Allah, and thus they did till the morning. Then Zor al-Makan went up to the grave of his brother Sharkan and poured forth copious tears, and improvised these couplets. They bore him beard, and all who followed wept with Moses' shrieks. What day o'er head shook tore, FN number 456, till reached the grave which Pate had made his home, dug in men's souls who one sole God adore. Ne'er had I thought before to see my joy borne on the bier which heads of bearers bore, ah no. Nor ere they home thee in the dust that stars of heaven earth ever covered o'er. is the tombed dweller hostage of a stead, where light and splendour o'er thy face shall pour. Praise to restore his life her word hath pledged, cribbed and confined he shall dispread the more. When Zor al-Makan had made an end of his versifying, he wept and wept with him all the troops. Then he came to the grave and threw himself upon it wild with woe, and there was he repeated the words of the poet. Pain leaving life that fleets thou hast th eternal one, thou didst as whilom many a doer like thee hath done leftest this worldly house without reproach or blame. Ah, may th exchange secure thee every benison. Thou west from hostile onset shield and firm defence, for us to baffle shafts and whistling spears to shun. I see this world is only cheat and vanity, where man naught else must seek but please the truth for one. Th Empyrean's Lord allow thee bower of heavenly bliss, and with thy faithful friends the guide show goodly wone. I bid thee last good dean with sigh of bitter grief, seeing the west in woe for lack of Easting Sunday. When the Wazir Dandan had finished his reciting, he wept with sore weeping and the tears rained from his eyes like cushioned pearls. Then came forward one who had been of Sharkan's boon companions in his cups, and he wept till ran in rills the drops, and he enumerated the dead man's generous qualities, reciting the following pentastichs. Where gone is bounty since thy hand is turned to clay, and I in misery lie since thou wast ta'en away. Ceased not, O litter guide FN number 457, heaven keep thee glad and gay. How tears adorn my cheeks, these furrowed wrinkles fray. A sight to joy shine eyes and fill thee with dismay. FN number 458, by Allah ne'er this heart within I spoke of thee, ah no. Nor dared my sight to see thy brilliancy, save that my teardrops sorest wound have gad me dree year. And if e'er on the rest these e'en of me, may yearning draw the reins nor suffer sleep to see. And when the man stinted reciting, Zor al-Makan and the minister Dandan wept and the whole army was moved to tears, after which all retired to their tents, and the king turning to the Wazir took counsel with him concerning the conduct of the campaign. On this wise the two passed days and nights, while Zor al-Makan was weighed down with grief and mourning till at last he said, I long to hear stories and adventures of kings and tales of lover folk enslaved by love. Haply Allah may make this to solace that which is on my heart of heavy anxiety, and stint and stay my weeping and wailing. Quoth the Wazir, if naught can dispel thy trouble but hearing curious tales of kings and people long gone before, and stories of folk enslaved by love of yore, and so forth, this thing were easy, for I had no other business, in the lifetime of thy father, who hath found mercy, than to relate stories and to repeat verses to him. This very night I will tell thee a tale of a lover and his beloved, so shall thy breast be broadened. When Zor al-Makan heard these words from the minister, his heart was set upon that which had been promised to him, and he did nothing but watch for the coming of the night, that he might hear what the Wazir Dandan had to tell of the kings of yore and distracted lovers long gone before. And hardly would he believe that night had fallen ere he bade light the wax candles and the lamps and bring all that was needful of meat and drink and perfume gear, and what not, and when all was in presence, he summoned the Wazir Dandan, and the Emirs Rustam and Bahram and Tarkash and the Grand Chamberlain, then waited till the whole party was seated before him, whereupon he turned to the minister and said, Know, O Wazir, that night is come and hath let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promisedst us. Replied the Wazir, with joy and good will. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 107th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Zor al-Makan summoned the Wazir and the Chamberlain and Rustam and Bahram, he turned towards the minister Dandan and said, Know, O Wazir, that night is come and hath let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promisedst us. Replied the Wazir, with love and gladness. Know, O auspicious king, that there reached my ears a relation of a lover and a loved one, and of the discourse between them, and what befell them of things rare and fair, a story such as repelleth care from the heart, and dispelleth sorrow, like unto that of the patriarch Jacob. FN number 459, and it is as follows. Tale of Daj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya, the lover and the loved. There stood in times long gone by behind the mountains of Ispahan, a city high as the green city, wherein dwelt a king named Sulayman Shah. Now he was a man of liberality and beneficence, of justice and integrity, of generosity and sincerity, to whom travellers repaired from every country, and his name was noised abroad in all regions and cities, and he reigned many a year in high worship and prosperity, save that he owned neither wives nor children. He had a minister who rivaled him in goodness and generosity, and it so happened that one day he sent for him, and when he came into the presence said to him, O my wazir, my heart is heavy and my patience is past, and my force faileth me, for that I have neither wife nor child. This is not the way of kings who rule over all men, princes, and paupers, for they rejoice in leaving behind them children and successors whereby outdoubled their number and their strength. Quoth the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, marry ye, increase ye, and multiply ye, that I may boast me of your superiority over the nations on the day of resurrection. So what is thy rede, O Wazir? Advise me of what course and contrivance be advisable. When the minister heard these words, the tears sprang from his eyes in streams, and he replied, Far be it from me, O King of the age, that I debate on that which appertaineth to the compassionate one. Wilt thou have me cast into the fire by the all-powerful king's wrath and ire? By thee, concubine? Rejoined the king, No, O Wazir, that when a sovereign doth a female slave, he knoweth neither her rank nor her lineage, and thus he cannot tell if she be of simple origin, that he may abstain from her, or of gentle strain, that he may be intimate in her companionship. So, if he have commerce with her, haply she will conceive by him, and her son be a hypocrite, a man of wrath, and a shedder of blood. Indeed, the like of such woman may be instanced by a salt and marshy soil, which if won till forever it yieldeth only worthless growth, and no endurance showeth, for it may be that her son will be obnoxious to his lord's anger, doing not what he biddeth him, or abstaining from what he forbiddeth him. Wherefore will I never become the cause of this through the purchase of a concubine, and it is my desire that thou demand for me in marriage the daughter of some one of the kings, whose lineage has known and whose loveliness hath renown. If thou can direct me to some maiden of birth and piety of the daughters of Muslim sovereignty, I will ask her in marriage and wed her in presence of witnesses, so may accrue to me the favour of the Lord of all creatures. Said the Wazir, O King, verily Allah hath fulfilled thy wish and hath brought thee to thy desire, presently adding, No, O King, it hath come to my knowledge that Kings Shah, FN number 460, Lord of the White Land, hath a daughter of surpassing loveliness, whose charms talk and tale fail to express. She hath not her equal in this age, for she is perfect in proportion and symmetry, black-eyed as if cold-eyed, and long-locked, wee of waist and heavy of hip. When she draweth nigh she seduceth, and when she turneth her back, FN number 461, she slayeth. She ravisheth heart and view, and she looketh even as saith of her the poet. The thin waist maid shames the willow wand, nor sun nor moon can like her rising shine. 'Tis as her honey dew of lips were blent with wine, and pearls of teeth were bathed in wine. Her form, like heavenly houris, graceful, slim, fair face, and ruin dealt by glancing e'en. How many a dead done man her eyes have slain upon her way of love in ruin line. And live she's my death. I'll say no more, but dying without her vain were life of mine. Now when the Wazir had made an end of describing that maiden, he said to Sulayman Shah, It is my counsel, O King, that thou dispatch to her father an ambassador, sagacious, experienced, and trained in the ways of the world, who shall courteously demand her in marriage for thee of her sire, For in good sooth she hath not her equal in the far parts of the world nor in the near. So shalt thou enjoy her lovely face in the way of grace, and the Lord of glory be content with thy case. For it is reported of the prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, there be no monkery in Islam. At this the king was transported to perfect joy, his breast was broadened and lightened, care and cark ceased from him, and he turned to the wazir and said, Know thou, O minister, that none shall fare about this affair save thou, by reason of thy consummate intelligence and good breeding. Wherefore hie thee home and do all thou hast to do, and get thee ready by the morrow, and depart and demand me in marriage this maiden, with whom thou hast occupied my heart and thought, and return not to me but with her. Replied the wazir, I hear and I obey. Then he tried to his own house and bade make ready presents befitting kings, of precious stones and things of price, and other matters light of load but weighty of worth, besides rabbit steeds and coats of mail, such as David made FN number 462, and chests of treasure for which speech hath no measure. And the wazir loaded the whole on camels and mules, and set out attended by 100 slave girls with flags and banners flaunting over his head. The king charged him to return to him after a few days, and, when he was gone, Sulayman Shah lay on coals of fire, engrossed night and day with desire, while the envoy fared on without ceasing through gloom and light, spanning fertile field and desert site, till but a day's march remained between him and the city whereto he was bound. Here he sat him down on the banks of a river and, summoning one of his confidants, bade him wend his way to King Shah and announce his approach without delay. Quoth the messenger, I hear and I obey. And he rode on in haste to that city, and, as he was about to enter therein, it so chanced that the king, who was sitting in one of his pleasaunces before the city gate, espied him as he was passing the doors, and knowing him for a stranger, bade bring him before the presence. So the messenger coming forward informed him of the approach of the wazir of the mighty King Sulayman Shah, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Ispahan, whereat King Shah rejoiced and welcomed him. Then he carried him to his palace and asked him, Where leavest thou the wazir? And he answered, I left him in early day on the banks of such a river, and tomorrow he will reach thee. Allah continue his favours to thee and have mercy upon thy parents. Thereupon King Shah commanded one of his wazirs to take the better part of his grandees and chamberlains and lieutenants and lords of the land, and go out to meet the ambassador in honour of King Sulayman Shah, for that his dominion extended over the country. Such was the case with Shah. But as regards the wazir, he abode in his stead till night was half spent FN number 463, and then set out for the city. But when morning shone and the sun rose upon hill and down, of a sudden he saw King Shah's wazir approaching him, with his chamberlains and high lords and chief officers of the kingdom, and the two parties joined company at some parasangs distance from the city. FN number 464. Thereat the wazir made sure of the success of his errand and saluted the escort, which ceased not preceding him till they reached the king's palace and passed in before him through the gate to the 7th vestibule, a place where none might enter on horseback, for it was near to where the king sat. So the minister alighted and fared on afoot till he came to a lofty saloon, at whose upper end stood a marble couch, set with pearls and stones of price, and having for legs 4 elephants' tusks. Upon it was a coverlet of green satin purfled with red gold, and above it hung a canopy adorned with pearls and gems, whereon sat King Shah, whilst his officers of state stood in attendance before him. When the wazir went into him, he composed his mind and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of wazirs and saluted the king in the language of eloquence. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 108th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir of King Sulayman Shah entered the presence of King Shah he composed his mind and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of wazirs and saluted the king in the language of eloquence and improvised these couplets. He cometh robed and bending gracefully, O crop and cropper dews of grace sheds he charms, nor characts, spells nor grammar may fend the glances of those e'en from thee. Say to the blamer, blame me not, for I from love of him will never turn to flee. My heart hath played me false while true to him, and sleep, in love with him, abhorreth me, O heart. Thought not the soul who loveth him, so bide with him while I desertion dree. There's naught to joy mine ears with joyous sound save praise of kings are Shah in jubilee. A king albeit thou leave thy life to win one look, that look were all sufficiency, and if a bias breath thou breathe for him, shall join all faithful in such bias gree, folk of his realm. If any shirk his right for other hoping, gross unfaith I see. When the wazir had ended his poetry, King Shah bade him draw near and honoured him with the highmost honours, then, seating him by his own side, smiled in his face and favoured him with a gracious reply. They ceased not on this wise till the time of the under meal, when the attendants brought forward the tables of food in that saloon, and all ate till they were sated, after which the tables were removed and those who were in the assembly withdrew, leaving only the chief officers. Now when the minister saw this, he rose to his feet and, after complimenting the king a second time and kissing the ground before him, spake as follows: O mighty king and dread lord, I have travelled hither and have visited thee upon a matter which shall bring thee peace, profit and prosperity, and it is this, that I come as ambassador to thee, seeking in marriage thy daughter, the noble and illustrious maid, from Sulayman Shah, a prince famed for justice and integrity, sincerity and generosity, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Ispahan, who sendeth thee of presents a store, and gifts of price galore, ardently desiring to become thy son-in-law. But art thou inclined to him as he to thee? He then kept silence, awaiting a reply. When King Shah heard these words, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground respectfully before the wazir, while the bystanders were confounded at his condescension to the ambassador and their minds were amazed. Then he praised him who is the Lord of honour and glory and replied, and he still standing, O mighty wazir and illustrious chief, hear thou what I say. Of a truth we are to King Sulayman Shah of the number of his subjects, and we shall be ennobled by his alliance, and we covet it ardently, for my daughter is a handmaid of his handmaidens, and it is my dearest desire that he may become my stay and my reliable support. Then he summoned the Qazis and the witnesses, who should bear testimony that King Sulayman Shah had dispatched his wazir as proxy to conclude the marriage, and that King Shah joyfully acted and officiated for his daughter. So the Qazis concluded the wedding contract and offered up prayers for the happiness and prosperity of the wedded fears, after which the wazir arose and, fetching the gifts and rarities and precious things, laid them all before the king. Then Shah occupied himself anent the fitting out of his daughter and honourably entertained the wazir and feasted his subjects all, great and small, and for 2 months they held high festival, omitting naught that could rejoice heart and eye. Now when all things needful for the bride were ready, the king caused the tents to be carried out and they pitched the camp within sight of the city, where they packed the bride's stuffs in chests and get ready the Greek handmaids and Turkish slave girls, and provided the princess with great store of precious treasures and costly jewels. Then he had made for her a litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and stones of price, and set apart 2 mules to carry it, a litter which was like one of the chambers of a palace, and within which she seemed as she were of the loveliest houris, and it became as one of the pavilions of paradise. And after they had made bales of the treasures and monies, and had loaded them upon the mules and camels, King Shah went forth with her for a distance of 3 parasangs, after which he bade farewell to her and their wazir and those with him, and returned to his home in gladness and safety. Thereupon the wazir, faring with the king's daughter, pushed on and ceased not his stages over desert ways, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 109th night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was ye fared on with the king's daughter, and ceased not forcing his stages over desert ways, and hastened his best through nights and days, till there remained between him and his city but 3 marches. Thereupon he sent forward to King Sulayman Shah one who should announce the coming of the bride. The king rejoiced thereat and bestowed on the messenger a dress of honor, and bade his troops march forth in grand procession to meet the princess and her company for due worship and honor, and don their richest apparel with banners flying over their heads. And his orders were obeyed. He also commanded to cry throughout the city that neither curtained damsel nor honored lady nor time-ruptured crone should fail to fare forth and meet the bride. So they all went out to greet her, and the grandest of them vied in doing her service, and they agreed to bring her to the king's palace by night. Moreover, the chief officers decided to decorate the road and to stand in espalier of double line, whilst the bride should pass by, preceded by her eunuchs and serving women, and clad in the gear her father had given her. So when she made her appearance, the troops surrounded her, these of the right wing and those of the left, and the litter ceased not advancing with her till she approached the palace, nor remained any but came forth to gaze upon the princess. Drums were beaten and spears were brandished and horns blared and flags fluttered and steeds pranced for precedence and scents shed fragrance till they reached the palace gate, and the pages entered with the litter through the harem wicket. The place shone with its splendors, and the walls glittered for the glamour of its gear. Now when night came, the eunuchs threw open the doors of the bridal chamber and stood surrounding the chief entrance, whereupon the bride came forward, and amid her damsels she was like the moon among stars, or an union shining on a string of lesser pearls. And she passed into the bridal closet, where they had set for her a couch of alabaster inlaid with unions and jewels. As soon as she had taken seat there, the king came into her, and Allah filled his heart with her love, so he abated her maidenhead and ceased from him his trouble and disquiet. He abode with her well nigh a month. She had conceived by him the first night, and, when the month was ended, he went forth and sat on his sofa of state, and dispensed justice to his subjects, till the months of her pregnancy were accomplished. On the last day of the 9th month, towards daybreak, the queen was seized with the pangs of labor, so she sat down on the stool of delivery, and Allah made the travail easy to her, and she gave birth to a boy child, on whom appeared auspicious signs. When the king heard of this, he joyed with exceeding joy, and rewarded the bearer of the good tidings with much treasure, and of his gladness he went into the child and kissed him between the eyes, and wondered at his brilliant loveliness, for in him was approved the saying of the poet: "In the towering fort Salah throned him king, a lion, a star in the skies of rain, at his rising the spear and the throne rejoiced, the gazelle, the ostrich, the men of Maine." FN number 465, "Mount him not on the paps, for right soon he'll show that to throne on the war steed's loins he's fain, and wean him from sucking of milk, the sooner sweet to drink, the foe's blood he'll drain." Then the midwives took the newborn child and cut the navel cord and darkened his eyelids with cold powder, FN number 466, and named him Daj al-Muluk Karan. FN number 467, he was suckled at the breast of fond indulgence and was reared in the lap of happy fortune, and thus his days ceased not running and the years passing by till he reached the age of 7. Thereupon Sulayman Shah summoned the doctors and learned men and bade them teach his son writing and science and belles lettres. This they continued to do for some years, till he had learned what was needful, and, when the king saw that he was well grounded in whatso he desired, he took him out of the teachers' and professors' hands and engaged for him a skilful master, who taught him cavalarice and knightly exercises till the boy attained the age of 14. And when he fared abroad on any occasion, all who saw him were ravished by his beauty and made him the subject of verse, and even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. when it was the 110th night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Taj al-Muluk Karan, son of Sulayman Shah, became perfect in riding craft and excelled all those of his time, his excessive beauty, when he fared abroad on any occasion, caused all who saw him to be ravished and to make him the subject of verse, and even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness." Quoth the poet of him, "I clipped his form and waxed drunk with his scent, fair branch to whom Zephyr gave nutriment, nor drunken as one who drinks wine, but drunk with night draught his lips of the honey-dew lent. All beauty is shown in the all of him, hence all human hearts he in hand hath, hence my mind, by Allah, shall ne'er unmind his love, while I wear life's chains till spent. If I live, in his love I'll live, if I die for pine and longing, oh blessed, I'll cry." When he reached the 18th year of his age, tender down FN number 468, sprouted, on his side face fresh with youth, from a mole upon one rosy cheek and a second beauty spot, like a grain of ambergris adorned the other, and he won the wits and eyes of every wight who looked on him, even as saith the poet, "He is caliph of beauty in Yusuf's slough, and all lovers fear when they sight his grace. Pause and gaze with me, on his cheek thou'lt sight the caliphate's banner of sable hue." FN number 469. And as saith another, "Thy sight hath never seen a fairer sight, of all things men can in the world espy, than yon brown mole, that studs his bonny cheek of rosy red beneath that jet black eye." And as saith another, "I marvel seeing yon mole that serves his cheek's bright flame yet burneth not in fire albeit infidel." FN number 470. I wonder eke to see that apostolic glance, miracle working, though it work by magic spell, how fresh and bright the down that decks his cheek, and yet bursting gall bladders feed which e'en as waters well." And as saith another, "I marvel hearing people questioning of the fount of life and in what land 'tis found. I see it sprung from lips of dainty fawn, sweet rosy mouth with green mustachio downed, and wondrous wonder 'tis when Moses viewed that fount, he rested not from weary round." FN number 471. Now having developed such beauty, when he came to man's estate his loveliness increased, and it won for him many comrades and intimates, while every one who drew near to him wished that Taj al-Muluk Karan might become sultan after his father's death, and that he himself might be one of his emirs. Then took he passionately to chasing and hunting which he would hardly leave for a single hour. His father, King Sulayman Shah, would have forbidden him the pursuit, fearing for him the perils of the waste and the wild beasts, but he paid no heed to his warning voice. And it so chanced that once upon a time he said to his attendants, "Take ye 10 days' food and forage," and, when they obeyed his binding, he set out with his suite for sport and disport. They rode on into the desert and ceased not riding 4 days, till they came to a place where the ground was green, and they saw in it wild beasts grazing and trees with ripe fruit growing and springs flowing. Quoth Taj al-Muluk to his followers, "Set up the nets here and peg them in a wide ring, and let our trysting place be at the mouth of the fence, in such a spot." So they obeyed his words and staked out a wide circle with toils, and they gathered together a mighty matter of all kinds of wild beasts and gazelles, which cried out for fear of the men and threw themselves for fright in the face of the horses. Then they loosed onto them the hounds and lynxes, FN number 472, and hawks, FN number 473, and they shot the quarry down with shafts which pierced their vitals, and, by the time they came to the further end of the net ring, they had taken a great number of the wild beasts, and the rest fled. Then Taj al-Muluk dismounted by the waterside and bade the game be brought before himself, and divided it, after he had set apart the best of the beasts for his father, King Sulayman Shah, and dispatched the game to him, and some he distributed among the officers of his court. He passed the night in that place, And when morning dawned there came up a caravan of merchants conveying Negro slaves and white servants, and halted by the water and the green ground. When Taj al-Muluk saw them, he said to one of his companions, "Bring me news of yonder men and question them why they have halted in this place." FN number 474. So the messenger went up to them and addressed them, "Tell me who ye be, and answer me an answer without delay." Replied they, "We are merchants and have halted to rest, for that the next station is distant, and we abide here because we have confidence in King Sulayman Shah and his son, Taj al-Muluk, and we know that all who alight in his dominions are in peace and safety. Moreover, we have with us precious stuffs which we have brought for the prince." So the messenger returned and told these news to the king's son, who, hearing the state of the case and what the merchants had replied, said, "If they have brought stuff on my account, I will not enter the city nor depart hence till I see it shown to me." Then he mounted horse and rode to the caravan, and his Mamelukes followed him till he reached it. Thereupon the merchants rose to receive him and invoked on him divine aid and favour with continuance of glory and virtues, after which they pitched him a pavilion of red satin, embroidered with pearls and jewels, wherein they spread him a kingly divan upon a silken carpet worked at the upper end with emeralds set in gold. The Taj al-Muluk seated himself whilst his white servants stood in attendance upon him, and sent to bid the merchants bring out all that they had with them. Accordingly, they produced their merchandise, and displayed the whole, and he viewed it and took of it what liked him, paying them the price. Then he looked about him at the caravan, and remounted and was about to ride onwards, when his glance fell on a handsome youth in fair attire, and a comely and shapely make, with flower-white brow and moon-like face, save that his beauty was wasted, and that yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 111th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Taj al-Muluk, when he looked about him at the caravan, saw a handsome youth in neat attire and of shapely make, with flower-like forehead and moon-like face, save that his beauty was wasted, and yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved, and great was his groaning and moaning, and the tears streamed from his eyelids as he repeated these couplets. Longsome is absence, care and fear are sore, and ceaseless tears, O friend, mine eyes outpour. Yea, I farewelled my heart on parting day, and heartless, hopeless, now I bide forlore. Pause, O my friend, with me farewelling one whose words my cure can work, my health restore." Now when the youth ended his poetry, he wept a while and fell down in a fainting fit, whilst Taj al-Muluk looked at him and wondered at his case. Then, coming to himself, he stared with distracted air, and versified in these couplets. "Beware her glance, I read thee, 'tis like wizard white, none can escape unscathed those eye shafts' glancing flight, in very sooth black eyes, with languorous sleepy look, pierce deeper than white swords, however these may bite. Be not thy senses by her sweets of speech beguiled, whose brooding fever shall ferment in thought and sprite. Soft-sided fair FN number 475, did silk but press upon her skin, to draw red blood from it, as thou thyself canst sight. Cherry is she of charms twixt neck and anklets well, and what other scent shall cause me such delight?" FN number 476. Then he sobbed a loud sob and swooned away. But when Taj al-Muluk saw him in this case, he was perplexed about his state, and went up to him, and, as the youth came to his senses and saw the king's son standing at his head, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground between his hands. Taj al-Muluk asked him, "Why didst thou not show us thy merchandise?" And he answered, "O my lord, there is naught among my stock worthy of thine august highness." Quoth the prince, "Needs must thou show me what thou hast, and acquaint me with thy circumstance, for I see thee weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted. If thou have been oppressed, we will end thine oppression, and if thou be in debt, we will pay thy debt, for of a truth my heart burneth to see thee, since I first set eyes on thee. FN number 477. Then Taj al-Muluk bade the seats be set, and they brought him a chair of ivory and ebony with a network of gold and silk, and spread him a silken rug for his feet. So he sat down on the chair, and bidding the youth seat himself on the rug said to him, "Show me thy stock in trade." The young merchant replied, "O my lord, do not name this to me, for my goods be unworthy of thee." Rejoined Taj al-Muluk, "It needs must be thus," and bade some of the pages fetch the goods. So they brought them in despite of him, and, when he saw them, the tears streamed from his eyes, and he wept and sighed and lamented. Sobs rose in his throat, and he repeated these couplets. By what thine eyelids show of kohl and coquetry, by what thy shape displays of lissom symmetry, by what thy liplets store of honey-dew and wine, by what thy mind adorns of gracious kindly gree, to me thy sight dream-visioned, O my hope, exceeds the happiest escape from horriblest injury. Then the youth opened his bales and displayed his merchandise to Taj al-Muluk in detail, piece by piece, and amongst them he brought out a gown of satin brocaded with gold, worth 2,000 dinars. When he opened the gown there fell a piece of linen from its folds. As soon as the young merchant saw this, he caught up the piece of linen in haste and hid it under his thigh, and his reason wandered, and he began versifying. When shall be healed of thee this heart that ever bides in woe? Than thee the Pleiades task more chance of happy meeting show, parting and banishment and longing pain and low of love, procrastinating FN number 478, and delay these ills my life lay low, nor union bids me live in joy, nor parting kills by grief, nor travel draws me nearer thee, nor nearer comest thou, of thee no justice may be had. Indeed dwells naught of rush, nor gain of grace by side of thee, nor flight from thee I know, for love of thee all goings forth and comings back are straight on me, and I am puzzled sore to know where I shall go. Taj al-Muluk wondered with great wonder at his verse, and could not comprehend the cause. But when the youth snatched up the bit of linen and placed it under thigh, he asked him, "What is that piece of linen?" "O my lord," answered the merchant, "thou hast no concern with this piece." Quoth the king's son, "Show it me," and quoth the merchant, "O my lord, I refuse to show thee my goods on account of this piece of linen, for I cannot let thee look upon it." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 112th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant said to Taj al-Muluk, I did not refuse to show thee my goods save on this account, for I cannot let thee look upon it." Whereupon Taj al-Muluk retorted, "Perforce I must and will see it," and insisted and became angry. So the youth drew it out from under his thigh, and wept and moaned and redoubled his sighs and groans, and repeated these verses. Now blame him not, for blame brings only irk and pain. Indeed, I spake him sooth, but ne'er his ear could gain. May Allah guard my moon which riseth in the vale beside a camp, from loosed robe like sky plain. FN number 479. I left him, but had love vouchsafed to leave for me some peace in life. Such leave of him I ne'er had ta'en. How long he pleaded for my sake on parting morn, while down his cheeks and mine tears ran in railing rain. Allah belie me not. The garb of mine excuse this parting rent, but I will mend that garb again. No couch is easy to my side, nor on such wise aught easeth him, when all alone without me lain. Time with ill-omened hand hath wrought between us two, and made my waxing joys to wane and his to wane, and poured me a grief and woe. What time fain had crowned the bowl he made me drink and gave for him to drain. When he ended his recitation, quoth Taj al-Muluk, I see thy conduct without consequence. Tell me then why weepest thou at the sight of this rag? When the young merchant heard speak of the piece of linen, he sighed and answered, O my lord, my story is a strange and my case out of range. with regard to this piece of linen, and to her from whom I brought it, and to her who wrought on it these figures and emblems. Hereupon he spread out the piece of linen, and behold, thereon was the figure of a gazelle wrought in silk and worked with red gold, and facing it was another gazelle traced in silver with a neck ring of red gold and 3 bugles FN number 480 of chrysolite upon the ring. When Taj al-Muluk saw the beauty of these figures, he exclaimed, Glory be to Allah who teacheth man that which he knoweth not. FN number 481, and his heart yearned to hear the youth's story, so he said to him, Tell me thy story with her who owned these gazelles. Replied the young man, Hear, O my lord, the tale of Aziz and Aziza. FN number 482. My father was a wealthy merchant, and Allah had vouchsafed him no other child than myself, but I had a cousin, Aziza Highs, daughter of my paternal uncle, and we twain were brought up in one house, for her father was dead, and before his death, he had agreed with my father that I should marry her. So when I reached man's estate and she reached womanhood, they did not separate her from me or me from her, till at last my father spoke to my mother and said, This very year we will draw up the contract of marriage between Aziz and Aziza. So having agreed upon this, he betook himself to preparing provision for the wedding feast. Still we ceased not to sleep on the same carpet, knowing naught of the case, albeit she was more thoughtful, more intelligent and quicker-witted than I. Now when my father had made an end of his preparations, and naught remained for him but to write out the contract and for me but to consummate the marriage with my cousin, he appointed the wedding for a certain Friday, after public prayers, and, going round to his intimates among the merchants and others, he acquainted them with that, whilst my mother went forth and invited her women friends and summoned her kith and kin. When the Friday came, they cleaned the saloon and prepared for the guests and washed the marble floor. Then they spread tapestry about our house and set out thereon what was needful, after they had hung its walls with cloth of gold. Now the folk had agreed to come to us after the Friday prayers, so my father went out and bade them make sweetmeats and sugared dishes, and there remained nothing to do but to draw up the contract. Then my mother sent me to the bath and sent after me a suit of new clothes of the richest, and, when I came out of the hammam, I donned those habits which were so perfumed that as I went along, there exhaled from them a delicious fragrance scenting the wayside. I had designed to repair to the cathedral mosque when I bethought me of one of my friends and returned in quest of him that he might be present at the writing of the contract, and quoth I to myself, this matter will occupy me till near the time of congregational prayer. So I went on and entered a by-street which I had never before entered, perspiring profusely from the effects of the bath and the new clothes on my body, and the sweat streamed down whilst the scents of my dress were wafted abroad. I therefore sat me at the upper end of the street resting on a stone bench, after spreading under me an embroidered kerchief I had with me. The heat oppressed me more and more, making my forehead perspire and the drops trickled along my cheeks, but I could not wipe my face with my kerchief because it was dispread under me. I was about to take the skirt of my robe and wipe my cheeks with it, when unexpectedly there fell on me from above a white kerchief, softer to the touch than the morning breeze and pleasanter to the sight than healing to the diseased. I hent it in hand and raised my head to see whence it had fallen, when my eyes met the eyes of the lady who owned these gazelles. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 113th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth continued to Taj al-Muluk, so I raised my head to see whence this kerchief had fallen, when my eyes met those of the lady who owned these gazelles. And lo, she was looking out of a wicket in a lattice of brass, and never saw my eyes a fairer than she, and in fine my tongue faileth to describe her beauty. When she caught sight of me looking at her, she put her forefinger into her mouth, then joined her middle finger and her witness finger FN number 483, and laid them on her bosom, between her breasts, after which she drew in her head and closed the wicket shutter and went her ways. Thereupon fire broke out in and was heaped upon my heart, and greater grew my smart. The one sight cost me 1,000 sighs, and I abode perplexed, for that I heard no word by her spoken, nor understood the meaning of her token. I looked at the window a second time, but found it shut, and waited patiently till sundown, but sensed no sound and saw no one in view. So when I despaired of seeing her again, I rose from my place, and taking up the handkerchief, opened it, when there breathed from it a scent of musk which caused me so great delight I became as one in paradise. FN number 484. Then I spread it before me, and out dropped from it a delicate little scroll, whereupon I opened the paper, which was perfumed with a delicious perfume, and therein were writ these couplets. I sent to him a scroll that bore my plaint of love, writ in fine delicate hand, for writing proves man's skill. Then quoth to me my friend, why is thy writing thus, so fine, so thin drawn 'tis to read unsuitable? Quoth I, for that I'm fine drawn wasted, waxed thin, thus lovers writ should be, for so love wills his will. And after casting my eyes on the beauty of the kerchief, FN number 485, I saw upon one of its two borders the following couplets worked in with the needle. His cheek down writeth, O fair fall the goodly scribe, 2 lines on table of his face in raven hand. FN number 486, O the wild marvel of the moon, and comes he forth. And when he bends, O shame to every willow wand. And on the opposite border these 2 couplets were traced. His cheek down writeth on his cheek with ambergris on pearl 2 lines, like jet on apple line, the goodliest design. Slaughter is in those languid ear, and whene'er a glance they deal, and drunkenness in either cheek, and not in any wine. When I read the poetry on the handkerchief, the flames of love darted into my heart, and yearning and pining redoubled their smart. So I took the kerchief and the scroll and went home, knowing no means to win my wish, for that I was incapable of conducting love affairs, and inexperienced in interpreting hints and tokens. Nor did I reach my home ere the night was fast spent, and I found the daughter of my uncle sitting in tears. But as soon as she saw me, she wiped away the drops, and came up to me, and took off my walking dress, and asked me the reason of my absence, saying, all the folk, emirs and notables and merchants and others, assembled in our house, and the Qazi and the witnesses were also present at the appointed time. They ate and tarried a while, sitting to await thine appearance for the writing of the contract, and, when they despaired of thy presence, they dispersed and went their ways. And indeed, she added, thy father raged with exceeding wrath by reason of this, and swore that he would not celebrate our marriage save during the coming year, for that he hath spent on these festivities great store of money. And she ended by asking, what hath befallen thee this day to make thee delay till now? And why hast thou allowed that to happen which happened because of thine absence? Answered I, O daughter of mine uncle, question me not concerning what hath befallen me. FN number 487. Then I told her all that had passed from beginning to end, and showed her the handkerchief. She took the scroll and read what was written therein, and tears ran down her cheeks, and she repeated these cinquains. Who saith that love at first of free will came, say him, thou list. Love be grief and grame, yet shall such grame and grief entail no shame. All annals teach us one thing and the same, good current coin clips coin we may not grape. And please thou, say there's pleasure in thy pain, find fortune's playful gambols glad and fain, or happy blessings in th unhappy's bane, that joy or grieve, with equal might and main, twixt phrase and antiphrase I'm all a heap. But he, withal, whose days are summer bright, whom maids greet with smiling lips delight, whom spicy breezes fan in every sight, and winds waiter he wills, that happy white-blooded coward heart should never keep. Then she asked me, what said she, and what signs made she to thee? I answered, She uttered not a word, but put her forefinger in her mouth, then joining it to her middle finger, laid both fingers on her bosom and pointed to the ground. Thereupon she withdrew her head and shut the wicket, and after that I saw her no more. However, she took my heart with her, so I sat till sundown, expecting her again to look out of the window, but she did it not, and, when I despaired of her, I rose from my seat and came home. This is my history, and I beg thee to help me in this my sore calamity. Upon this she raised her face to me and said, O son of mine uncle, if thou soughtest my eye, I would tear it for thee from its eyelids, and perforce I cannot but aid thee to thy desire and aid her also to her desire, for she is whelmed in passion for thee even as thou for her. Asked I, and what is the interpretation of her signs? And as Isa answered, as for the putting her finger in her mouth, FN number 488, it showed that thou art to her as her soul to her body, and that she would bite into union with thee with her wisdom teeth. As for the kerchief, it betokeneth that her breath of life is bound up in thee. As for the placing her 2 fingers on her bosom between her breasts, its explanation is that she saith, the sight of thee may dispel my grief. For know, O my cousin, that she loveth thee and she trusteth in thee. This is my interpretation of her signs, and, could I come and go at will, I would bring thee and her together in shortest time, and curtain you both with my skirt. Hearing these words I thanked her, continued the young merchant, for speaking thus, and said to myself, I will wait 2 days. So I abode 2 days in the house, neither going out nor coming in, neither eating nor drinking, but I laid my head on my cousin's lap, whilst she comforted me and said to me, Be resolute and of a good heart, and hope for the best. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 114th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth pursued to Taj al-Muluk : and when the 2 days were past she said to me, Be of good cheer and clear thine eyes of tears, and take courage to dress thyself and go to her, according to thy tryst. Then she rose and changed my clothes and perfumed me with incense smoke. So I braced myself up and heart in my heart and went out and walked on till I came to the by-street, where I sat down on the bench a while. And behold, the wicket suddenly opened, and I looked up, and seeing her, fell down in a swoon. When I revived, I called up resolution and took courage and gazed again at her and again became insensible to the world around me. Then I came to myself and looking at her, saw that she held in hand a mirror and a red kerchief. Now when she caught my glance, she bared her forearms and opened her 5 fingers and smote her breast with palm and digits, and after this she raised her hands and, holding the mirror outside the wicket, she took the red kerchief and retired into the room with it, but presently returned and putting out her hand with the kerchief, let it down towards the lane 3 several times, dipping it and raising it as often. Then she wrung it out and folded it in her hands, bending down her head the while, after which she drew it in from the lattice and, shutting the wicket shutter, went away without a single word. Nay, she left me confounded and knowing not what signified her signs. FN number 489. I tarried sitting there till supper time and did not return home till near midnight, and there I found the daughter of my uncle with her cheek props in her hand and her eyelids pouring forth tears, and she was repeating these couplets. Woe's me! Why should the blamer gar thee blaming bow? How be consoled for thee that art so tender bow? Bright being, on my vitals cost thou prey, and drive my heart before platonic passions. FN number 490, forced bow. Thy Turk-like FN number 491, glances havoc deal in core of me, as furbished sword thin ground at curve could never show. Thou weighs me down with weight of care, while I have not strength e'en to bear my shift, so weakness lays me low. Indeed I weep blood tears to hear the blamer say, the lashes of thy lover's yin shall pierce thee through. Thou hast, my prince of loveliness, an overseer, FN number 492, who wrongs me, and a groom FN number 493, who beats me down with brow. He foully lies who says all loveliness belonged to Joseph. In thy loveliness is many a Joe. I force myself to turn from thee, in deadly fright of spies, and what the force that turns away my sight? When I heard her verse, cark increased and Carey doubled on me, and I fell down in a corner of our house, whereupon she arose in haste and, coming to me, lifted me up and took off my out-two clothes and wiped my face with her sleeve. Then she asked me what had befallen me, and I described all that had happened from her. Quoth she, "O my cousin, as for her sign to thee with her palm and 5 fingers, its interpretation is, return after 5 days, and the putting forth of her head out of the window, and her gestures with the mirror, and the letting down and raising up and wringing out of the red kerchief, FN number 494, signify, sit in the dyer's shop till my messenger come to thee." When I heard her words, fire flamed up in my heart, and I exclaimed, "O daughter of my uncle, thou sayest sooth in this thine interpretation, for I saw in the street the shop of a Jew dyer." Then I wept, and she said, "Be of good cheer and strong heart. Of a truth others are occupied with love for years, and endure with constancy the ardour of passion, whilst thou hast but a week to wait. Why then this impatience?" Thereupon she went on cheering me with comfortable talk and brought me food, so I took a mouthful and tried to eat but could not, and I abstained from meat and drink and estranged myself from the solace of sleep, till my colour waxed yellow and I lost my good looks, for I had never been in love before, nor had I ever savoured the ardour of passion save this time. So I fell sick, and my cousin also sickens on my account, but she would relate to me, by way of consolation, stories of love and lovers every night till I fell asleep, and whenever I awoke, I found her wakeful for my sake, with tears running down her cheeks. This ceased not till the 5 days were past, when my cousin rose and warmed some water and bathed me with it. Then she dressed me in my best and said to me, "Repair to her, and Allah fulfill thy wish and bring thee to thy desire of thy beloved." So I went out and ceased not walking on till I came to the upper end of the by-street. As it was the Sabbath FN number 495, I found the dyer's shop locked and sat before it, till I heard the call to mid-afternoon prayer. Then the sun yellowed and the muezzin's FN number 496 chanted the call to sundown prayer, and the night came, but I saw no sign nor heard one word, nor knew any news of her. So I feared for my life, sitting there alone, and at last I arose and walked home reeling like a drunken man. When I reached the house, I found my cousin Aziza standing, with one hand grasping a peg driven into the wall and the other on her breast, and she was sighing and groaning and repeating these couplets: "The longing of an Arab lass forlorn of kith and kin, who to Hijazian willow wand and myrtle FN number 497, cloth incline, and who, when meeting caravan, shall with love low set light to bivouac fire, and bang for conquer tears of pain and pine, exceeds not mine for him nor more devotion shows, but he seeing my heart is holy, his spurns love as sin in dine." Now when she had finished her verse, she turned to me and, seeing me, wiped away her tears and my tears with her sleeve. Then she smiled in my face and said, "O my cousin, Allah grant thee enjoyment of that which he hath given thee. Why didst thou not pass the night by the side of thy beloved, and why hast thou not fulfilled thy desire of her?" When I heard her words, I gave her a kick in the breast, and she fell down in the saloon, and her brow struck upon the edge of the raised pavement and hit against a wooden peg therein. I looked at her and saw that her forehead was cut open and the blood running, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 115th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk, Now when I kicked the daughter of my uncle in the breast, she fell on the edge of the raised pavement in the saloon, and her brow struck upon a wooden peg. Thereby her forehead was cut open and blood ran down, but she was silent and did not utter a single sound. FN number 498. Presently she rose up, and made some tinder of rags, then staunching with it the bleeding wound, bound her forehead with a bandage, after which she wiped up the blood that had fallen on the carpet, and it was as if nothing had been. Presently she came up to me and, smiling in my face, said with gentle voice, "By Allah, O son of my uncle, I spake not these words to mock at thee or at her. But I was troubled with an ache in my head, and was minded to be blooded. But now thou hast eased my head and lightened my brow, so tell me what hath befallen thee today." Thereupon I told her all that had passed between me and her that day, and she wept as she heard my words, and said, "O son of my uncle, rejoice at the good tidings of thy desire being fulfilled and thy name being attained. Of a truth this is a sign of acceptance, for that she stayed away only because she wisheth to try thee and know if thou be patient or not, and sincere in thy love for her or otherwise. Tomorrow, repair to her at the old place and see what sign she maketh to thee, for indeed thy gladness is near and the end of thy sadness is at hand." And she went on to comfort me, but my cark and care ceased not to increase on me. Presently she brought me food which I kicked away with my foot, so that the contents of every saucer were scattered in all directions, and I said, "Every liver is a madman, he inclineth not to food neither enjoyeth he sleep." And my cousin Aziza rejoined, "By Allah, O son of my uncle, these be in very deed the signs of love." And the tears streamed down her cheeks as she gathered the fragments of the saucers and wiped up the food. Then she took seat and talked to me, whilst I prayed Allah to hasten the dawn. At last, when morning arose with its sheen and shine, I went out to seek her, and hastening to her by street sat down on that bench, when lo! The wicket opened and she put out her head laughing. Then she disappeared within and returned with a mirror, a bag, and a pot full of green plants, and she held in hand a lamp. The first thing she did was to take the mirror and, putting it into the bag, tie it up and throw it back into the room. Then she let down her hair over her face and set the lamp on the pot of flowers during the twinkling of an eye. Then she took up all the things and went away, shutting the window without saying a word. My heart was riven by this state of the case, and by her secret signals, her mysterious secrets and her utter silence, and thereby my longing waxed more violent and my passion and distraction redoubled on me. So I retraced my steps, tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, and returned home, where I found the daughter of my uncle sitting with her face to the wall, for her heart was burning with grief and galling jealousy, albeit her affection forbade her to acquaint me with what she suffered of passion and pining when she saw the excess of my longing and distraction. Then I looked at her and saw on her head 2 bandages, one on account of the accident to her forehead and the other over her eye in consequence of the pain she endured for stress of weeping, and she was in miserable plight, shedding tears and repeating these couplets. "I number nights, indeed I count night after night, yet lived I long ere learned so sore a comp to see. Ah, dear friend, I compass not what Allah pleased to doom for Layla, nor what Allah destined for me. Ah, to other giving her and unto me her love, what loss at Layla's loss would he I ever dree. Ah." And when she had finished her reciting, she looked towards me and seeing me through her tears, wiped them away and came up to me hastily, but could not speak for excess of love. So she remained silent for some while and then said, "O my cousin, tell me what befell thee with her this time." I told her all that had passed, and she said, "Be patient, for the time of thy union is come, and thou hast attained the object of thy hopes." As for her signal to thee with the mirror which she put in the bag, it said to thee, when the sun is set, and the letting down of her hair over her face signified, when night is near, and letteth fall the blackness of the dark, and hath darkened the daylight, come hither. As for her gesture with the pot of green plants, it meant, when thou comest, enter the flower garden which is behind the street, and as for her sign with the lamp, it denoted, when thou enterest the flower garden, walk down it and make for the place where thou seest the lamp shining, and seat thyself beneath it and await me, for the love of thee is killing me. When I heard these words from my cousin, I cried out from excess of passion and said, How long wilt thou promise me? And I go to her, but get not my will nor find any true sense in thine interpreting. Upon this she laughed and replied, It remaineth for thee but to have patience during the rest of this day till the light darken and the nights darker, and thou shalt enjoy union and accomplish thy hopes, and indeed all my words be without leasing. Then she repeated these 2 couplets. Let days their folds and plies deploy, and shun the house that deals annoy. Full oft when joy seems farthest far, thou nigh most art to hour of joy. Then she drew near to me and began to comfort me with soothing speech, but dared not bring me aught of food, fearing lest I be angry with her and hoping I might incline to her. So when coming to me she only took off my upper garment and said to me, Sit, O my cousin, that I may divert thee with talk till the end of the day, and, Almighty Allah willing, as soon as it is night thou shalt be with thy beloved. But I paid no heed to her and ceased not looking for the approach of darkness, saying, O Lord, hasten the coming of the night. And when night set in, the daughter of my uncle wept with sore weeping and gave me a crumb of musk, and said to me, O my cousin, put this crumb in thy mouth, and when thou hast won union with thy beloved and hast taken thy will of her and she hath granted thee thy desire, repeat to her this couplet. Ho, lover's soul, by Allah say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexeth youth? FN number 499. And she kissed me and swore me not to repeat this couplet till I should be about to leave my lover, and I said, Hearing is obeying. And when it was supper-tide I went out and ceased not walking on till I came to the flower garden, whose door I found open. So I entered and, seeing a light in the distance, made towards it, and reaching it, came to a great pavilion vaulted over with a dome of ivory and ebony, and the lamp hung from the midst of the dome. The floor was spread with silken carpets embroidered in gold and silver, and under the lamp stood a great candle, burning in a candelabrum of gold. In mid-pavilion was a fountain adorned with all manner of the figures, FN number 500, and by its side stood a table covered with a silken napkin, and on its edge a great porcelain bottle full of wine, with a cup of crystal inlaid with gold. Near all these was a large tray of silver covered over, and when I uncovered it I found therein fruits of every kind, figs and pomegranates, grapes and oranges, citrons and shuddocks, FN number 501, disposed amongst an infinite variety of sweet-scented flowers, such as rose, jasmine, myrtle, eglantine, narcissus, and all sorts of sweet-smelling herbs. I was charmed with the place, and I joyed with exceeding joy, albeit I found not the living soul, and my grief and anxiety ceased from me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 116th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk, I was charmed with the place and joyed with great joy, albeit there I found not a living soul of Almighty Allah's creatures, and saw no slave nor handmaid to oversee these things or to watch and ward these properties. So I sat down in the pavilion to await the coming of the beloved of my heart, but the first hour of the night passed by, and the second hour, and the third hour, and still she came not. Then hunger grew sore upon me, for that it was long since I had tasted food by reason of the violence of my love. But when I found the place even as my cousin had told me, and saw the truth of her interpretation of my beloved's signs, my mind was set at rest, and I felt the pangs of hunger. Moreover, the odor of the viands on the table excited me to eat. So making sure of attaining my desire, and being famished for food I went up to the table and raised the cover and found in the middle a china dish containing 4 chickens reddened with roasting and seasoned with spices, round the which were 4 saucers, one containing sweetmeats, another conserve of pomegranate seeds, a third almond pastry FN number 502, and a 4th honey fritters, and the contents of these saucers were part sweet and part sour. So I ate of the fritters and a piece of meat, then went on to the almond cakes and ate what I could, after which I fell upon the sweetmeats, whereof I swallowed a spoonful or 2 or 3 or 4, ending with part of a chicken and a mouthful of something beside. Upon this my stomach became full and my joints loose and I waxed too drowsy to keep awake, so I laid my head on a cushion, after having washed my hands, and sleep overcame me. I knew not what happened to me after this, and I awoke not till the sun's heat scorched me, for that I had never once tasted sleep for days past. When I awoke I found on my stomach a piece of salt and a bit of charcoal, so I stood up and shook my clothes and turned to look right and left, but could see no one, and discovered that I had been sleeping on the marble pavement without bedding beneath me. I was perplexed thereat and afflicted with great affliction, the tears ran down my cheeks and I mourned for myself. Then I returned home, and when I entered, I found my cousin beating her hands on her bosom and weeping tears like rain shedding clouds, and she versified with these couplets. Blows from my lover's lander zephyr coolly sweet, and with its every breath makes soden love new glow. O zephyr of the morning hour, come show to us each lover hath his lot, his share of joy and woe. Could I but win one dearest wish, we had embraced with what embrace and clip of breast fond lovers know. Allah forbids, while bides unseen my cousin's face, all joys the world can give or hand of time bestow. Would heaven I knew his heart were like this heart of me, melted by passion flame and charged with longing oh. When she saw me, she rose in haste and wiped away her tears and addressed me with her soft speech, saying, O son of my uncle, verily Allah hath been gracious to thee in thy love, for that she whom thou lovest loveth thee, whilst I pass my time in weeping and bewailing my severance from thee who blamest me and chidest me, but may Allah not punish thee for my sake. Thereupon she smiled in my face a smile of reproach and caressed me. Then taking off my walking clothes, she spread them out and said, By Allah, this is not the scent of one who hath enjoyed his lover. So tell me what hath befallen thee, O my cousin. I told her all that had passed, and she smiled again a smile of reproach and said, Verily, my heart is full of pain, but may he not live who would hurt thy heart. Indeed, this woman maketh herself inordinately dear and difficult to thee, and by Allah, O son of my uncle, I fear for thee from her. FN number 503, know, O my cousin, that the meaning of the salt is thou west drowned in sleep like insipid food, disgustful to the taste, and it is as though she said to thee, It behoveth thou be salted lest the stomach eject thee, for thou professest to be of the lovers noble and true, but sleep is unlawful unto a lover undue, therefore is thy love but a lie. However, it is her love for thee that layeth, for she saw thee asleep yet aroused thee not, and were her love for thee true, she had indeed awoken thee. As for the charcoal, it means Allah blacken thy face FN number 504, for thou makest a lying presence of love, whereas thou art naught but a child and hast no object in life other than eating and drinking and sleeping. Such is the interpretation of her signs, and may Allah Almighty deliver thee from her. When I heard my cousin's words, I beat my hand upon my breast and cried out, By Allah, this is the very truth, for I slept and lovers sleep not. Indeed I have sinned against myself, for what could have wrought me more hurt than eating and sleeping? Now what shall I do? Then I wept sore and said to the daughter of my uncle, Tell me how to act and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee, else I shall die. As my cousin loved me with very great love, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. when it was the 117th night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued his tale to Taj al-Muluk." Thereupon quoth I to the daughter of my uncle, "Tell me what to do and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee." As the daughter of my uncle loved me with great love, she replied, "On my head and eyes." "But, oh my cousin, I repeat what I have told thee oftentimes, if I could go in and out at will, I would at once bring you two together and cover you both with my skirt, nor would I do this but hoping to win thy favor. Inshallah, I will do my utmost endeavor to unite you, but hear my words and do my bidding. Go thou to the very same place and sit down where thou sattest before, and at supper tide look thou eat not, for eating induceth sleep, and have a care thou slumber not, for she will not come to thee till a fourth part of the night be past, and the Almighty avert her mischief from thee." Now when I heard these words I rejoiced and besought Allah to hasten the night, and, as soon as it was dark, I was minded to go, and my cousin said to me, "When thou shalt have met her, repeat to her the couplet I taught thee before, at the time of thy leave-taking." Replied I, "On my head and eyes," and went out and repaired to the garden, where I found all made ready in the same state as on the previous night, with every requisite of meat and drink, dried fruits, sweet-scented flowers and so forth. I went up into the pavilion and smelt the odor of the viands, and my spirit lusted after them, but I possessed my soul in patience for a while, till at last I could no longer withstand temptation. So I arose from my seat and went up to the table and, raising its cover, found a dish of fowls, surrounded by 4 saucers containing 4 several meats. I ate a mouthful of each kind and as much as I would of the sweetmeats and a piece of meat. Then I drank from the saucer a sauce yellowed with saffron, FN number 505, and as it pleased me, I supped it up by the spoonful till I was satisfied and my stomach was full. Upon this, my eyelids drooped, so I took a cushion and set it under my head, saying, "Haply I recline upon it without going to sleep." Then I closed my eyes and slept, nor did I wake till the sun had risen, when I found on my stomach a cube of bone, FN number 506, a single-tip cat stick, FN number 507, the stone of a green date, FN number 508, and a carob pod. There was no furniture nor aught else in the place, and it was as if there had been nothing there yesterday. So I rose and shaking all these things off me, fared forth in fury, and, going home, found my cousin groaning and versifying with these couplets. "A wasted body, heart and beast to core, and tears that down my poor cheeks pour, and love a cure of access, but still naught save what's fair can come from fairest flow. O cousin mine, thou fill'st my soul with pate, and from these tears mine eyelids ache full sore." I chid the daughter of my uncle and abused her, whereat she wept. Then, wiping away the tears, she came up to me and kissed me and began pressing me to her bosom, whilst I held back from her, blaming myself. Then said she to me, "O my cousin, it seemeth thou sleptest again this night?" Replied I, "Yes, and when I awoke, I found on my stomach a cube of bone, a single-tip cat stick, a stone of a green date and a carob pod, and I know not why she did this." Then I wept and went up to her and said, "Expound to me her meaning in so doing, and tell me how shall I act and aid me in my sore strait." She answered, "On my head and eyes, by the single-tip cat stick and the cube of bone which she placed upon thy stomach, she saith to thee, thy body is present but thy heart is absent, and she meaneth, love is not thus, so do not reckon thyself among lovers." As for the date stone, it is as if she said to thee, "And thou wert in love, thy heart would be burning with passion, and thou wouldest not taste the delight of sleep, for the sweet of love is like a green date, FN number 509, which kindleth the coal of fire in the vitals." As for the carob pod, FN number 510, it signifieth to thee, the lover's heart is wearied, and thereby she saith, "Be patient under a separation with the patience of Job." When I heard this interpretation, fires darted into my vitals like a dart, and grief redoubled upon my heart, and I cried out, saying, Allah decreed sleep to me for my ill fortune. Then I said to her, O my cousin, by my life, devise me some device whereby I may win my will of her. She wept and answered, O Aziz, O son of my uncle, verily my heart is full of sad thought which I cannot speak, but go thou again tonight to the same place, and beware thou sleep not, and thou shalt surely attain thy desire. This is my counsel, and peace be with thee. Quoth I, If Allah please I will not sleep, but will do as thou biddest me. Then my cousin arose, and brought me food, saying, Eat now what may suffice thee, that nothing may divert thy heart. So I ate my fill, and, when night came, my cousin rose, and bringing me a sumptuous suit of clothes clad me therein. Then she made me swear I would repeat to my lover the verse aforesaid, and bade me beware of sleeping. So I left her and repaired to the garden, and went up into that same pavilion where I occupied myself in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 118th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk. So I repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion, and occupied myself in gazing upon the flower beds, and in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me. And presently I grew hungry with watching, and the smell of the meat being wafted towards me, my appetite increased. So I went up to the table and took off the cover and ate a mouthful of every dish and a bit of meat. After which I turned to the flagon of wine, saying to myself, I will drink 1 cup. I drank it, and then I drank a second and a third, till I had drunk full 10, when the cool air smote me, and I fell to the earth like a felled man. I ceased not to lie thus till day arose, when I awoke and found myself outside the garden, and on my stomach were a butcher's knife and a drum weight of iron. FN number 511. Thereat I trembled, and, taking them with me, went home, where I found my cousin saying, Verily, I am in this house wretched and sorrowful, having no helper but weeping. Now when I entered, I fell down at full length, and throwing the knife and the dram weight from my hand, I fainted clean away. As soon as I came to myself, I told her what had befallen me, and said, Indeed, I shall never enjoy my desire. But when she saw my tears and my passion, they redoubled her distress on my account, and she cried, Verily, I am helpless. I warned thee against sleeping, but thou wouldest not hearken to my warning, nor did my words profit thee aught. I rejoined, By Allah, I conjure thee to explain to me the meaning of the knife and the iron dram weight. By the dram weight, replied my cousin, she alludeth to her right eye. FN number 512, and she sweareth by it, and saith, By the Lord of all creatures, and by my right eye, if thou come here again and sleep, I will cut thy throat with this very knife. And indeed I fear for thee, O my cousin, from her malice. My heart is full of anguish for thee, and I cannot speak. Nevertheless, if thou can be sure of thyself not to sleep when thou returnest to her, return to her, and beware of sleeping, and thou shalt attain thy desire. But if when returning to her thou wilt sleep, as is thy wont, she will surely slaughter thee. Asked I, What shall I do, O daughter of my uncle? I beg thee, by Allah, to help me in this my calamity. Answered she, On my head and eyes. If thou wilt hearken to my words, and do my bidding, thou shalt have thy will. Quoth I will indeed hearken to thy words and do thy bidding. And quoth she, When it is time for thee to go, I will tell thee. Then she pressed me to her bosom, and laying me on the bed, shampooed my feet, till drowsiness overcame me, and I was drowned in sleep. Then she took a fan and seated herself at my head with the fan in her hand, and she was weeping till her clothes were wet with tears. Now when she saw that I was awake, she wiped away the drops and fetched me some food and set it before me. I refused it, but she said to me, "Did I not tell thee that thou must do my bidding? Eat." So I ate and thwarted her not, and she proceeded to put the food into my mouth and I to masticate it, till I was full. Then she made me drink jujube sherbet FN number 513, and sugar, and washed my hands and dried them with a kerchief, after which she sprinkled me with rose water, and I sat with her a while in the best of spirits. When the darkness had closed in, she dressed me and said to me, "O son of my uncle, watch through the whole night and sleep not, for she will not come to thee this tide till the last of the dark hours, and, Allah willing, thou shalt be at one with her this night, but forget not my charge." Then she wept, and my heart was pained for her by reason of her overmuch weeping, and I asked, "What is the charge thou gayest me?" She answered, "When thou takest leave of her, repeat to her the verse before mentioned." So, full of joy, I left her, and repairing to the garden, went up into the pavilion where, being satiated with food, I sat down and watched till a fourth part of the dark hours was past. That night seemed longsome to me as it were a year, but I remained awake till it was 3/4 spent, and the cocks crew, and I was famished for long watching. Accordingly I went up to the table and ate my fill, whereupon my head grew heavy and I wanted to sleep, when behold, a light appeared making towards me from afar. I sprang up and washed my hands and mouth and roused myself, and before long she came with 10 damsels, in whose midst she was like the full moon among the stars. She was clad in a dress of green satin purfled with red gold, and she was as saith the poet. She lords it o'er our hearts in grass green gown, with buttons FN number 514, loose and locks long flowing down. Quoth I, "What is thy name?" Quoth she, "I'm she, who burns the lover heart live coals upon." I made my plaint to her of loving low, laughed she, "To stone thou moanest useless moan." Quoth I, "And be of hardest stone thy heart, Allah drew sweetest spring from hardest stone." When she saw me she laughed and said, "How is it that thou art awake and that sleep overcame thee not? Forasmuch as thou hast watched through the night, I know that thou art a lover, for night watching is the mark of lovers displaying brave endurance of their desires." Then she turned to her women and signed to them, and they went away from her, whereupon she came up to me and strained me to her breast and kissed me, whilst I kissed her, and she sucked my upper lip whilst I sucked her lower lip. I put my hand to her waist and pressed it, and we came not to the ground save at the same moment. Then she undid her petticoat trousers, which slipped down to her anklets, and we fell to clasping and embracing and toying and speaking softly and biting and intertwining of legs and going round about the holy house and the corners thereof, FN number 515, till her joints became relaxed for love delight and she swooned away. I entered the sanctuary, and indeed that night was a joy to the sprite and a solace to the sight, even as saith the poet. Sweetest of nights the world can show to me, that night when cups went round and round as fed by ceaseless spring, thereat a severance made I twixt mine eyes and sleep, and rejoined mine ear drop with the anklet ring. FN number 516. We lay together in close embrace till the morning, when I would have gone away, but she stopped me and said, "Stay till I tell thee something." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 119th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued his recital to Taj al-Muluk. When I would have gone away, she stopped me and said, "Stay till I tell thee something and charge thee with a charge." So I stayed whilst she unfolded a kerchief and drew out this piece of linen and spread it open before me. I found worked on it these 2 figures of gazelles and admired it with great admiration. Then I took the piece of linen and went away, joyful, after we had agreed that I should visit her every night in the garden, but in my joy I forgot to repeat to her the verse my cousin had taught me. For when giving me the piece of linen with the gazelles she had said to me, "Keep this carefully, as it is my sister's handiwork. I asked her, what is thy sister's name? And she answered, her name is Nur al-Huda. When I went to my cousin, I found her lying down, but as soon as she saw me, she rose, with the tears running from her eyes, and came up to me, and kissed me on the breast, and said, dost thou do as I enjoined thee? And repeat the verse to her? I forgot it, replied I, and nothing drove it out of my mind but these two figured gazelles. And I threw the piece of linen on the floor before her. She rose and sat down again, but was unable to contain herself for impatience, and her eyes ran over with tears, whilst she repeated these two couplets. O thou who seekest parting, softly fare. Let not the pair delude with cunning art, pair softly. Fortune's nature is to guile, an end of every meeting is to part. And when she ended her recitation, she said, O my cousin, give me this piece of linen. So I gave it to her, and she took it, and unfolding it, saw what was therein. When the tryst time came for my going to my lover, the daughter of my uncle said to me, Go, and peace attend thee, and when thou art about to leave her, recite to her the verse I taught thee long ago, and which thou didst forget. Quoth I, Tell it me again, and she repeated it. Then I went to the garden and entered the pavilion, where I found the young lad awaiting me. When she saw me, she rose and kissed me and made me sit in her lap, and we ate and drank and did our desire as before. In the morning, I repeated to her my cousin's verse, which was this. Ho, lover's soul, by Allah say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexeth youth? When she heard this, her eyes filled with tears, and she answered and said, Strive he to cure his case, to hide the truth, patiently humble self and soothe the rush. I committed it to memory and returned home rejoicing at having done my cousin's bidding. When I entered the house I found her lying down and my mother at her head keeping over her case, but as soon as I went into her my mother said to me, A foul plague on such a cousin! How couldst thou leave the daughter of thy uncle ailing and not ask what ailed her? But when my cousin saw me she raised her head and sat up and asked me, O Aziz, didst thou repeat to her the couplet I taught thee? I answered, Yes, and when she heard it she wept and recited in answer another couplet which I committed to memory. Quoth my cousin, Tell it me. I did so, and when she heard it she wept with much weeping and repeated the following verses. How shall youth care his life and doth, and every day his heart in peace is youth. In sooth he would be patient, but he findeth naught save a heart which love with pains doth. Then added my cousin, When thou goest to her as of wont, repeat to her also these two couplets which thou hast heard. I replied, Hearkening and obedience. And I went at the wonted time, to the garden, where the passed between my mistress and myself what tongue faileth to describe. When I was about to leave her, I repeated to her those two couplets of my cousin's, whereupon the tears streamed from her eyes, and she replied, If he of patience fail the truth to hide for him no cure save death my vision vieweth. I committed them to memory and returned home, and when I went into my cousin I found her fallen into a fit and my mother sitting at her head. When she heard my voice, she opened her eyes and asked, O Aziz, didst thou repeat the two couplets to her? Whereto I answered, Yes, but she wept on hearing them, and she replied with this couplet beginning, If he of patience fail, to the end. And I repeated it, whereupon my cousin swooned again, and when she came to herself, she recited these two couplets. Hearkening, obeying, with my dying mouth I greet who joy of union ne'er allow, pair fall all happy loves, and fair befall the hapless lover dying in his drouth. Again when it was night, I repaired to the garden as usual, where I found the young lady awaiting me. We sat down and ate and drank, after which we did all we wanted and slept till the morning, and, as I was going away, I repeated to her the saying of my cousin. When she heard the couplet she cried out with a loud cry and was greatly moved and exclaimed, a why, FN number 517, By Allah, she who spake these lines is dead. Then she wept and said to me, Woe to thee! How is she who spoke thus related to thee? Replied I, She is the daughter of my father's brother. Thou list, rejoined she, By Allah, were she thy cousin, thou hadst borne her the same love as she bore thee. It is thou who hast slain her, and may the Almighty kill thee as thou killedst her. By Allah, hast thou told me thou hadst a cousin, I would not have admitted thee to my favours. Quoth I, Verily it was she who interpreted to me the signs thou madest, and it was she who taught me how to come to thee and how I should deal with thee, and, but for her, I should never have been united to thee. She then asked me, Did thy cousin then know of us? And I answered, Yes, whereupon she exclaimed, Allah give thee sorrow of thy youth, even as thou hast sorrowed her youth. Then she cried to me, Go now and see after her. So I went away troubled at heart, and ceased not walking till I reached Tar Street, when I heard sounds of wailing, and asking about it, was answered, Aziza, we found her dead behind the door. I entered the house, and when my mother saw me, she said, Her death layeth heavy on thy neck, and may Allah not acquit thee of her blood. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 120th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk. So I entered the house, and when my mother saw me, she said, Her death layeth heavy on thy neck, and may Allah not acquit thee of her blood. A plague on such a cousin. Then came my father, and we laid her out and get ready her bier and buried her. And we had recitations of the whole Quran over her tomb, and we abode by her grave 3 days, after which we returned to our home, and I grieving for her grievously. Then my mother came to me and said, I would fain know what thou didst to her, to break her heart. FN number 518. For, O my son, I questioned her at all times of the cause of her complaint, that she would tell me nothing nor let me know aught of it. So Allah upon thee, tell me what thou hast been doing to her that she died. Quoth I did nothing. Quoth my mother, Allah avenge her on thee. Verily she told me naught, but kept her secret till she died of her love longings for thee. But when she died I was with her, and she opened her eyes and said to me, O wife of my uncle, may Allah hold thy son guiltless of my blood, and punish him not for what he hath done by me. And now Allah transporteth me from the house of the world which is perishable to the house of the other world which is eternal. Said I, O my daughter, Allah preserve thee and preserve thy youth. And as I questioned her of the cause of her illness, she made me no answer, but she smiled and said, O wife of my uncle, bid thy son, whenever he would go whither he goeth every day, repeat these 2 saws at his going away, Faith is fair, and faith is foul. For this is of my tender affection to him, that I am solicitous concerning him during my lifetime and after my death. Then she gave me somewhat for thee, and sware me that I would not give it until I see thee weeping for her and lamenting her death. The thing is with me, and, when I have seen thy case as I have said, I will make it over to thee. Show it me, cried I, but she would not. Then I gave myself up to love delights and thought no more of my cousin's death, for my mind was unsettled, and fain would I have been with my lover the livelong day and night. FN number 519. So hardly had I perceived the darkness fall when I betook myself to the garden, where I found the young lady sitting on coals of fire for much impatience. As soon as she was sure that she saw me, she ran to me and throwing her arms about my neck, inquired of the daughter of my uncle. I replied, Sooth to say she is dead, and we have caused the litanies and recitations of the Quran to be performed for her, and it is now 4 nights, and this be the 5th since she is gone. When she heard that, she shrieked aloud and wept and said, Did I not tell thee that thou hast slain her? Hast thou let me know of her before her death, I would have requited her the kindness she did me, in that she served me and united thee to me, for without her, we had never foregathered, we twain, and I fear lest some calamity befall thee because of thy sin against her. Quoth I, she acquitted me of offence ere she died, and I repeated to her what my mother had told me. Quoth she, Allah upon thee. When thou returnest to thy mother, learn what thing she keepeth for thee. I rejoined, my mother also said to me, before the daughter of thy uncle died, she laid a charge upon me, saying, whenever thy son would go whither he is wont to go, teach him these two saws, faith is fair, and faith is foul. When my lady heard this she exclaimed, the mercy of Almighty Allah be upon her. Indeed, she hath delivered thee from me, for I minded to do thee a mischief, but now I will not harm thee nor trouble thee. I wondered at this and asked her, what then wast thou minded to do with me in time past and we two being in bond of love? Answered she, thou art infatuated with me, for thou art young in life and a raw laddie, thy heart is void of guile and thou weetest not our malice and deceit. Were she yet alive, she would protect thee, for she is the cause of thy preservation and she hath delivered thee from destruction. And now I charge thee speak not with any woman, neither accost one of our sex, be she young or be she old, and again I say beware. For thou art simple and raw and knowest not the wiles of women and their malice, and she who interpreted the signs to thee is dead. And indeed I fear for thee, lest thou fall into some disgrace and find none to deliver thee from it, now that the daughter of thy uncle is no more. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 121st night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk. Then the young lady said to me, I fear for thee lest thou fall into some disgrace and find none to deliver thee from it. Alas for thy cousin and the pity of her. Would I had known her before her death, that I might have requited by waiting upon her the fair service she did me. The mercy of Allah Almighty be upon her, for she kept her secret and revealed not what she suffered, and but for her thou hadst never foregathered with me, no, never. But there is one thing I desire of thee. I asked, what is it? And she answered, it is that thou bring me to her grave, that I may visit her in the tomb wherein she is and write some couplets thereon. I rejoined, tomorrow, if Allah please. FN number 520, I slept with her that night, and she ceased not saying after every hour, would thou hadst told me of thy cousin before her death. And I asked her, what is the meaning of the two saws she taught me? Faith is fair, and faith is foul. But she made no answer. As soon as it was day she rose and, taking a purse of gold pieces, said to me, come, show me her tomb, that I may visit it and grave some verses thereon and build a dome over it and commend her to Allah's mercy and bestow these dinars in alms for her soul. I replied, to hear is to obey, and walked on before her, whilst she followed me, giving alms as she went and saying to all upon whom she lavished bounty, this is an alms for the soul of Aziza, who kept her counsel till she drank the cup of death and never told the secret of her love. And she stinted not thus to give alms and say, for Aziza's soul, till the purse was empty and we came to the grave. And when she looked at the tomb, she wept and threw herself on it. Then, pulling out a chisel of steel and a light hammer, she graved therewith upon the headstone in fine small characters these couplets. I passed by a broken tomb amid a garthright sheen, whereon 7 blooms of new human FN number 521, glowed with cramoisy. Quoth I, who sleepeth in this tomb? Quoth answering earth before a lover Hades tombed FN number 522, then reverently. Quoth I, may Allah help thee, O thou slain of love, and grant thee home in heaven and paradise height to see. Hapless are lovers all entombed in their tombs, where amid living folk the dust weighs heavily. Pain would I plant a garden blooming round thy grave, and water every flower with teardrops flowing free. Then she turned away in tears and I with her and returned to the garden where she said to me, by Allah, I conjure thee never leave me. To hear is to obey, replied I. Then I gave myself wholly up to her and paid her frequent visits. She was good and generous to me, and as often as I passed the night with her, she would make much of me and would ask me of the two sores my cousin Aziza told my mother, and I would repeat them to her. And matters ceased not to be on this wise, and I continued for a whole year eating and drinking and enjoying dalliance and wearing change of rich raiment until I waxed gross and fat, so that I lost all thought of sorrowing and mourning, and I clean forgot my cousin Aziza. And on New Year's Day I went to the bath, where I refreshed myself and put on a suit of sumptuous clothes. Then coming out I drank a cup of wine and smelt the scent of my new gear, which was perfumed with various essences, and my breast was broadened thereby, for I knew not the tricks of fate nor the changing ways of time. When the hour of night prayer came, I was minded to repair to my lover, but, being the worse for wine, I knew not when going to her whither I went, so my drunkenness turned me into a by-street called Syndic Street, FN number 523, and the while I walked up that street, behold, I caught sight of an old woman faring with a lighted taper in one hand, and in the other a folded letter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 122nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant, whose name was Aziz, continued to Taj al-Muluk: and when I entered the street called Syndic Street, behold, I caught sight of an old woman walking with a lighted taper in one hand and in the other a folded letter, and I drew near her, and lo, she was weeping and repeating these couplets. O glad news bearer, welcome, welcome, hail. How sweet thy speech to me, what treat thy tale, O messenger from him whose weal I love. God bless thee long as breathes soft morning gale. Now when she saw me, she asked, O my son, canst thou read? And I answered, of my officiousness, yes, old naughty. Rejoined she, then take this letter and read it to me. And when she handed it to me, I took it and unfolding it read it to her, and behold, it was from an absent man to his friends and lovers whom he greeted, and, when she heard its purport, she rejoiced at the good tidings and blessed me, saying, Allah dispel thine anxiety, even as thou hast dispelled mine. Then she took the letter and walked on. Meanwhile, I was urged by a call of nature and sat down on my heels to make water. FN number 524. When I had ended, I stood up and wiped the orifice with a pebble, and then, letting down my clothes, I was about to wend my way, when suddenly the old woman came up to me again and, bending down over my hand, kissed it and said, O my master, the Lord give thee joy of thy youth. I entreat thee to walk with me a few steps as far as yonder door, for I told them what thou didst read to me of the letter, and they believe me not. So come with me 2 steps and read them the letter from behind the door, and accept the prayers of a righteous woman. I inquired, What is the history of this letter? And she replied, O my son, this letter is from my son, who hath been absent for a term of 10 years. He set out with a stock of merchandise and tarried long in foreign parts, till we lost hope of him and supposed him to be dead. Now after all that delay cometh this letter from him, and he hath a sister who weepeth for him night and day. So I said to her, He is well and all right. But she will not believe me and declares, There is no help but thou bring me one who will read this letter in my presence, that my heart may be at rest and my mind at ease. Thou knowest, O my son, that all who love are wont to think evil, so be good enough to go with me and read to her this letter, standing behind the curtain, whilst I call his sister to listen within the door, so shalt thou dispel our heat and fulfill our need. Verily, quoth the Apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and preserve, whoso easeth the trouble of one of the troubles of this troublous world, Allah will ease him of 100 troubles, and according to another tradition, whoso easeth his brother of one of the troubles of this troublous world, Allah shall relieve him of 72 troubles on the day of resurrection. And I have betaken myself to thee, So disappoint me not. Replied I, to hear is to obey. Do thou go before me. So she walked on distancing me, and I followed her a little way, till she came to the gate of a large and handsome mansion whose door was plated with copper. FN number 525. I stood behind the door, whilst the old woman cried out in Persian, and ere I knew it a damsel ran up with light and nimble step. She had tucked up her trousers to her knees, so that I saw a pair of calves that confounded thinker and lighter, and the maid herself was as saith the poet describing her. O thou who bearest leg calf, better to suggest for passion madded amorist better things above. Towards its leather cloth the bowl go round and run, cup FN number 526, and cup bearer only driver staffed with love. FN number 527. Now these legs were like two pillars of alabaster adorned with anklets of gold, wherein were set stones of price. And the damsel had tucked up the end of her gown under her armpit, and had rolled up her sleeves to the elbow, so that I could see her white wrists, whereon were two pairs of bracelets with clasps of great pearls, and round her neck was a collar of costly gems. Her ears were adorned with pendants of pearls, and on her head she wore a kerchief FN number 528, of brocade, brand new and broidered with jewels of price. And she had thrust the skirt of her shift into her trousers string, being busy with some household business. So when I saw her in this undress, I was confounded at her beauty, for she was like a shining sun. Then she said, with soft, choice speech, Never heard I sweeter, O my mother. Is this he who cometh to read the letter? It is, replied the old woman, and she put out her hand to me with the letter. Now between her and the door was a distance of about half a rod FN number 529, so I stretched forth my hand to take the letter from her and thrust head and shoulders within the door, thinking to draw near her and read the letter when, before I knew what her design was, the old woman butted her head against my back and pushed me forwards with a letter in my hand, so that ere I could take thought I found myself in the middle of the hall far beyond the vestibule. Then she entered, faster than a flash of blinding leven, and had naught to do but to shut the door. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 123rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth Aziz pursued to Taj al-Muluk. When the old woman pushed me forwards I found myself, ere I could think, inside the vestibule, and the old woman entered faster than a flash of blinding levy and had naught to do but to shut the door. When the girl saw me in the vestibule, she came up to me and strained me to her bosom, and threw me to the floor. Then she sat astraddle upon my breast and kneaded my belly with her fingers, till I well nigh lost my senses. Thereupon she took me by the hand and led me, unable to resist for the violence of her pressure, through 7 vestibules, whilst the old woman forewent us with a lighted candle, till we came to a great saloon with 4 estrades whereon a horseman might play polo. FN number 530, here she released me, saying, Open thine eyes. So I opened them, still giddy for the excess of her embracing and pressing, and saw that the whole saloon was built of the finest marbles and alabasters, and all its furniture was of silk and brocade, even to the cushions and mattresses. Therein also were 2 benches of yellow brass and couch of red gold, set with pearls and precious stones, befitting none save kings like thyself. And off the saloon were smaller sitting rooms, and the whole place was redolent of wealth. Then she asked, O Aziz, which is liefer to thee, life or death? Life, answered I, and she said, If life be liefer to thee, marry me. Quoth I, Indeed I should hate to marry the like of thee. Quoth she, If thou marry me thou wilt at least be safe from the daughter of Dalilah the wily one. FN number 531. I asked, And who be that daughter of the wily one? Whereupon she laughed and replied, 'Tis she who hath companied with thee this day for a year and 4 months, May the Almighty destroy and afflict her with one worse than herself. By Allah, there liveth not a more perfidious than she. How many men hath she not slain before thee, and what deeds hath she not done? Nor can I understand how thou hast been all the time in her company, yet she hath not killed thee nor done thee a mischief. When I heard her words, I marvelled with exceeding marvel and said, O my lady, who made thee to know her? Said she, I know her as the age knoweth its calamities, but now I would fain have thee tell me all that hath passed between you two, that I may ken the cause of thy deliverance from her. So I told her all that had happened between us, including the story of my cousin Aziza. She expressed her pity when she heard of the death, and her eyes ran over with tears, and she clapped hands on hand and cried out, her youth was lost on Allah's way. FN number 532, and may the Lord bless thee for her good works. By Allah, O Aziz, she who died for thee was the cause of thy preservation from the daughter of Dalia the Wily, and, but for her, thou hadst been lost. And now she is dead. I fear for thee from the crafty one's perfidy and mischief, but my throat is choking and I cannot speak. Quoth I, by Allah, all this happened even as thou sayest. And she shook her head and cried, there liveth not this day the like of Aziza. I continued, and on her deathbed she bade me repeat to my lover these two saws, faith is fair, and faith is foul. When she heard me say this, she exclaimed, O Aziz, by Allah those same words save thee from dying by her hand, and now my heart is at ease for thee from her, for she will never kill thee, and the daughter of thy uncle preserved thee during her lifetime and after her death. By Allah, I have desired thee day after day but could not get at thee till this time when I tricked thee and outwitted thee, for thou art a raw youth. FN number 533, and knowest not the wiles of young women nor the deadly guile of old women. Rejoined I, no, by Allah. Then said she to me, be of good cheer and eyes clear, the dead hath found Allah's grace, and the live shall be in good case. Thou art a handsome youth, and I do not desire thee but according to the ordinance of Allah and his apostle, on whom be salutation and salvation. Whatever thou requirest of money and stuff, thou shalt have forthright without stint, and I will not impose any toil on thee, no, never, for there is with me always bread baked hot and water in pot. All I need of thee is that thou do with me even as the cock doth. I asked, and what doth the cock? Upon this she laughed and clapped her hands and fell over on her back for excess of merriment. Then she sat up and smiled and said, O light of my eyes, really dost thou not know what cock's duty is? No, by Allah, replied I, and she, the cock's duty is to eat and drink and tread. I was abashed at her words and asked, is that the cock's duty? Yes, answered she. And all I ask of thee now is to gird thy loins and strengthen thy will and fetter thy best. Then she clapped her hands and cried out, saying, O my mother, bring forward those who are with thee. And behold, in came the old woman accompanied by 4 lawful witnesses, and carrying a veil of silk. Then she lighted 4 candles, whilst the witnesses saluted me and sat down. And the girl veiled herself with the veil and deputed one of them to execute the contract on her behalf. So they wrote out the marriage bond, and she testified to have received the whole sum settled upon her, both the half in advance and the half in arrears, and that she was indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 124th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk, when they wrote out the marriage contract. She testified to having received the whole sum settled upon her, the half in advance and the half in arrears, and that she was indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams. She paid the witnesses their wage, and they withdrew whence they came. Thereupon she arose and cast off her clothes and stood in a chemise of fine silk edged with gold lace, after which she took off her trousers and seized my hand and led me up to the couch, saying, there is no sin in a lawful put in. She lay down on the couch outspread upon her back, and, drawing me on to her breast, heaved a sigh and followed it up with a wriggle by way of being coy. Then she pulled up the shift above her breasts, and when I saw her in this pose, I could not withhold myself from thrusting it into her, after I had sucked her lips, whilst she whimpered and shammed shame and wept when no tears came, and then said she, "Oh my beloved, do it, and do thy best." Indeed the case reminded me of his saying, who said, "When I drew up her shift from the roof of her cointy, I found it as straight as my mind and my money, so I drove it halfway," and she sighed a loud sigh. Quoth I, "Why this sigh?" "For the rest of it, honey." And she repeated, "Oh my beloved, let the finish be made, for I am thine handmaid. My life on thee, up with it. Give it me, all of it, that I may take it in my hand and thrust it into my very vitals." And she ceased not to excite me with sobs and sighs and amorous cries in the intervals of kissing and clasping, until amid our murmurs of pleasure we attained the supreme delight and the term we had in sight. We slept together till the morning, when I would have gone out, but lo! She came up to me, laughing, and said, So, thinkest thou that going into the hammam is the same as going out? FN number 534, dost thou deem me to be the like of the daughter of Adawala the wily one? Beware of such a thought, for thou art my husband by contract and according to law. If thou be drunken, return to thy right mind, and know that the house wherein thou art openeth but one day in every year. Go down and look at the great door." So I arose and went down and found the door locked and nailed up, and returned and told her of the locking and nailing. "O Aziz," said she, "we have in this house flour, grain, fruits and pomegranates, sugar, meat, sheep, poultry and so forth enough for many years, and the door will not be open till after the lapse of a whole 12-month, and well I weet thou shalt not find thyself without this house till then." Quoth I, "There is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." "And how can this harm thee?" rejoined she, "seeing thou knowest cock's duty, whereof I told thee?" Then she laughed and I laughed too, and I conformed to what she said and abode with her, doing cock's duty and eating and drinking and fetching for a year of full 12 months, during which time she conceived by me, and I was blessed with a babe by her. On the New Year's Day I heard the door opened, and behold, men came in with cakes and flour and sugar. Upon this, I would have gone out, but my wife said, "Wait till supper tide and go out even as thou camest in." So I waited till the hour of night prayer and was about to go forth in fear and trembling, when she stopped me, saying, "By Allah, I will not let thee go until thou swear to come back this night before the closing of the door." I agreed to this, and she swore me a solemn oath on blade and book, FN number 535, and the oath of divorce to boot, that I would return to her. Then I left her, and going straight to the garden, found the door open as usual, whereat I was angry and said to myself, "I have been absent this whole year and come here unawares and find the place open as of wont. I wonder, is the damsel still here as before? I needs must enter and see before I go to my mother, more by reason that it is now nightfall." So I entered the flower garden, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Volume 2. Volume 2 Footnotes. FN number 1, supplementarily to Note 2, p. 2, FN number 2 Volume 1 and Note 2, p. 14, FN number 21 of Volume 1, Volume I may add that Shahrazad, in the Shams al-Logat, is the PN of a king. L. Langels, Les Voyages de Sindbad le Marin et la Ruse des Femmes, first appended to Savary's Grammar and reprinted 12 Mo pp. 161 plus 113, Imprimerie Royale, Paris, M.D.CCC 14, explains it by Les Hypers, La Butte de la Ville, and he is followed by A. de Biberstein, Kazimirsky, Enzeljulis Paris, Barrois, 1847. Esteli, Orient. Collect, makes Shah AD equals town born, and others an Arabization of Cherazad, free of face, ingenuous of countenance, the petty nom of Queen Humay, for whom see the terminal essay. The name of the sister, whom the Fireist converts into a Garomina, or nurse, vulgarly written Dinarzad, would equals child of gold pieces, freed by gold pieces, or one who has no need of gold pieces. Dinzad equals child of faith and Danazad, proposed by Langels, free from debt. I have adopted McNugden's Dinazad. Shahia, which Scott hideously writes Sharia, is translated by the Shams, king of the world, absolute monarch and the court of Ainashir one, while the Burhani Katia renders it a king of kings, and PN of a town. Shahbaz is also the PN of a town in Samarkand. FN number 2, Arab. Malik, here used as in our story books. Pompey was a wise and powerful king, says the Jester Manoram. This king is, as will appear, a regent or governor under Harun al-Rashid. In the next tale he is viceroy of Damascus, where he is also called Sultan. FN number 3, the Bull Edit. Gives the lines as follows: The lance was his pen, and the hearts of his foes his paper, and dipped he in blood for ink. Hence our sires entitled the spear Katdia, meaning that with all man shall write, I think. The pun is in Katdia, which may mean a writer, feminine, and also a spear, from Kathaja, a tract in the province Al-Bahrain, Persian Gulf, and Oman, where the best Indian bamboos were landed and fashioned into lances. Imralkis, Mu al-Akavi. 4. Sings of our dark spears firmly wrought of Katdian cane, Al-Buzairi of the brown lances of Kat, also Sili Bidvi. 50. And Harmasur pp. 26, 231, and thou notes the spears of Kat and Rudanian lances. Rudana is said to have been the wife of one Samar, the Farara of lances. Others make her the wife of Al-Khazab and hold Sambar to be a town in Abyssinia where the best weapons were manufactured. The pen is the calamus or kalam, reed cut for pen, of which the finest and hardest are brought from Java. They require the least ribbing. The rhetorical figure in the text is called Hasnal Tulil, our etiology, and is as admirable to the Arabs as it appears silly to us. FN number 4, he loves folk is high praise, meaning something more than benevolence and beneficence. Like charity, it covers a host of sins. FN number 5, the sentence is euphuistic. FN number 6, Arab. Rub equals syrup, a word Europeanized by the Rob affector. FN number 7, the septentrion is or 4 oxen and their wain. FN number 8, the list fatally reminds us of astronomy and the use of the globes. Shakespeare and the musical glasses. FN number 9, the octave occurs in night 15. I quote Drins, p. 360, by way of variety. FN number 10, a courteous formula of closing with the offer. FN number 11, to express our change of climate. Easterns say, change of water and air, water coming first. FN number 12, the sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Psalm 6. Easterns still believe in the blighting effect of the moon's rays, which the northerners of Europe, who view it under different conditions, are pleased to deny. I have seen a hale and hearty Arab, after sitting an hour in the moonlight, look like a man fresh from a sickbed, and I knew an Englishman in India whose face was temporarily paralyzed by sleeping with it exposed to the moon. FN number 13, the Negroids and Negroes of Zanzibar. FN number 14, that is why not make thy heart as soft as thy sides. The converse of this was reported at Paris during the Empire, when a man had by mistake pinched a very high personage. Ah, madam, if your heart be as hard as what he had pinched, I am a lost man. FN number 15. Naman is said to one after bathing or head shaving, the proper reply, for in the East every sign of ceremony has its countersign, is Allah benefit thee. Pilgrimage I. 11, 3. 285, Lane M. E. Chaps. 8. Course and Percival's Arabic Grammar, etc., etc. I have given this specimen, the Pilgrimage I. 122, not only of sign and countersign, but also of the rhyming repartee which rakes love. Hanan. Pleasant to thee. Said when a man drinks. Allah pleasure thee. Allah Euhanic which anots and other ruffians perverted to Allah Yannick. Allah copulate with thee, thou drinkest for 10. I am the cock and thou art the hen. That is a passive catamite. Nay, I am the thick one, the penis which gives pleasure, and thou art the thin. And so forth with most unpleasant pleasantries. FN number 16, in the old version she is called the fair Persian, probably from the owner. Her name means the cheerer of the companion. FN number 17, pronounced Noradin. I give the name written in Arabic. FN number 18, amongst Muslims, I have said, it is held highly disgraceful when the sound of women's cries can be heard by outsiders. FN number 19, in a case like this, the father would be justified by rasm, or usage, not by Quranic law, in playing Brutus with his son. The same would be the case in a detected intrigue with a paternal concubine and, in very strict houses, with a slave girl. FN number 20, Orientals fear the Sagar draft as much as Germans, and with even a better reason. Drafts are most dangerous in hot climates. FN number 21, the unity of the Godhead and the apostleship of Muhammad. FN number 22, this would be done only in the case of the very poor. FN number 23, prayers over the dead are not universal in Islam, but when they are recited they lack the sajda or prostration. FN number 24, or, of the first and the last, that is Muhammad, who claimed, and claimed justly, to be the seal or head and end of all prophets and prophecy. For note that whether the Arab be held inspired or a mere impostor, no man making the same pretension has moved the world since him. Mr. J. Smith the Mormon, to mention one in a myriad, made a bold attempt and failed. FN number 25, that is flatterers. FN number 26, in one matter Muslims contrast strongly with Christians, by most scrupulously following the example of their lawgiver, hence they are the model conservatives. But, European Christendom is here, as in other things, curiously contradictory. For instance, it still keeps a feast of the circumcision, and practically holds circumcision in horror. Eastern Christians, however, have not wholly abolished it, and the Abyssinians, who find it a useful hygienic precaution, still practice it. For ulcers, syphilis and other venereals which are readily caught in Egypt become dangerous in the highlands of Ethiopia. FN number 27, Arab. Sabab, the rig. And material sense of the word, hence a cause, etc. FN number 28, thus he broke his promise to his father, and it is insinuated that retribution came upon him. FN number 29, O pilgrim, ya hajj, is a polite address even to those who have not pilgrimaged. The feminine hajja, in Egypt pronounced hagga, is similarly used. FN number 30, Arab. Uzul equals roots, that is I have not forgotten my business. FN number 31, Muslims from Central and Western North Africa. Pilgrimage I. 261, 3. 7, etc. The Jabati is the Muslim Abyssinian. FN number 32, this is a favorite bit of chaff and is to be lengthened out almost indefinitely. For example, every brown thing is not civet nor every shining thing a diamond, every black thing is not charcoal nor every white chalk, every red thing is not a ruby nor every yellow a topaz, every long-necked thing is not a camel, etc., etc., etc. FN number 33, he gives him the name of his grandfather, a familiar usage. FN number 34, Arab. Majana, a place for making unbaked bricks, dog equals span. Adobe, with chaff and bruised or charred straw. The use of this article in rainless lands dates from ages immemorial, and formed the outer walls of the Egyptian temple. FN number 35, Arab. Barsh, a bit of round matting used by the poor as a seat. The wazir thus showed that he had been degraded to the condition of a mat maker. FN number 36, the growth, a po of two species, which named Wadi Hafa, vulg. Hafa, of which the home public has of late heard perhaps a trifle too much. Burkhardt, Prof. 226, renders it dry reads incorrectly enough. FN number 37, this Hashimi vein, as they call it, was an abnormal development between the eyes of the house of Abbas, inherited from the great-grandfather of the Prophet, and the latter had it remarkably large, swelling in answer and battle rage. The text, however, may read the sweat of wrath, etc. FN number 38, Terence and Payne prefer ilm equals knowledge. Lane has more correctly alam equals a sign, a flag. FN number 39, the lines were in Night 11, I have quoted Terence, p. 379, for a change. FN number 40, still customary in Tigris-Euphrates land, where seacraft has not changed since the days of Xerxes, and long before. FN number 41, to cool the contents. FN number 42, hence the Khedivial Palace near Cairo Khazar-al-Nazar, literally, of delights, one of those flimsy new Cairo buildings which contrast so marvelously with the architecture of ancient and even of medieval Egypt, and which are covering the land with modern ruins. Compare Muhammad Ali's mosque in the citadel with the old Sultan Hassan. A popular tale is told that, when the conquering Turk, Yoğurt Sultan Selim, first visited Cairo, they led him to Mosque Calgary. This is a splendid saloon, quoth he. When he entered Sultan Hassan, he exclaimed, this is a citadel, but after inspecting the Mosque Al-Mu'ayyad he cried, 'tis a veritable place of prayer, a fit stead for the faithful to adore the Eternal. FN number 43, Arab. Gardeners are very touchy on this point. A friend of mine was on a similar occasion addressed, in true Egyptian lingo, by an old Adam's son, Ya ibn al-Kalb. Bitamile? O dog's son, what art thou up to? FN number 44, the green palm stick is of the trees of paradise, say the Arabs in Solomonic style but not Solomonic words, so I spare the rod, etc. FN number 45, wayfarers, travellers who have a claim on the kindness of those at home, hence Abd al-Rahman al-Bryce sings in his famous ode : he hath claim on the dwellers in the places of their birth, whoso wandereth the world, for he lacketh him a home. It is given in my first footsteps in East Africa, pages 53 to 55. FN number 46, the good old man treated the youth like a tired child. FN number 47, in Muslim writings the dove and turtle dove are mostly feminine, whereas the female bird is always mute and only the male sings to summon or to amuse his mate. FN number 48, an unsavory comparison of the classical Narcissus with the yellow white of the nigger's eyes. FN number 49, a tree whose coals burn with fierce heat, Al-Hariri, 5th Seance. This Artemisia is like the tamarisk but a smaller growth and is held to be a characteristic of the Arabian desert. A Badawi always hails with pleasure the first sight of the Gaza, after he has sojourned for a time away from his wilds. Mr. Palgrave, I. 38, describes the Garda as an euphorbia with a woody stem often 5-6 feet high and slender, flexible green twigs, forming a feathery tuft, not ungraceful to the eye, while it affords some shelter to the traveller, and food to his camels. FN number 50, Arab. Salam equals S. Allah alayhi wa salam. Allah be less hate him ndk ep equals Allah keep him undersane. FN number 51, the ass is held to be a lomond. I have noticed the braying elsewhere. According to Mandeville the devil did not enter the ark with the ass, but he left it when Noah said Benedicite. In his day, AD 1322, and in that of Benjamin of Tudela, people had seen and touched the ship on Ararat, the Judi, Gordiway, mountains, and this dates from Berossus, SC 250, who, of course, refers to the Ark of Xisisthros. See Josephus and I. 3, 6, and Rodwell, Gran, pp. 65, 530. FN number 52, as would happen at a zikr, rogation or litany. Those who wish to see how much can be made of the subject will read Pearls of the Faith, or Islam's Rosary, being the 99 beautiful names of Allah, Asma el-Husna, etc. by Edwin Arnold, London, Trubner, 1883. FN number 53, that is the Saki, Kaboy or Kapera. Moon-faced, as I have shown elsewhere, is no compliment in English, but it is in Persian and Arabic. FN number 54, he means we are Zahiri, plain honest Muslims, not Baitini, Gnostics, ergo reprobates, and so forth, who disregard all appearances and external ordinances. This suggests his opinion of Sheikh Ibrahim and possibly refers to Jaffar's suspected heresy. FN number 55, this worthy will be noticed in a subsequent page. FN number 56, Arab. Lisam, the end of the kufiya, or head kerchief passed over the face under the eyes and made fast on the other side. This mouth veil serves as a mask, eyes not being recognizable, and defends from heat, cold and thirst. I also believe that hooding the eyes with this article, Badawi fashion, produces a sensation of the coolness, at any rate a marked difference of apparent temperature, somewhat like a pair of dark spectacles or looking at the sea from a sandy shore. Pilgrimage I, 210 and 346. The woman's lisam, chin veil, or yashmak is noticed in I, 337. FN number 57. Most characteristic is this familiarity between the greatest man then in the world and his pauper subject. The fisherman alludes to a practice of al-Islaman, instituted by Caliph Omar, that all rulers should work at some handicraft in order to spare the public treasure. Hence Sultan Mu'ayyad of Cairo was a calligrapher who sold his handwriting, and his example was followed by the Turkish sultans Muhammad, Abd al-Majid and Abd al-Aziz. German royalties prefer carpentering and Louis XVI, watchmaking. FN number 58, there will be nothing singular in this request. The democracy of despotism levels all men outside the pale of politics and religion. FN number 59, Wallahi Ta'ib. An exclamation characteristic of the Egyptian Muslim. FN number 60, the pretended fisherman's name Ka-im equals the generous. FN number 61, such an act of generosity would appear to Europeans well nigh insanity, but it is quite in Arab manners. Witness the oft-quoted tale of Hatim and his horse. As a rule the Arab is the reverse of generous, contrasting badly, in this point, with his cousin the Jew, hence his ideal of generosity is of the very highest. The generous, that is liberal, is Allah's friend, aye, though he be a sinner, and the miser is Allah's foe, aye, though he be a saint. Indian Muslims call a skinflint makichus equals fly sucker. Pilgrimage I. 242. FN number 62, Arab. Amadu ad or Wadu ad, an initiatory formula attributed to Qas ibn Sadat al-Adi, Bishop of Najran, the town in al-Yemen which Turbalot calls Negairan, and a famous preacher in Muhammad's day, hence more eloquent than Qas, Maydani, Arab. Prof. 189. He was the first to address letters with the incept, from A to B, and the first who preached from a pulpit and who leant on a sword or a staff when discoursing. Many Muslims date Amadu ad from the Prophet David, relying upon a passage of the Quran, 38:19. FN number 63, Arab. Nasf equals half, a dirham, vulgarly pronounced nes, and synonymous with the Egypt. Fada equals silver, the Greek asper, and the Turkish para. It is the smallest Egyptian coin, made of very base metal and, the being 40 to the piastre, it is worth nearly a quarter of a farthing. FN number 64. The two literal Turns and Lane make the Caliph give the gardener lad the clothes in which he was then clad, forgetting, like the author or copier, that he wore the fisherman's lousy suit. FN number 65. In sign of confusion, disappointment and so forth, not biting his nails, which is European and utterly un-Asiatic. FN number 66. See lines like these in Night 13. I. 136. The sentiment is right. FN number 67. The Arab will still stand under his ruler's palace and shout aloud to attract his attention. Sayyid Said, known as the Imam of Muscat, used to encourage the patriarchal practice. Muhammad repeatedly protested against such unceremonious conduct. Quran Sif 11, etc. The 3 times of privacy. Quran CV 57. Are before the dawn prayer, during the siesta, noon, and after the even prayer. FN number 68. The judges of the 4 orthodox schools. FN number 69. That none might see it or find it ever after. FN number 70. Arab. Khat Sharif equals a royal autographic letter. The term is still preserved in Turkey, but Europeans will write at. FN number 71. Meaning little tomcat, a dim. Of kit vulg. Cut or gut. FN number 72. Arab. Matmara, the Algerine Matamare silo, made familiar to England by the invention of ensilage. FN number 73. The old Mustafa equals Muhammad. This intercession doctrine is fiercely disputed. Pilgrimage 2. 77. The Apostle of Al-Islam seems to have been unable to make up his mind upon the subject, and modern opinion amongst Muslims is apparently borrowed from the Christians. FN number 74, Lane, I. 486, curiously says, the place of the stagnation of blood, yet he had translated the word aright in the introduction, I. 41. I have noticed that the natter is made like the sufra, of well-tanned leather, with rings in the periphery, so that a thong passed through turns it into a bag. The sufra used for provisions has usually yellow, with a black border and small pouches for knives or spoons. Pilgrimage I. 111. FN number 75. This improbable detail shows the Caliph's greatness. FN number 76. Cousin is here a term of familiarity, our gods. FN number 77, that is without allowing them a moment's delay to change clothes. FN number 78, that is according to my nature, birth, blood, the race. FN number 79, our job. The English translators of the Bible, who borrowed Luther's system of transliteration, of AD 1522, transferred into English the German J, which has the sound of I or Y, intending us to pronounce Jacob, or Jacob, Jericho, Yemnites, Job, or Hiob, Nuda. Tyndall, who copied Luther, AD 1525-26, preserved the true sound by writing Jacob, Ben-Yamin and Eudas. But his successors unfortunately returned to the German, the initial I, having from the 13th century been ornamentally lengthened and bent leftwards, became a consonant. The public adopted the vernacular sound of J, D, A, and hence our language and our literature are disgraced by such barbarisms as Jehovah and Jesus, Jehovah and Jesus for Jehovah and Jesus. Future generations of school teachers may remedy the evil, meanwhile we are doomed for the rest of our days to hear Jerusalem, Jerusalem, etc. Nor is the one word to be said in favor of the corruption except that, like the Protestant mispronunciation of Latin and the Erasmian ill-articulation of Greek, it has become English, and has lent its little aid in dividing the Britons from the rest of the civilized world. FN number 80, the moon, I repeat, is masculine in the so-called Semitic tongues. FN number 81, that is camel loads, about £300, and for long journeys £250. FN number 82, Arab. Janaza, so called only when carrying a corpse, else Nash, Sari or Tibet, Iran being the large hearse on which chiefs are borne. It is made of plank or stickwork, but there are several varieties. Lane, M. E. Chaps. 28. FN number 83. It is meritorious to accompany the funeral cortege of a Muslim even for a few paces. FN number 84. Otherwise he could not have joined in the prayers. FN number 85. Arab. Halwa made of sugar, cream, almonds, etc. that of Muscat is famous throughout the East. FN number 86. That is camphor to a Negro, as we say snowball, by the figure antiphrase. FN number 87. Little good luck, a dim form of bact equals luck, a Persian word naturalized in Egypt. FN number 88. There are, as I have shown, not a few cannibal tribes in Central Africa, and these at times find their way into the slave market. FN number 89. That is after we bar the door. FN number 90. Arab. Jewish from Turk. Chush, Giush, a sergeant, pursue Ivant, royal messenger. I would suggest that this is the word Shalish or Jalish in Al-Sinti's History of the Caliphs, p. 501, translated by Carlyle Millets, by Schwittens Sagittarius and by J.Ret Pictroops. FN number 91. This familiarity with blackamoor slave boys is common in Egypt and often ends as in the story. Egyptian blood is sufficiently mixed with Negro to breed inclination for miscegenation. But here the girl was wickedly neglected by her mother at such an age as 10. FN number 92, Arab. Faj, hence a facetious designation of the other sex is Zor il-Furuj, grammatically Zawat il-Furuj equals Habant Rimam, slit ones. FN number 93. This ancient and venerable practice of inspecting the marriage sheet is still religiously preserved in most parts of the East, and in old-fashioned Muslim families. It is publicly exposed in the harem to prove that the domestic calamity, the daughter, went to her husband a clean maid. Also the general idea is that no blood will impose upon the exerts, or jury of matrons, except that of a pigeon poult which exactly resembles hymeneal blood when not subjected to the microscope. This belief is universal in southern Europe, and I have heard of it in England. Further details will be given in Night Xi. FN number 94, Agur Turk. Equals Sir, Gentleman, is, I have said, politely addressed to a eunuch. FN number 95, as Bucket tells us he lost only his testes. Consequently his erectio et distensio penis was as that of a boy before puberty, and it would last as long as his heart and circulation kept sound. Hence the eunuch who preserves his penis is much prized in the zenana, where some women prefer him to the entire man, on account of his long performance of the deed of kind. Of this more in a future page. FN number 96. It is, or rather was the custom in Egypt and Syria to range long rows of fine china bowls along the shelves running round the rooms at the height of 6 or 7 feet, and they formed a magnificent cornice. I bought many of them at Damascus till the people, learning their value, asked prohibitive prices. FN number 97. The tale is interesting as well as amusing, excellently describing the extravagance still practiced in middle-class Muslim families on the death of the paterfamilias. I must again note that Arab women are much more unwilling to expose the back of the head covered by the daha, head veil, than the face, which is hidden by the burqa or nosebag. FN number 98. The usual hysterical laughter of this nervous race. FN number 99. Here the slave refuses to be set free and starve. For a master so to do without ample reasons is held disgraceful. I well remember the weeping and wailing throughout signed when an order from Sir Charles Napier set free the Negroes whom British philanthropy thus doomed to endure if not to die of hunger. FN number 100, Manumission, which is founded upon Roman law, is an extensive subject discussed in the Hidayah and other canonical works. The slave here lays down the law incorrectly, but his claim shows his truly nigger impudence. FN number 101. This is quite true to nature. The most remarkable thing in the wild Central African is his enormous development of destructiveness. At Zanzibar I never saw a slave break a glass or plate without a grin or a chuckle of satisfaction. FN number 102, Arab. Kasne Kazyadani, Vulg, being the testicles, also called Bayzatan, the two eggs, a double entendre which has given rise to many tales. For instance, in the witty Persian book Dost o Kazi, the thief and the judge, a footpad strips the man of learning and offers to return his clothes if he can ask him a puzzle in law or religion. The Kazi, in folklore mostly a fool, fails, and his wife bids him ask the man to supper for a trial of wits on the same condition. She begins with compliments and ends by producing 5 eggs which she would have him distribute equally amongst the 3, and, when he is perplexed, she gives 1 to each of the men, taking 3 for herself. Whereupon the Dost wends his way, having lost his booty as his extreme stupidity deserved. In the text the eunuch, Kafir, is made a sandal or smooth-shaven, so that he was of no use to women. FN number 103, Arab. Gra, the lowest possible word, yagra, is the commonest of insults, used also by modest women. I have heard one say it to her son. FN number 104, Arab. Kama, a measure of length, a fathom, also called bar. Both are omitted in that sadly superficial book, Lane's Modern Egyptians, App. B. FN number 105, names of her slave girls which mean, in order, garden bloom, dawn, or beautiful, tree o pearl, p. n. Of Saladin's wife, light of, right, direction, star o the moon lewdness, equals shower. I suppose this is a chaff, delight, sweetmeat and Ms. Pretty. FN number 106. This mode of disposing of a rival was very common in harems. But it had its difficulties, and on the whole the river was, and is, preferred. FN number 107. An Eastern dislikes nothing more than drinking in a dim dingy place. The brightest lights seem to add to his drink appetite. FN number 108. He did not sleep with her because he suspected some palace mystery which suggested prudence. She also had her reasons. FN number 109. This as called in Egypt Allah. Lane M. E. Chaps. I. FN number 110. It would be a broad ribbon-like band upon which the letters could be worked. FN number 111. In the Arab. He cried. These yes, yes, and no, no, trifles are very common amongst the Arabs. FN number 112, Arab. Maragalit. Rubbed his face on them like a fawning dog. Ghanim is another softy lover, a favourite character in Arab tales, and by way of contrast, the girl is masterful enough. FN number 113. Because the Abbasid caliphs descend from Al-Abbas, paternal uncle of Muhammad, text means more explicitly, O descendant of the Prophet's uncle. FN number 114. The most terrible part of the Belle Passion in the East is that the beloved will not allow her lover leave of absence for an hour. FN number 115. It is hard to preserve these wretched puns. In the original we have osprey, or branch, of Kapari's shrub, araki, which has been thinned of leaf and fruit, tajna, that is, whose fruit, the hymen, has been plucked before and not by me. I see thee, araka, against me sinning, dajni. FN number 116. Apparently the writer forgets that the Abbasid banners and dress were black, originally a badge of mourning for the Imam Ibrahim bin Muhammad put to death by the Umayyad Caliph Al-Marwan. The modern Egyptian mourning, like the old Persian, is indigo blue of the darkest, but, as before noted, the custom is by no means universal. FN number 117, Quran, chaps. 4. In the East as elsewhere the devil quotes scripture. FN number 118, a servant returning from a journey shows his master due honor by appearing before him in travelling suit and uncleaned. FN number 119, the first name means rattan, the second willow wand, from the ban or caliph the Egyptian willow, Salix aegyptiatulin, vulgarly called safsaf. Fazl holds the ban to be a different variety. FN number 120, Arab. Dam, which has many meanings. In mod parlance it would signify millet holcus seed. FN number 121, that is I well know how to deal with him. FN number 122, the pen, title of the Quranic chaps. XVI, and the preserved tablet, before explained. FN number 123, these plunderings were sanctioned by custom. But a few years ago, when the Turkish soldiers mutinied about arrears of pay, often delayed for years, the governing pasha would set fire to the town and allow the men to loot what they pleased during a stated time. Roche, Soydisant Terracotta, amusingly describes this maneuver of the Turkish governor of Al-Hodeidah in The Last Generation. Pilgrimage 3. 381. FN number 124. Another cenotaph whose use was to enable women to indulge in their pet pastime of weeping and wailing in company. FN number 125. The lodging of pauper travellers, as the chapel in Iceland is of the wealthy. I have often taken benefit of the mosque, but as a rule it is unpleasant, the matting being not only torn but overpopulous. Juvenal seems to allude to the Jewish synagogue similarly used, in Quate Guero Prosica 3. 296, and in Acts 3. We find the lame, blind and impotent in the temple porch. FN number 126. This foul sort of vermin is supposed to be bred by perspiration. It is an epoch in the civilized traveller's life when he catches his first louse. FN number 127. The Muslim peasant is a kind-hearted man and will make many sacrifices for a sick stranger even of another breed. It is a manner of pandona with the village. FN number 128. Such treatment of innocent women was only too common under the Caliphate and in contemporary Europe. FN number 129. This may also mean, and heaven will reward thee, but common men do not usually accept any drafts upon futurity. FN number 130. He felt that he was being treated like a corpse. FN number 131. This hatred of the hospital extends throughout southern Europe, even in places where it is not justified. FN number 132. The importance of the pillow, Wizad Warmakada, to the sick man is often recognized in the nights. He took to his pillow as equals took to his bed. FN number 133. I.E. in order that the reverend men, who do not render such suit and service gratis, might pray for him. FN number 134. The reader will notice in the nights the frequent mention of these physical prognostications, with which mesmerists are familiar. FN number 135. The Purs. Name of the planet Saturn in the seventh heaven. Arab. Zu, the Ocean of Amos Vi. 26. FN number 136. That is, pardon me if I injured, a popular phrase. FN number 137. A seduction, a charmer. The double entendre has before been noticed. FN number 138. This nightly tale, the longest in the nights, xlif.cxlv, about 1/8 of the whole, does not appear in the Brez. Edit. Lane, who finds it objectionable, reduces it to 2 of its episodes, Aziz Kamaziza and Dajjal Muluk. On the other hand, it has been converted into a volume, 8 pp. 240, Shkarkan, Conti Arab, etc. to do it par M. Aslan Riche, etc. Paris, Don de Dupe. 1829. It has its lungs and at times has longsome enough, but it is interesting as a comparison between the chivalry of Al-Islam and European knight-errantry. Although all the characters are fictitious, the period is evidently in the early crusading days. Sisera, the second capital of Palestine, taken during the Caliphate of Omar, AH 19, and afterwards recovered, was fortified in AH 353 equals 963 as a base against the Arabs by the Emperor Phocas, the Arab. Nak that is Nicephorus. In AH 498 equals 1104, crusading craft did much injury by plundering merchantmen between Egypt and Syria, to which allusion is found in the romance. But the storyteller has not quite made up his mind about which Sisera he is talking, and M. Riche tells us that Sisera is of Ile de la Mauritanie, in Afrique, p. 20. FN number 139, the 5th Umayyad Caliph reign. AH 6586 equals 685 704. FN number 140. This does not merely mean that no one was safe from his wrath, or could approach him in the heat of fight. It is a reminiscence of the masterful King Kool-Aid, who established game laws in his dominions and would allow no man to approach his campfire. Moreover, the jinn lights a fire to decoy travelers, but if his victim be bold enough to brave him, he invites him to take advantage of the heat. FN number 141, China. FN number 142, the Jaxartes and the Bactris, names very loosely applied. FN number 143, in full Shah Khana, that is an evil, Shah, has come to being, Khana, that is, bane to the forward pagan and knightly name. The hero of the romance Sald al-Hammer is described as a bitter gourd, Colosines, a viper, a calamity. FN number 144, this is a Muslim law, Quran chaps. 4. Bodily borrowed from the Talmud, which does not swallow a man to marry one wife unless he can carnally satisfy her. Moreover, he must distribute his honors equally, and each wife has a right to her knight unless she herself give it up. This was the case even with the spouses of the Prophet, and his biography notices several occasions when his wives waived their rights in favor of one another. M. Riche kindly provides the king with La Piquante Française, p. 15. FN number 145, so the celebrated mosque in Istanbul, famed for being the largest church in the world, is known to the Greeks as Hagia Sophia, and to Muslims as Sophia, Holy Wisdom, that is the logos or second person of the Trinity, not a saintess. The sending a Christian girl as a present to a Muslim would, in these days, be considered highly scandalous. But it was done by the Muqawqis or Coptic governor of Egypt, under Heraclius, who of course hated the Greeks. This worthy gave 2 damsels to Muhammad, one called Siren and the other Maria, whom the Prophet reserved for his especial use and whose abode is still shown at Al-Medina. The Reverend Dr. Badger, Luc. Cit. p. 972, gives the translation of an epistle by Muhammad to this Muqawqis, written in the Kufic character, and sealed Muhammad, the Apostle of Allah. My friend seems to believe that it is an original, but upon this subject opinions will differ. It is, however, exceedingly interesting, beginning with Bismillah, etc., and ending, before the signature, with a quotation from the Quran, 3:57, and it may be assumed as a formula addressee to foreign potentates by a prophet who had become virtually king of Arabia. FN number 146. This prayer before doing the deed of kindness, I have said, Muslim as well Christian. FN number 147, Exodus I. 16, quoted by Lane, M. E. Chaps. 27. Terence in his notes cites Drayton's Mooncalf : Bring forth the births tool, no, let it alone. She is so far beyond all compass grown. Some other new device as needs must stead, or else she never can be brought to bed. It is the groaning chair of poor Robin's Almanac, 1676, and we find it alluded to in Boccaccio, the classical sedile which according to scoffers has formed the papal chair, a curule seat, ever since the days of Pope Joan, when it has been held advisable for one of the cardinals to ascertain that His Holiness possesses all the instruments of virility. This cursi al ladder is of peculiar form on which the patient is seated. A most interesting essay might be written upon the various positions preferred during delivery. For example, the wild Irish still stand on all fours, like the so-called lower animals. Amongst the Muslims of Wadi, etc., a cord is hung from the top of the hut, and the woman in labor holds onto it standing with her legs apart, till the midwife receives the child. FN number 148, some Orientalists call lullilooing the trilling cry, which is made by raising the voice to its highest pitch and breaking it by a rapid succession of touches on the palate with the tongue tip, others zyrolite and zigolite, and one traveller tells us that it began at the marriage festival of Isaac and Rebecca. Arabs term it classically Talil and vulgarly Zagruta, Plur, Zagaret, and Persians kill. Finally, in Don Quixote we have Lilies, the battle cry of the Moors, Duffield 3. 289. Drive Buchanan likens it to a serpent uttering human sounds, but the good missionary heard it at the festival of Jagannath. Pilgrimage 3. 197. FN number 149, that is light of the place, or kingdom, and delight of the age. FN number 150. It is utterly absurd to give the old heroic Persian name Afridun or Fredan, the destroyer of Zohar or Zak to a Greek, but such anachronisms are characteristic of the knights and are evidently introduced on purpose. See Boccaccio, 9. FN number 151, Arab. Yunan lit. Ionia, which applies to all Greece, insular and continental, especially to ancient Greece. FN number 152. In 1870 I saw at Sidon a find of some hundreds of gold Philippi and Alexanders. FN number 153. M. Riche has, p. 21, sees talismans travails par le seduce lebric alfazari, adding in a note, Japens caker est un sculpteur Arab. FN number 154. This paraphrase, containing what seems to us a useless negative, adds emphasis in Arabic. FN number 155. This bit of geographical information is not in the Bull Edit. FN number 156. In Pers. Equals a tooth, the popular word. FN number 157. This preliminary move, called in Persian Klaisaf, is generally mentioned. So the Franciscan monks in California, when setting out for a long journey through the desert, marched 3 times round the convent and pitched tents for the night under its walls. FN number 158, in Arab. Kazan or Kazanalit. A treasure, representing 1,000 kiss or purses, each equals £5. The sum in the text is 7,000 purses x 5 equals £35,000. FN number 159. Travellers often prefer such sites because they are sheltered from the wind, and the ground is soft for pitching tents, but many have come to grief from sudden torrents following rain. FN number 160. Arab Garba, not a forest in the sense of the word, but a place where water sinks and the trees, mostly mimosas, which elsewhere are widely scattered, form a comparatively dense growth and collect in thickets. These are favourite places for wild beasts during noon heats. FN number 161. At various times in the East, Jews and Christians were ordered to wear characteristic garments, especially the zunner or girdle. FN number 162. The The description is borrowed from the Coptic convent, which invariably has an inner donjon or keep. The oldest monastery in the world is Mar Antonio's, St. Anthony the Hermit, not far from Suez. Gold mines of Midian, p. 85. FN number 163, Dawai, plur, of Dahlia equals a mishap. The title means mistress of misfortunes or queen of calamities to the enemy, and the venerable lady, as will be seen, amply deserved her name, which is pronounced Zat al-Dawai. FN number 164, Arab. Confuse equals hedgehog or porcupine. FN number 165. These flowers of speech are mere familiarities, not insults. In societies where the sexes are separated, speech becomes exceedingly free. Iturdi ke vausits, says M. Rish, toning down the text. FN number 166, Arab. Zert, a low word. The superlative zarat, fartamost, or abuzert, father of the farts, is a facetious term among the bean-eating fellas and a deadly insult amongst the Bedouin, night cccx. The latter prefer the word tagger, pilgrimage 3. 84. We did not disdain the word in farthingale equals petenaire. FN number 167, Arab. Kicked him, that is with a sharp corner of the shovel stirrup. I avoid such expressions as spurring and pricking over the plain, because apt to give a wrong idea. FN number 168, Arab. Allahu Akbar, the classical Muslim slogan. FN number 169, Arab horses are never taught to leap, so she was quite safe on the other side of a brook 9 feet broad. FN number 170, Patrick, Vulg. Patrick equals Patricius, a title given to Christian knights who commanded 10,000 men, the Darkan, or Nob, heading 4,000, and the Cormers, Arab. Cade, 200. It must not be confounded with Batrak, or Patrick equals Patriarcha. Lane's Lex. FN number 171, Arab. Qazi al-Quzat, a kind of Chief Justice or Chancellor. The office was established under the rule of Harun al-Rashid, who so entitled Abu Yusuf Iwaqab al-Ansari, therefore the allusion is anachronistic. The same caliph also caused the ulama to dress as they do still. FN number 172, the allusion is Quranic. O men, if ye be in doubt concerning the resurrection, consider that he first created you of the dust of the ground, Adam, afterwards of seed, chaps. 22. But the physiological ideas of the Quran are curious. It supposes that the mani or male semen is in the loins and that of women in the breastbone, chaps xxv, that the mingle seed of the two, chaps xxv, fructifies the ovary and that the child is fed through the navel with menstruous blood, hence the cessation of the catamenia. Bars oi, Kalala and Dimna, said man's seed, falling into the woman's womb, is mixed with her seed and her blood. When it thickens and curdles, the spirit moves it and it turns about like liquid cheese. Then it solidifies, its arteries are formed, its limbs constructed and its joints distinguished. If the babe is a male, his face is placed towards his mother's back, if a female, towards her belly. p. 262, Mr. L.G.N. Keith Faulkner's translation, but there is a curious prolepsis of the spermatozoa theory. We read, Quran chaps. 7. Thy Lord drew forth their posterity from the loins of the sons of Adam, and the commentators say that Allah stroked Adam's back and extracted from his loins all his posterity, which shall ever be, in the shape of small ants. These confessed their dependence on God and were dismissed to return whence they came. From this fiction it appears, says Sale, that the doctrine of pre-existence is not unknown to the Mohammedans, and there is some little conformity between it and the modern theory of generatio ex animalis in Semin Mariam. The poets call this Yom al-Last equals the day of Aminot, your Lord. which Sir William Jones most unhappily translated, "Art thou not with thy Lord?" Alas, to buy Rabbicum, and they produce a grand vision of unembodied spirits appearing in countless millions before their Creator. FN number 173, the usual preliminary of a wrestling bout. FN number 174, in Eastern wrestling this counts as a fair fail. So Ajax fell on his back with Ulysses on his breast. Iliad 32, 700, etc. FN number 175, so biting was allowed amongst the Greeks in the final struggle on the ground. FN number 176, supposed to be names of noted wrestlers. Kayim, not Helkim as Terence has it, is a term now applied to a juggler or professor of legerdemain who amuses people in the streets with easy tricks. Lane, M.E. Chaps. 20. FN number 177, lit. Laughed in his face, which is not the unpleasant meaning it bears in English. FN number 178, Arab. Aburaya equals a kind of child's toy. It is a bulrora, well known in Australia and parts of Africa. FN number 179, the people of the region south of the Caspian, which is called Sea of Dalim. It has a long history, for which see Herbalot, SV Dalim. FN number 180, Coptic convents in Egypt still affect these drawbridges over the keep moat. FN number 181, Quran 4:22, etc., meaning it is lawful to marry women taken in war after the necessary purification although their husbands be still living. This is not permitted with a free woman who is a true believer. I have noted that the only concubine slave girl mentioned in the Quran are these captives possessed by the right hand. FN number 182, the Amazonian dame is a favorite in folklore and he is an ornament to poetry from the Iliad to our modern day. Such heroines, apparently unknown to the pagan Arabs, were common in the early ages of al-Islam, as Atlee and Gibbon prove, and that the race is not extinct may be seen in My Pilgrimage, 3:55, where the sister of Ibn Rumi resolved to take blood revenge for her brother. FN number 183, and Solomon said, "O nobles, which of you will bring me her throne?" A terrible genius, that is an Ifrit of the jinn named Akran, the notorious Sakhr, said, "I will bring it unto thee before thou rise from thy seat of justice, for I am able to perform it, and may be trusted." Quran 27:38-39. Orcus or Bilqis, says the Durat al-Ghawz, daughter of Hosad bin Shahable, 22nd in the list of the rulers of Al-Yaman, according to some murdered her husband, and became, by Muslim ignorance, the biblical queen of Sheba. The Abyssinians transfer her from Arabian Saba to Ethiopia and make her the mother by Solomon of Menelek, their proto-monarch, thus claiming for the royalties an antiquity compared with which all reigning houses in the world are of yesterday. The dates of the Tabab-Wartabas prove that the Bilqis of history ruled Al-Yaman in the early Christian era. FN number 184, Arab. Fas, fis or fus, the gem set in a ring, also applied to a hillock-rounded enkaboken. In the Nights it is used to signify a fine gem. FN number 185, this prominence of the glute muscles is always insisted upon, because it is supposed to promise well in a bedfellow. In Somaliland, where the people are substitupigus, a rich young man, who can afford such luxury, will have the girls drawn up in line and choose her to wife who projects furthest behind. FN number 186, the bull is only half mine. FN number 187, a favorite Arab phrase, the hot eye is one full of tears. FN number 188, that is, coral branch, a favorite name for a slave girl, especially a negress. It is the older Morjana. I do not see why Preston in Al-Harini's Maykamah, seance, of Sing renders it pearls. because Gilius gives small pearls, when it is evidently coral. Richardson, Desert. Xavier, seems to me justified in finding the very margin of heroic Persian history reflected in the fairy Morgan who earned off King Arthur after the Battle of Camelion. FN number 189, Arab. Jalaki equals Jalak or Jalak, being a poetical and almost obsolete name of Damascus. FN number 190. The fountain in paradise whose water shall be drunk with pure wine mixed and sealed with musk, for clay. It is so called because it comes from the Sanima, to be high, boss or highest ridge of the Muslim heaven, Quran LV 78 and LXXI 27. Mr. Podwell says it is conveyed to the highest apartments in the pavilions of paradise. FN number 191. This hysterical temperament is not rare even amongst the bravest Arabs. FN number 192. An idea evidently derived from the Eolipola, or animatoria, the invention of Hero Alexandrinus, which showed that the ancient Egyptians could apply the motive force of steam. FN number 193. Qutayya ibn Abi Jumah, a poet and far-famed raw tale reciter, mentioned by Ibn Khaldun. He lived at Al-Medina and sang the attractions of one Atsa, hence his sobriquet Sahib, lover of Atsa. As he died in A.H. 105, equals 726, his presence here is a gross anachronism. The imaginary Shahgan flourished before the caliphate of Abd al-Malik bin Marwan A.H. 6586. FN number 194. Jamil bin Mama, a poet and lover contemporary with Al-Qatira. FN number 195. Arab. Tafatsl, a word of frequent use in conversation, equals favor me, etc. FN number 196. The word has a long history. From the GR, or is the Lat. Stibium, while the Low Latin antimonium and the span. Althymod are by metathesis for alithmid. The dictionaries define the substance as a stone from which antimony is prepared, but the Arabs understand a semi-mythical mineral of yellow color which enters into the veins of the eyes and gives them lynx-like vision. The famous and nicknamed Arka, the blue-eyed, of Yamama province, used it, and, according to some, invented coal. When her proto-historic tribe Jadis had destroyed all the rival race of Tazim, except Triba ibn Murrah, the sole survivor fled to the Tiber of Al-Yaman, who sent a host to avenge him. The king commanded his Himyarites to cut tree boughs and use them as screens, again burn wood. Zaka from Hayutam, or Peel Tower, saw the army 3 marches off and cried, "O folk, either trees or Himyar are coming upon you," adding, in Rajat's verse colon, "I swear by Allah that trees creep onward, or that Himyar beareth somewhat which he draweth along." She then saw a man mending his sandal. But Jadis disbelieved. Cassandra was slain and, when her eyes were cut out, the vessels were found full of idmid. Hence Al-Mutanabi sang, "Sharper-sighted than Zaka of Jaw, Yamama." C.C. De Percival 101, Arab. Prof. I. 192, and Chenery P. 381. The Assemblies of Al-Hariri, London, Williams and Norgate, 1867. I have made many inquiries into the true nature of idmid and failed to learn anything. On the Upper Nile the word is equals coal. FN number 197. The general color of chessman in the East, where the game is played on a cloth more often than a board. FN number 198. Arab. Alfil, the elephant equals the French Falfu and Bishop. I have derived elephant from Pil, Old Persian, Sansk, Pilu, and Arab. Fil, with the article alfil, whence the Greek. The suffix as being devoted to barbarous words as obodas, alubaid, eriters, alharis, etc. Mr. Isaac Taylor, The alphabet I. 169 preserves the old absurdity of elephant or ox-like beast of Africa. Professor Sayce finds the word Alab, two distinct characters, in line 3, above the figure of an Indian elephant, on the black obelisk of Nimrod Mound, and suggests an Assyrian derivation. FN number 199, Arab. Shawkat, which may also mean the pride or mainstay of the army. FN number 200, Lit. Smote him on the tendons of his neck. This is the famous shoulder cut, Tuwasha, which, with the leg cut, Kalam, formed, and still forms, the staple of Eastern attack with the sword. FN number 201, Arab. Theras. Easterns do not thresh with flails. The material is strewed over a round and smothered floor of dried mud in the open air and threshed by different connivances. In Egypt, the favorite is a chair-like machine called norag, running on iron plates and drawn by bulls or cows over the corn. Generally, however, Muslims prefer the old classical, the tribulum of Virgil and Varro, a slipper-shaped sled of wood garnished on the sole with large-headed iron nails, or sharp fragments of flint or basalt. Thus is made the tin or straw, the universal hay of the East, which our machines cannot imitate. FN number 202. These numbers appear to be grossly exaggerated, but they were possible in the days of sword and armor. At the Battle of Safin, the Caliph Ali is said to have cut down 523 men in a single night. FN number 203, Arab. By car, hence the Bucca or Silesia. FN number 204, Richardson in his excellent dictionary, note 103, which modern priggism finds unscientific, wonderfully derives this word from Arab. Kattaf, a snatcher, that is of women, a ravisher. It is an evident corruption of the captivus through Italian and French. FN number 205. These periodical and fair-like visitations to convents are still customary, especially amongst the Christians of Damascus. FN number 206. Camphor being then unknown. FN number 207. The wrecker is known all over the world, and not only barbarians hold that ships driven ashore become the property of the shore. FN number 208, Arab. Jock. It is not a dictionary word, but the only term in popular use for European broadcloth. FN number 209. The second person plural is used because the writer would involve the subjects of his correspondent in the matter. FN number 210. This part of the phrase, which may seem unnecessary to the European, is perfectly intelligible to all Orientalists. You may read many an Eastern letter and not understand it. Compare Bokaku 4. 1. FN number 211, that is he was greatly agitated. FN number 212, in text liege le altordia, for the purpose of farewelling, a low Egyptianism, emphatically a kalam wati. Pilgrimage C3. 330. FN number 213, in the Mac. Edit. Sharkin speaks, a clerical error. FN number 214, the Fasak, Germ. Stunned, a measure of time rather than distance, is an hour's travel or its equivalent, a league, a mile equals 3 English stat. Miles. The word is still used in Persia's true home, but not elsewhere. It is very old, having been determined as a lineal measure of distance by Herodotus, 2. 5 and 6, v. 53, who computes it at 30 furlongs, equals furrow lengths, 8 to the stat. Mile. Strabo, 11, makes it range from 40 to 60 stades, each equals 606 feet 9 inches, and even now it varies between 1,500 to 6,000 yards. Captain Franklin, to Persia, estimates it equals about 4 miles. Pilgrimage 2. 113. FN number 215, Arab. Ashab. Names of colours are few amongst semi-civilized peoples, but in Arabia there is a distinct word for every shade of horseflesh. FN number 216, she had already said to him, thou art beaten in everything. FN number 217, showing that she was still a Christian. FN number 218, this is not Badawi sentiment. The Honoration amongst wild people would scorn such foul play, but amongst the settled Arabs honour between men and women is unknown, and such hocussing would be held quite fair. FN number 219, the table of wine, in our day, is mostly a japanned tray with glasses and bottles, saucers of pickles and fruits and, perhaps, a bunch of flowers and aromatic herbs. During the Caliphate the wine service was on a larger scale. FN number 220, here the bang, almost a generic term applied to hellebore, etc., may be hyoscyamus or henbane. Yet there are varieties of cannabis, such as the Dakar of South Africa, capable of most violent effect. I found the use of the drug well known to the Negroes of the southern United States and of the Brazil, although few of the owners had ever heard of it. FN number 221, amongst Muslims this is a reference to Adam, who first sinned against himself, and who therefore is called Safiullah, the pure of Allah. Pilgrimage 333. FN number 222, meaning, an angry, violent man. FN number 223, Arab. Inshad, which may mean reciting the verse of another or improvising one's own. In modern Egypt, Munshid is the singer or reciter of poetry at 6 Lane M.E. Chaps. 24. Here the verses are quite bad enough to be improvised by the hapless princess. FN number 224, the Negro skin assumes this dust color in cold, fear, concupiscence and other mental emotions. FN number 225, he compares her glance with the blade of the Yamani sword, a Lukuman of Eastern poetry. The weapons are famous in the Nights, but the best sword cutlery came from Persia as the porcelain from China to Anna. Here, however, is a special allusion as to the sword Samsa or Samsama. It belonged to the Himyarite Daba, Amr bin Madkub, and came into the hands of Harun al-Rashid. When the emperor of the Greeks sent a present of superior sword blades to him by way of a brave, the caliph, in the presence of the envoys, took Samsam in hand and cut the others in twain as if they were cabbages, without the least prejudice to the edge of Samsam. FN number 226, this touch of pathos is truly Arab. So in the romance of Dalhammer, Lane, M.E. 23, the infant Gunjuba sucks the breast of its dead mother and the king exclaims, if she had committed this crime she would not be affording the child her milk after she was dead. FN number 227, Arab. Sad al-Akta, a term picturesque enough to be preserved in English. Sad, I have said, is a warlord Ike, the term applied to the great dam of water plants which obstructs the navigation of the Upper Nile, the lilies and other growths floating with the current from there, Victoria, Nyanza Lake. I may note that we need no longer derive from India the lotus lily so extensively used by the ancient Egyptians and so neglected by the moderns that it has well nigh disappeared. All the Central African basins abound in the Nymphia and thence it found its way down the Nile Valley. FN number 228, Arab. Al-Maruma, equivalent to our late lamented. FN number 229, vulgarly pronounced Memel, and by Egyptians and Turks Memel. Lane, M.E. 24, has figured this queenly litter and I have sketched and described it in my pilgrimage, 3:12. FN number 230, for such fits of religious enthusiasm see my pilgrimage, 3:254. FN number 231, Iraq, Mesopotamia, means a level country beside the banks of a Ever. FN number 232, Al-Quds, or Beis al-Muqaddas, is still the popular name of Jerusalem, from the Heb. Yerushalayim HaKadoshah, Legend on Shekel of Simon Maccabeus. FN number 233. Follow the religion of Abraham, says the Quran, chaps. 389. Abraham, titled Khalilullah, ranks next in dignity to Muhammad, preceding Isa. I need hardly say that his tomb is not in Jerusalem, nor is the tomb itself at Hebron ever visited. Here Muslims, so distant, are allowed by the jealousies of Europe to close and conceal a place which belongs to the world, especially to Jews and Christians. The tombs, if they exist, lie in a vault or cave under the mosque. FN number 234. Abba, or abaya, vulg. Abaya, is a cloak of hair, goats or camels, too well known to require description. FN number 235. Arab. Al-Waqad, the man who lights and keeps up the bath fires. FN number 236. Arab. Mal Khalif, or Caliph, a sickly perfume but much prized, made from the flowers of the Salix aegyptiaca. FN number 237, used by way of soap, like glasswort and other plants. FN number 238, that is, thou art only just recovered. FN number 239, Tanakh is to gurgleic. Ek, till the camel kneels. Hence the space called Bar al-Manika in Al-Medina, pilgrimage I. 222, 291. There is a regular camel vocabulary amongst the Arabs, made up like RG, go ye, etc. of significant words worn down. FN number 240, Arab. Laza, the second hell provided for Jews. FN number 241, the word has been explained, volume I. 112. See volume 1, note 199, it is trivial, not occurring in the Quran, which uses Arabs of the desert, Arabs who dwell in tents, etc., chaps. 9 and 33. An-Rabi is the classical word and the origin of Arab is disputed. According to Pocock, notes Beck. Arab, diverse are the opinions concerning the denomination of the Arabs, but the most certain of all is that which draws it from Araba, which is part of the region of Tema, belonging to Al-Medina pilgrimage to 118, which their father Ismail afterwards inhabited. Tehama, Sierra Caliente, is the maritime region of Al-Hijaz, the Muslims' holy land, and its Araba, a very small tract which named a very large tract, must not be confounded, as some have done, with the Wadi Araba, the ancient outlet of the Dead Sea. The derivation of Arab from the Arab, a fancied son of Joktan, is mythological. In Heb, Arabia may be called Eretz Arab, or Arab equals land of the West, but in Arabic Gab, not Arab, is the Occident, and the Arab dates long before the Hebrew. FN number 242, when thine enemy extends his hand to thee, cut it off if thou can, or kiss it, wisely said Caliph al-Mansur. FN number 243, the Tarcho was a peculiar turban worn by the northern Arabs and shown in old prints. In modern Egypt the term is applied to the tall sugar loaf caps of felt affected mostly by regular dervishes. Burckhardt, Proverbs 194 and 398, makes it the high cap of felt or fur proper to the irregular cavalry called Deli or Diladi. In Darfur, Tarchu is a conical cap adorned with beads and cowries worn by the mangwa or buffoon, who corresponds with the Egyptian kalbas or mascara and the Turkish sutari. For an illustration see Plate 4. Figure 10 of Voyage au Darfur par Mohammed El Tounsi, the Tunisian, Paris, Duprat, 1845. FN number 244, the term is picturesque and true, we say no, which is not so good. FN number 245, here, meaning an elder, a chief, etc. The word has been almost naturalized in English. I have noted that Abraham was the first sheikh. FN number 246, this mention of weighing suggests the dust of Dean Swift and the money of the Gold Coast. It was done, I have said, because the gold coin, besides being sweated, was soft and was soon worn down. FN number 247, Them. Of Naji, a deliverer, a savior equals Salvadora. FN number 248, this, I have noted, is according to Quranic command, chaps. 488. When you are saluted with a salutation, salute the person with a better salutation. The longer answer to peace be with, or upon, thee, is still universally the custom. The salam is so differently pronounced by every Eastern nation that the observant traveller will easily make of it a shibboleth. FN number 249, the Badawi, who is fool as well as rogue, begins to fear that he has kidnapped a girl of family. FN number 250, these examinations being very indecent are usually done in strictest privacy. The great point is to make sure of virginity. FN number 251, this is according to strict Muslim law. The purchaser may not look at the girl's nakedness till she is his, and he ought to manage matters through an old woman. FN number 252, lit. Wrath, affliction which chokes. In Hindustani it means simply anger. FN number 253, that is heaven forbid I be touched by a strange man. FN number 254, used for fuel and other purposes, such as making DOS stick. FN number 255, Arab yaftila the offer being insufficient. The rascal is greedy as a Badawi and moreover he is a liar, which the Badawi is not. FN number 256, the third of the four great Muslim schools of theology, taking its name from the Imam al-Shafi, Muhammad ibn Idris, who died in Egypt AH 204, and lies buried near Cairo. Sales Prel. Disc. Sect. 8. FN number 257, the Muslim form of Kabbalah, or Transcendental Philosophy of the Hebrews. FN number 258, Arab. Back the word used by the Apostle to Ali his son-in-law. It is the Latin Uge. FN number 259, readers, who read for amusement, will do well to skip the phrases of this highly educated young woman. FN number 260, there are 3 Persian kings of this name, Artaxerxes, which means flour and milk, or high lion. The text alludes to Ashurbanipal, so called because he married the daughter of Babak the shepherd, founder of the Sassanids in AD 202. C.D. Herberot, and the Dabistan. FN number 261, alluding to the proverb, folk follow their king's faith, cujus regio ejus religio, etc. FN number 262, second Abbasid. AH 136-158, equals 754-775. FN number 263, the celebrated companion of Muhammad who succeeded Abu Bakr in the Caliphate, AH 1323 equals 634-644. The Sunnis know him as Al-Adil the Just, and the Shias detest him for his usurpation, his austerity and harshness. It is said that he laughed once and wept once. The laugh was caused by recollecting how he ate his gods, the idols of the Hanifa tribe, in the ignorance. The tears were drawn by remembering how he buried alive his baby daughter who, while the grave was being dug, patted away the dust from his hair and beard. Omar was doubtless a great man, but he is one of the most ungenial figures in Muslim history which does not abound in genialities. To me he suggests a Puritan, a covenanter of the sourest and narrowest type, and I cannot wonder that the Persians abhor him, and abuse him on all occasions. FN number 264, the austere Caliph Omar whose scourge was more feared than the sword was there, author of the celebrated saying consult them, feminines, and do clear contrariwise. FN number 265, our honor amongst thieves. FN number 266, the sixth successor of Muhammad and founder of the Banu Umayyah or Umayyads, called the sons of the Little Mother from their eponymous, AH4160 equals 680. For his Badawi wife Mason, and her abuse of her husband, see Pilgrimage 3. 262. FN number 267, Sheikh of the noble tribe, or rather nation, Banu Tamim, and the notable of the day, surnamed, no one knows why, Sire of the Sea. FN number 268, this is essential for cleanliness in hot lands. However much the bath may be used, the body and lower hair, if submitted to a microscope, will show more or less swords adherent. The axilla hair is plucked because if shaved the growing bile causes itching and the depilatories are held deleterious. At first vellication is painful, but the skin becomes used to it. The Burton is shaved either without or after using depilatories, of which more presently. The body pile is removed by takfif, the Liban Shami, Syrian incense, a fir gum imported from Sio, is melted and allowed to cool in the form of a pledget. This is passed over the face and all the down adhering to it is pulled up by the roots. Burkhardt number 420. Not a few Anglo-Indians have adopted these precautions. FN number 269. This caliph was a tall, fair, handsome man of awe-inspiring aspect. Omar used to look at him and say, "This is the Caesar of the Arabs," while his wife called him a fatted ass. FN number 270. The saying is attributed to Abraham when exercised by the unkindly temper of Sarah. Woman is made hard and crooked like a rib, and the modern edition is, whoso would straighten her, breaketh her. FN number 271. That is when ready and in erection. FN number 272. And do first, before going into your wives, some act which may be profitable unto your souls, or, for you, souls good. Quran, chaps. 2. 223, hence Ahnaf makes this prayer. FN number 273, it was popularly said that truth-speaking left Omar without a friend. Entitled The Just, he was murdered by Abululua, alias Firuz, a Majin, slave of Al-Maghira, for denying him justice. FN number 274, governor of Basora under the first four caliphs. Seed Herbalot Esfiaskari. FN number 275, Zid bin Abi Sufyan, illegitimate brother of the Caliph Muawiyah, afterwards governor of Basora, Kufa and Al-Hijaz. FN number 276. The seditions in Kufa were mainly caused by the willful nepotism of Caliph Uthman bin Asakir, which at last brought about his death. His main quality seems to have been personal beauty. Never was seen man or woman of fairer face than he, and he was the most comely of men. He was especially famed for beautiful teeth which in old age he bound about with gold wire. He is described as of middling stature, large-limbed, broad-shouldered, fleshy of thigh and long in the forearm which was hairy. His face inclined to yellow and was pock-marked. His beard was full and his curly hair, which he dyed yellow, fell below his ears. He is called writer of the Quran from his edition of the MS, and Lord of the Two Lights because he married two of the Prophet's daughters, Ruqayyah and Kulthum, and, according to the Shias who call him Uthman Ilang or Limping Uthman, he vilely maltreated them. They justify his death as the act of an ijma al-Muslimin, the general consensus of Muslims which ratifies lynch law. Altogether Uthman is a mean figure in history. FN number 277, Nar, fire, is a word to be used delicately from its connection with Jifna. You say, for example, bring me light, a coal, basa, etc., but if you say bring me fire, the enemy will probably remark, he wanteth fire even before his time. The slang expression would be bring the sweet. Pilgrimage I. 121. FN number 278. Omar is described as a man of fair complexion, and very ruddy, but he waxed tawny with age, when he also became bald and grey. He had little hair on the cheeks but a long moustache with reddish ends. In stature he overtopped the people and was stout as he was tall. A popular saying of Muhammad's is, all very long men are fools save Omar, and all very short men are knaves save Ali. The Persians, who abhor Omar, compare every lengthy, ungainly, long something with him. They will say, this road never ends, like the entrails of Omar. We know little about Ali's appearance except that he was very short and stout, broad and full-bellied with a tawny complexion and exceedingly hairy, his long beard, white as cotton, filling all the space between his shoulders. He was a pocket Hercules, and incredible tales, like that about the gates of Kaaba, are told of his strength. Lastly, he was the only caliph who bequeathed anything to literature. His cantiloquim is famous and he has left more than one mystical and prophetic work. See Atli for his sentences and Turbalot S.D. Ali and Jabr. Ali is a noble figure in Muslim history. FN number 279, the emancipation from the consequences of his sins, or it may mean a holy death. FN number 280, battle fought near Al-Medina AD 625. The word is derived from Shad. 1. I have described the site in my pilgrimage, volume 2. 227. FN number 281, Hafsa in older writers, Omar's daughter and one of Muhammad's wives, famous for her connection with the manuscripts of the Quran. From her were, or claimed to be, descended the Hafsites who reigned in Tunis and extended their power far and wide over the Maghreb, Mauritania, till dispossessed by the Turks. FN number 282, that is humbly without the usual strut or swim, it corresponds with a biblical walking or going softly. I Kings 21. 27, Isaiah 38. 15, etc. FN number 283, a theologian of the 7th and 8th centuries. FN number 284, that is to prepare himself by good works, especially almsgiving, for the next world. FN number 285, a theologian of the 8th century. FN number 286, Abd al-Aziz was 8th Umayyad, AH 99 equals 717, and the 5th of the Orthodox, famed for a piety little known to his house. His most celebrated saying was, be constant in meditation on death, if thou be in straitened case 'twill enlarge it, and if in affluence 'twill straiten it upon thee. He died poisoned, it is said, in A.H. 101. FN number 287, Abu Bakr originally called Abd al-Quba, slave of the Quba, shook the name of Abdullah and was surnamed Abu Bakr, father of the Virgin, when Muhammad, who before had married only widows, took to wife his daughter, the famous or infamous Aisha. Bikr is the usual form, but Bakr, primarily meaning a young camel, is metaphorically applied to human youth, Lane's Lex. S. C. The first caliph was a cloth merchant, like many of the Meccan chiefs. He is described as very fair with bulging brow, deep-set eyes and thin-cheeked, of slender build and lean-loined, stooping and with the backs of his hands fleshless. He used tinctures of henna and kadam for his beard. The Persians who hate him, call him Paraikafta, the old Shihyena, and believe that he wanders about the deserts of Arabia in perpetual rut which the males must be satisfied. FN number 288, the 2nd, 5th, 6th and 7th Umayyads. FN number 289, the mother of Omar bin Abd al-Aziz was a granddaughter of Omar bin al-Khattab. FN number 290, brother of this Omar's successor, Yazid II. FN number 291, so the Turkish proverb the fish begins to stink at the head. FN number 292, calling to the slaves. FN number 293, when the day of Arafat, 9th of Zulhijjah, falls upon a Friday. For this Hajj al-Akbar see my pilgrimage 3. 226. It is often confounded by writers, even by the learned Corson de Percival, with a common pilgrimage as opposed to the Umrah, or lesser pilgrimage, Ibid. 3. 342, etc. The latter means etymologically cohabiting with a woman in her father's house as opposed to ours, or leading her to the husband's home. It is applied to visiting Mecca and going through all the pilgrim rites, but not at the pilgrimage season. Hence its title Hajj al-Asghar, the lesser Hajj. But Umrah is also applied to a certain ceremony between the hills Safa, a large hard rock, and Marwa, stone full of flints, which accompanies the Hajj and which I have described. Ibid. 3. 344. At Mecca I also heard of two places called Al-Umrah, the greater in the Wadi Fatima and the lesser halfway nearer the city. Ibid. 3. 344, FN number 294, a fair specimen of the unworthy egoism which all religious systems virtually inculcate. Here Abias further leaves his children miserable to save his own dirty soul. FN number 295, chief of the Banu Tayman, one of the noblest of tribes, derived from Tamim, the uncle of Quraysh, hence the poets sang Colon. There cannot be a son nobler than Quraysh, nor an uncle nobler than Tamim. The high-minded Tayman is contrasted with the mean-spirited Qais, who also gave rise to a tribe, and hence the saying concerning one absolutely inconsistent, art thou now Tayman and then Qais. FN number 296, surnamed Al-Saykafi, governor of Al-Yaman and Iraq. FN number 297, 10th Umayyad, Rin. A.H. 105 125 equals 724 743. FN number 298, or clothing worn out clothes that has become a fakir or religious mendicant. FN number 299. This gratuitous incest in ignorance injures the tail and is as repugnant to Muslim as to Christian taste. FN number 300. The child is named either on the day of its birth or on that day week. The father whispers it in the right ear, often adding the azan or prayer call, and repeating in the left ear the Ikama or Friday sentence. There are many rules for choosing names according to the weekday, the ascendant planet, the sorts Quranice, etc. FN number 301. Amongst Muslims as amongst Christians there are 7 deadly sins: idolatry, murder, falsely charging modest women with unchastity, robbing orphans, usury, desertion in holy war and disobedience to parents. The difference between the two creeds is noteworthy, and the sage knows only 3, intemperance, ignorance and egoism. FN number 302, meaning, it was decreed by destiny, so it came to pass, appropriate if not neat. FN number 303, the short, stout, dark, long-haired and two-bunched camel from Bactria, the eastern, Bacta, region on the Amu or Jahan, Exus, river, afterwards called Khorasan. The two-humped camel is never seen in Arabia except with northern caravans, and to speak of it would be a sore test of Badawi credulity. FN number 304, Kailula is the 40 winks about noon. It is a sunnat or practice of the Prophet who said, make the midday siesta, for verily at this hour the devils sleep not. Ailulain is slumbering after morning prayers, our beauty sleep, causing heaviness and idleness. Kailula is dozing about 9 a.m. engendering poverty and wretchedness. Kailula, with the guttural kaf, is sleeping before evening prayers, and Failula is slumbering after sunset, both held to be highly detrimental. Pilgrimage 249. FN number 305, the biblical Hamath, Hightown, too well known to require description. It is still famous for the water wheels mentioned by Al-Hariri, Assembly of the Banu Haram. FN number 306, when they say, the levee flashes bright on the hills of Al-Yaman, the allusion is to the south quarter, where summer lightning is seen. Al-Yaman, always with the article, means, I have said, the right-hand region to one facing the rising sun, and Al-Sham, Syria, the left-hand region. FN number 307, again he for she, in delicacy and jealousy of making public the beauty or conditions of the veiled sex. Even public singers would hesitate to use a feminine pronoun. As will be seen, however, the rule is not invariably kept and hardly ever in Badawi poetry. FN number 308, the normal pun on Nazat al-Zaman equals delight of the age or time. FN number 309, the reader will find in My Pilgrimage, I. 305, a sketch of the Taktrawan or travelling litter, in which pilgrinesses are wont to sleep. FN number 310, in poetry it holds the place of As-Efer, and the Badi Saba equals breeze o' the morn, is much addressed by Persian poets. FN number 311, here appears the nervous, excitable, hysterical Arab temperament which is almost frenzied by the neighbourhood of a home from which he had run away. FN number 312, Zor al-Makan and Nazat al-Zaman. FN number 313, the idea is essentially Eastern, the lion at home and a lamb abroad is the popular saying. FN number 314, Arab. Habal Watan, equals love of birthplace, patriotism, of which the tradition says Minat Sulaiman, equals is part of man's religion. FN number 315, he is supposed to speak in Prince, and he yields to a prayer when he spurns a command. FN number 316, in such caravans each party must keep its own place under pain of getting into trouble with the watchmen and guards. FN number 317, Mr. Payne, 109, borrows this and the next quotation from the Bull Edit. I. 386. FN number 318, for the expiation of inconsiderate oaths see Quran, chaps. v. I cannot but think that Al-Islam treats perjury too lightly. All we can say is that it improves upon Hinduism, which practically seems to leave the punishment to the gods. FN number 319, Kausa, as has been said, represents the classical nectar, the writer of the Hindus. FN number 320, from Bull Edit. I. 186. The couplet in the Mac. Edit. I. 457 is very wildly applied. FN number 321, the Insula of Sancho Panza. FN number 322, this should have assured him that he stood in no danger. FN number 323, here ends the wearisome tale of the brother and sister, and the romance of chivalry begins once more with the usual Arab digressions. FN number 324, I have derived this word from the Persian rang equals colour, hue, kind. FN number 325, otherwise all would be superseded, like you. S. Officials under a new president. FN number 326, Arab. Nimsha from the Pers. Nimcha, a half-sword, a long dagger worn in the belt. Richardson derives it from Namsh, being freckled, damasked. FN number 327, the Indian term for a tent large enough to cover a troop of cavalry. FN number 328, Arab. Maram, a formula before noticed. It is borrowed from the Jewish, of blessed memory, after the name of the honored dead, Prof. X. 17, with the addition of upon whom be peace, as opposed to the imprecation, may the name of the wicked rot. FN number 329, the speeches of the 5 damsels should be read only by students. FN number 330, that is those who look for another and a better. FN number 331, the title of Caliph Abu Bakr because he bore truthful witness to the apostles' mission, or, others say, he confirmed the mirage on nocturnal journey to heaven. FN number 332, All this is Quranic, chaps. 2, etc. FN number 333. This may have applied more than once to hanging judges in the far west. FN number 334. A traditionist and jurisconsult of Al-Medina in the 7th and 8th centuries. FN number 335. The Alexander of the Quran and Eastern legends, not to be confounded with the Alexander of Macedon. He will be noticed in a future night. FN number 336. Aesop, according to the Arabs, of him or rather of the two Luqmans, more presently. FN number 337. Quran 2. 185. FN number 338. Muhammad. FN number 339. One of the Ashab or companions of Muhammad. FN number 340. A noted traditionist at Kufa in the 7th century. FN number 341. Quran, chaps. Luxif. I, and verse 8 follows. The Archangel Gabriel is supposed to address Muhammad, and not a few divines believe this surah, chapter, to have been first revealed. Mr. Rod will make it no. 2. Following the fatra or silent interval which succeeded no. Skvi. Clots of blood. See his second edit. p. 3 for further details. FN number 342. That is dangerous to soul health. FN number 343. In the Mac. Edit. Abd Fasid. The latter was a black and a native of Kufa during the 1st century, A.H, and is still famous as a traditionist. FN number 344. Arab. Shirk, giving a partner to Allah, attending chiefly to Christians and idolaters and in a minor degree to Jews and bears. We usually English it by polytheism, which is clumsy and conveys a wrong idea. FN number 345. Grandson of the Caliph Ali. He is one of the Imams, high priests, of the Shia school. FN number 346. An eminent traditionist of the 8th century, AD. FN number 347. The prayers of the fast month and pilgrimage month are often said in especial places outside the towns and cities. These are the Indian Idgah. They have a screen of wall about 100 yards long with a central prayer niche and the normal 3 steps for the preacher, and each extremity is garnished with an imitation minaret. They are also called namatskar, and one is sketched by Herklots, plate 3. Figure 2. The object of the trips thither in Zulqa'dah and Zulhijjah is to remind Muslims of the Tarif, or going forth from Mecca to Mount Arafat. FN number 348, Arab. Al-Hafi, which in Egyptian means sore-footed as well. He was an ascetic of the 8th and 9th centuries, AD. He relates a tradition of the famous soldier Saint Khalid bin Walid, who lies buried like the poet Ka'ab al-Abaniyah Hams, in Misr, once the Boeotia, Phrygia, Abdera, Suabia of Syria, now Halban, pronounced Halban, near Damascus. I cannot explain how this Quraysh noble, a glorious figure in Muslim history, is claimed by the Afghans as one of their countrymen and made to speak Pashto or Pashto, the ruffled dialect of Persian. The curious reader will consult my Pilgrimage 322 for the dialogue between Muhammad and Khalid. Again, there is general belief in Arabia that the English sent a mission to the Prophet, praying that Khalid might be dispatched to proselytize them. Unfortunately, Muhammad was dead and the Ingris ratted. It is popularly held that no armed man can approach Khalid's grave, but I suppose my revolver did not count. FN number 349, when he must again wash before continuing prayer. FN number 350, Bin Adam, another noted ascetic of the 8th century. Those curious about these unimportant names will consult the great biographical dictionary of Ibn Khaldun, translated by Baron McGuckin 1842-45. FN number 351, thus making Bishr Imam, Artistes, lit. One who stands in front. In Quran 17:74 it means leader. In 118 Allah makes Abraham an imam to mankind. FN number 352, a favorite sentiment in the East. We find it at the very beginning of Sadi's Gulistan. Better a wheel bringing lie than a harm dealing truth. FN number 353, a penny, 1/6 of the drachma. FN number 354, founder of the Hanbali, 4th in date, of the 4 Orthodox Muslim schools. The Caliph al-Mu'tasim Billah, son of Harun al-Rashid, who believed the Quran to have been created and not a logos, whatever it may be, co-eternal with Allah, scourged this imam severely for differing in opinion. AH 220 equals 833. In fact, few of the notable reverends of that day escaped without a caress of the scourge or the sword. FN number 355, a learned man of the 8th century at Basora, AD. FN number 356, a traditionist of Khorasan in the 9th century, AD. FN number 357, Azl, up to abad, eternity without end, infinity. FN number 358, Quranx 6. FN number 359, a traditionist of Al-Medina, 8th century, AD. FN number 360, Arab. Musa, the Egyptian word was Mesu, the child or the boy, brought up in the palace. And the Hebrews made it Moshe, or one drawn out of the water, Mu in Egypt being water, the Arab Ma, whence probably the moderns have derived the dim. Mo, Vulg. Egyptian, the water. FN number 361, Quran, chaps. 28, Shu'aib Jethro, Quran, chaps. 7 and 11. Mr. Rodwell suggests, p. 101, that the name has been altered from Hobab, num. X. 29. FN number 362, Arab. Taub, Saub, the long shirt popularly written in English Toby and pronounced so by Egyptians. It is worn by both sexes, Lane, M. E. Chaps. I. Dob, in Egypt, and extends into the heart of Muslim Africa. I can compare it with nothing but a long nightgown dyed a dirty yellow by safflower and about as picturesque as a carter's smock frock. FN number 363, there is nothing of this in the Quran, and it is a most unhappy addition, as Moses utterly and pretentiously ignored a next world. FN number 364, Quran 28, 22-27. Muhammad evidently confounded the contract between Laban and Jacob. Jan. 29. 1539. FN number 365, so says Al-Hariri, as of Sasan, the neighbor before the house and the traveler before the journey. In certain cities the neighborhood is the real detective police, noting every action and abating scandals, such as orgies, etc., with a strong hand and with the full consent of public opinion and of the authorities. This loving the neighbor shows evident signs of being borrowed from Christianity. FN number 366, Al-Assam, a theologian of Bork, 9th century, AD. FN number 367, the founder of the senior school, for which see Sale Prel. Disc. Sect. 8. FN number 368, thus serving the Lord by sinning against his own body. FN number 369, an Egyptian doctor of the law, 9th century. FN number 370, Quran vi. 35, 36. This is one of the earliest and most poetical chapters of the book. FN number 371, Abu Hanifa was scourged for refusing to take office and was put to death in prison, it is said by poison. AH 150 equals A.D. 767, for a judicial sentence authorizing rebellion against the second Abbasid, Al-Mansur, surnamed Abul Dawanak, father of Bens, for his exceeding avarice. FN number 372, La Rabbi Fihi says the Quran, 2:1, of itself, and saying is popularly applied to all things of the faith. FN number 373, Arab. Rival Al-Gaib, somewhat like the Himalayan brothers of modern superstition. See Herklot's Kanun Islam, for a long and careful description of these modern Al-Gaibers, a class of people mounted on clouds, invisible, but moving in a circular orbit round the world, and suggesting the Hindu Lokapalas. They should not be in front of the traveller nor on his right, but either behind or on his left hand. Hence tables, memorial couplets and hemistichs are required to ascertain the station, without which precaution journeys are apt to end badly. FN number 374, a sweetmeat before noticed. FN number 375, door hinges in the east are two projections for the top and bottom of the leaf playing in hollows of the lintel and threshold. It appears to be the primitive form, for we find it in the very heart of Africa. In the basaltic cities of the Oran, where the doors are of thick stone, they move easily on these pins. I found them also in the official, not the temple city of Palmyra, but all broken. FN number 376, the effect of the poison and of the incantation which accompanied it. FN number 377, King Omar who had raped her. My sympathies are all with the old woman who nightly punished the royal lecture. FN number 378, Arab. Zana, the GR. Christians and Jews were compelled by the fanatical sumptuary laws of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil, ad. 856, to wear a broad leather belt in public, hence it became a badge of the faith. Probably it was confounded with the Janyo, Brahmanical thread, and the Parsi sacred girdle called Kishti. Abestani, 297, etc. Both Mandeville and Labraquier speak of Christians of the girdle, because they are all girt above, intending Jacobites or Nestorians. FN number 379, Siladar, Arab. And Pers. Equals a military officer of high rank, literally an armor-bearer, chosen for valor and trustworthiness. So Jonathan he had a young man, brave, who bare his armor, Isam. 14:1, 6 and 7, and Goliath had a man that bare the shield before him, Ibid. 17:7-41. Men will not readily forget the name of Suleiman Agar, called the Siladar, in Egypt. Lane M. E. Chaps. 4. FN number 380, it will be told afterwards. FN number 381, the elder brother thus showed himself a vassal and proved himself a good Muslim by not having recourse to civil war. FN number 382, Arab. Ghazwa, the corrupt Gallicism, now Europeanized equals raid, foray. FN number 383, Turk in modern parlance means a Turkoman, a pomade. The settled people call themselves Osmanli or Uthmanli. Turkoman equals Turk-like. FN number 384, Arab. Nimsa, Southern Germans, Austrians, from the Slav. Namika, any Germans, literally meaning the dumb. Nemak, because they cannot speak Slav. FN number 385, Arab. Dubara, from the Slav. Dubrovnik, from Dub, an oak, and Dubrava, an oak forest. Rogasa, once a rival of Venice, gave rise to the word Argosy. Cherbalot calls it Dobrovenedic or Good Venice, the Turkish name, because it paid tribute when Venice would not. FN number 386, Arab. Jawana, or Jano evidently Zara, a place of many names, Jadara, Hirschus de Bell. Alex. Cap. 13. Jadra, Zadra, whence the modern term, Diadora, Didaska and Jadrasa. This important Libanian city sent forth many cruisers in crusading days, hence the Arabs came to know its name. FN number 387, Arab. Banu Lasfar, which may mean pale faces, in the sense of yellow girls, New Orleans, and that intended by North American Indians, or, possibly, the peoples with yellow, or rather tow-colored, hair we now call Russians. The races of Hindustan term the English not white men, but red men, and the reason will at once be seen by comparing a Britisher with a high-caste Nagar Brahmin whose face is of parchment colour as if he had drunk exancuminum. The yellow faces of the text correspond with the Sansk. Safetadvipa, white man's land. FN number 388, Arab. Al-Musicum. No Muslim believes that Isa was crucified, and a favourite fancy is that Judas, changed to the likeness of Jesus, thus paid for his treason. Evangel. Barnab, hence the resurrection is called not Kama but Kamama equals rubbish. This heresy about the cross they share with the deceits, certain beasts in the shape of men, says Ignatius, who held that a phantom was crucified. So far the Muslims are logical, for Isa, being angelically, miraculously and immaculately conceived, could not be, but they contradict themselves when they hold a vacant place near Muhammad's tomb for the body of Isa after his second coming as a forerunner to Muhammad and Doomsday. Pilgrimage 289. FN number 389, a diviner, priest, isp. Jewish, and not belonging to the tribe of Levi. FN number 390, again the coarsest word gra. The allusion is to the vulgar saying, thou eatest skite. That is, thou talkest nonsense. Decent English writers modify this to, thou eatest dirt, and Lord Beaconsfield made it ridiculous by turning it into eating sand. FN number 391, these silly scandals, which cause us only to smile, excite Easterns to fury. I have seen a Muslim wild with rage on hearing a Christian parody the opening words of the Quran, Bismillah el-Rahmani el-Rahim, Mismish Wakma al-Din, roughly translated. In the name of Allah, the compassionating, but compassionate. Apricots and marmalade. The idea of the holy mood might have been suggested by the Hindus, see Mandeville, of the Archiprotopapaton, prelate, carrying ox dung and urine to the king, who therewith anoints his brow and breast, and see. And, incredible to relate, this is still practiced after a fashion by the Parsis, one of the most progressive and the sharpest-witted of Asiatic races. FN number 392, meaning that he had marked his brow with the cross of ashes, as certain do on Ash Wednesday. FN number 393, Syria, the left-hand land as has before been explained. The popular saying about its people is Shami Shumi. The Syrian is small potatoes, to render the sense Americanize. Nor did Cyrus, the slave in Roman days, bear the best of names. In Al-Hijaz the Syrian is addressed Abu Sham, father of Syria, and insulted as a boozer of the salt, a traitor. Yet many sayings of Muhammad are recorded in honor of Syria, and he sometimes used Syriac words. Such were back equals huge, before noticed, and cac, a congener of the Latin cacus and caca, which a day has Dr. Cac. Pilgrimage 3. 115. FN number 394, Quran 14. 34. They, unbelievers, shall be thrown therein, that is, the house of perdition equals hell, and an unhappy dwelling shall it be. FN number 395, the leg cut is a prime favourite with the Eastern soldier, and a heavy two-handed blade easily severs a horse's leg. FN number 396, Muhammad repeatedly declared, Quran 6, that the Christians had falsified the passage, I go to my Father and the Paraclete shall come, John 16. 7, promising the advent of the Comforter, Ibid. 14. 20, 15. 26, by substituting the latter word for glorious, renowned, that is, Ahmad or Muhammad equals the praised one. This may have been found in the Arabic translation of the Gospels made by Waraka, cousin to Muhammad's first wife, and hence in Quranic 6, we find Jesus prophesying of an apostle whose name should be Ahmad. The word has consequently been inserted into the Arabic Gospel of Saint Barnabas, Abistan 3:67. Muslims accept the Pentateuch, the Psalter and the Gospel, but assert, Quran, Qasim, that all extant copies have been hopelessly corrupted, and they are right. Moses, to whom the Pentateuch is attributed, notices his own death and burial. The Maya the miracle, said the old Scotch laddie. The Psalms of David range over a period of some 500 years, and there are 3 ayahs who pass with the vulgar for one. The many apocryphal Gospels, all of which have been held genuine and canonical at different times and in different places, prove that the 4, which are still in use, were retained because they lack the manifest absurdities of their discarded rivals. FN number 397, Arab. Labbaika, the pilgrimage cry, night 22, which in Arabic is Labbaik Allahumma, Labbaik. La sharika lak, Labbaik. In Alhamdu Ni'matik wal Mulk. Labbaik Allahumma, Labbaik. Samad, here am I, and I on thee, the son of thy 2 slaves. Beneficence and good are all between thy hands. With the talbiyah the pilgrims should bless the Prophet, pray Allah to grant heaven and exclaim, by thy mercy spare us from the pains of hellfire. Pilgrimage 3:232, Labbaik occurs in the verses attributed to Caliph Ali, so Labba equals he faced, and Yalab equals it faces, as one house faces another. Lastly, he professed submission to Allah, in which sense, together with the verbal noun talbiyah, it is used by Al-Hanri, Pref. and As. of Swada. FN number 398, Arab. Kisses, plur. Uses, from. FN number 399, Quran 2. The red cow is evidently the red heifer of Barnabas, chaps. 7. FN number 400, Arab. Al-Jaslik equals. FN number 401, this is from the first Gospel of Infancy, wherein Jesus said to his mother, Verily I am Jesus, the Son of God, the word which thou hast brought forth, as the angel Gabriel did declare unto thee, and my Father hath sent me to save the world. Chaps. I. 2. The passage has virtually quoted in the Quran. Chaps. 3. 141. Of course omitting the Son of God. FN number 402, Muhammad allowed his locks to grow down to his earlobes but never lower. FN number 403, Arab. Lisam I have explained as a covering for the lower face, made by drawing over it the corner of the headkerchief. Pilgrimage I. 346. The lisam of the African tuareg hides the eyes so that a man must turn up his face to see, and swathes all the lower half, leaving only the nose exposed. And this is worn by many men by night as well as by day, doubtless to avoid the evil eye. The native sultans of Adar, like those of Bornu and others further west, used white muslin as a face wrap, hence, too, the ceremonies when spitting, etc. etc. The kufiya or headkerchief of the Arabs soon reached Europe and became in Low Latin cupia, in Spanish escofia, in Italy, cuffia or scuffia, in French escoian, scofian, rain marguerite, coif, and bellicule, marked upon her, coif and coif, and c, the Scotch kirch or coif, opposed to the maiden snood, and, lastly a sergeant at law's coif. Litter, the learned, who in her edition was Nikoif, has missed this obvious derivation. FN number 404, cutting, throughout the book, alludes to the scimitar with which Arabs never give point, and thrusting to the footman's spear and the horseman's lance. FN number 405, a popular phrase, I repeat, for extreme tenor and consternation. FN number 406. The name usually applies to a well-known district and city of Al-Yaman, where Qos the Eloquent was bishop in Muhammad's day, the Negairan of Turbalot. Here, however, it is the Syrian Najran of Missionary Porter's miserable handbook, now a wretched village near the volcanic ladder, about 120 miles direct south of Damascus and held by Druzes and Christians. FN number 407, the Cantar, Quinto, of 100 Rakels, Ibs, equals 9899 Ibs. Avoya. FN number 408, Arab. Turab, bag, Midatih, of his belly, the curdling of the testicles in fear is often mentioned. FN number 409, clearly alluding to the magic so deeply studied by medieval Jews. FN number 410, Arab. Sayhaka, lit. Rubbing. The Muslim harem is a great school for this lesbian, which I would call atis, love, but the motive of the practice lies deeper. As amongst men the mixture of the feminine with the masculine temperament leads to sodomy, so the reverse makes women prefer their own sex. These debates are mostly known by peculiarities of form and features, hairy cheeks and upper lips, gruff voices, hirsine odor and the large projecting clitoris with erectile powers known to the Arabs as bazar, hence tabs ir equals circumcision or amputation of such clitoris. Burkhardt, Prof. 436, translates bazara by slut or wench. He adds it originally signifies the labia which appends also entice zambur and which are cut off in girlhood. See also lane, lex. SV, tabsa. Both writers confuse excision of the nymphy with circumcision of the clitoris. Zambur, al-Sayuti, Kitab al-Izar fil Malnika, has a very interesting chapter on Sapphic venery, which is well known to Europe as proved by such works as Gamiani, and Anandria ou Confessions de Mademoiselle Sappho, of Eclatlef, Lesbos, 1718. Onanism is fatally prevalent. In many harems and girls' schools tallow candles and similar succedanea are vainly forbidden and bananas when detected are cut into four so as to be useless. Of late years, however, China has sent some marvelous artificial phalli of stuffed bladder, horn and even caoutchouc, the latter material of course borrowed from Europe. FN number 411, this is considered a powerful aphrodisiac in the East. Hence male devotees are advised to avoid tile two reds, that is meat and wine, while the two reds, which corrupt women, are gold and saffron, that is perfumery. Hence also the saying of Muhammad: perfumes for men should have scent and not color, for women should have color and not scent. Mizkat al-Masabihu. 361. FN number 412. These are the hebas or thin cords of wool which the Badawi binds round his legs, I believe to keep off cramp. Pilgrimage 3. 78. FN number 413, crying out La ilaha illallah. There is no God but the God, technically called Talil. FN number 414, that is men, angels and devils, the Triloka, triple people, of the Hindus. Alamine, plur, never Alamain, dual, is the triregno denoted by the papal diara, the three Christian kingdoms being heaven, hell and purgatory. FN number 415, Maitrehinna or Mit is a well-known village near Memphis, the name being derived from the old Egyptian Minatro Hinu, the port at the mouth of the canal. Let me remark that two of these three words, Minatandru, are still common in Aryan Persian. FN number 416, Kiramat, a sign, a prodigy, opposed to mu'jiza. A miracle wrought by a prophet. The Sufis explain this thaumaturgy by Allah changing something of nature's ordinary course in favor of an especial worshipper, and, after a fashion, this is Catholic doctrine. Seed Abistan, 3. 173. FN number 417, Quran, X. 25, until the earth receive its vesture and be adorned with various plants. FN number 418, that is the young hair sprouting on the boy's cheek. FN number 419, a fighter for the faith and now a title which follows the name, for example Osman Pasha Ghazi, whom the English press dubbed Ghazi Osman. FN number 420, that is the King of Constantinople. FN number 421, Casa Fistularis, a kind of Carib. Shamba is the Arab form of the Persian chamba. FN number 422, Quran, 2. 149. Hence the vulgar idea that martyrs are still alive in the flesh. See my pilgrimage, 2. 110 and elsewhere, for the romantic and picturesque consequences of that belief. The commentators, Jalal-Din, etc., play tricks with the Quranic words. They, martyrs, are not dead but living. 3. 179, by placing the happy souls in the crops of green birds which eat of the fruits and drink of the waters of paradise, whereas the reprobates and their very wicked are deposited in blackbirds which drain the Sanis and the boiling waters of hell. Amongst the Greeks, a body remaining entire long after death suggests anathema maranatha. It is the contrary with Catholic Christians. Boccaccio 4. 5. Of the pot of basil. Concerning this greed see Mondrel, letter of 1698. FN number 423, Tor is Mount Sinai in the Quran, XCV. 1. I have only to repeat my opinion concerning the present site so called. It is evident that Jebel Serbal dates only from the early days of Coptic Christianity, that Jebel Musa, its Greek rival, rose after the visions of Helena in the 4th century, whilst the building of the convent by Justinian belongs to AD 527. Ras Safsafa, its rival to the north, is an affair of yesterday, and may be called the invention of Robinson, and Jebel Katerina, to the south, is the property of Rebel, Midian revisited I, 237. I would therefore call the Sintic Peninsula, Peninsula of Paran in old days and Peninsula of Tor, from its chief port, in our time. It is still my conviction that the true Mount Sinai will be found in Jebel Arif, or some such unimportant height to the north of the modern Hajj road from Suez to Aqaba. Even about the name, which the Quran writes Sina and Sinan, there is a dispute. It is usually derived from the root sana equals centis, a bush, but this is not satisfactory. Our eminent Assyriologist, Professor Sayce, would connect it with Sin, the Assyrian moon god, as Mount Nebo with the sun god, and he expects to find there the ruins of Lunar Temple as a solar fane stands on Balzabuna, Baal's Efton, or the classical Mount Casius. FN number 424, alluding to the miracle of Aaron's rod, the gift of Jethro, as related in the Quran, chapters 7, 1, 20, etc., where the Egyptian sorcerers threw down thick ropes which by their magic twisted and coiled like serpents. FN number 425, Arab. Ayatlit. Science, here miracles of the truth. 1. C. Quranic verses as opposed to chapters. The ranks of the enemy represent the latter. Sword cuts the former, a very persuasive mode of preaching. FN number 426, Lane, M. E. Chapter 3, shows by a sketch the position of the worshipper during this salam, which is addressed, some say, to the guardian angels, others suppose to all brother believers and angels. FN number 427, that is, where the Syrians found him. FN number 428, that is, deadness Arabized, a name knightly and plebeian. FN number 429, in such tales the wazir is usually the sharp-witted man, contrasting with a dummy, or master. FN number 430, carrier pigeons were extensively used at this time. The Caliph al-Nasir al-Dinila, AH 575 equals 1180, was, according to Ibn Khaldun, very fond of them. The moderns of Damascus still affect them. My successor, Mr. Consul Kirby Green, wrote an excellent report on pigeon fencing at Damascus. The so-called Mondivlomandiviline, D. 1322 speaks of carrier pigeons in Syria as a well-known mode of intercourse between lord and lord. FN number 431, Muhammad, who declared there is no monkery in Islam, and who virtually abolished the priest, had an especial aversion to the shaveling, ribbon. But begins Turner in Quain Emunacita, Pliny v. 17, managed to appear even in Islam, as fakirs, dervishes, Sufis, etc. Of this more hereafter. FN number 432, that is Her Holiness would act like a fascinating talisman. FN number 433, the smoking out practice is common amongst the Arabs, hence Marshal Plaisier's so-called barbarity. The public is apt to forget that on a campaign the general's first duty is to save his own men by any practice which the laws of fair warfare do not absolutely forbid. FN number 434, that is Muhammad, who promised heaven and threatened hell. FN number 435, Arab. Arori, fornication or adultery, that is, irreligion, infidelity as amongst the Hebrews, Isaiah 23:17. FN number 436, a sign of defeat. FN number 437, in English. Last night, I have already noted that the Muslim day, like the Jewish and the Scandinavian, begins at sundown, and Layla night is often used to denote the 24 hours between sunset and sunset, whilst Yom, a day, would by us be translated in many cases battle day. FN number 438, it are the Himalayan brothers. FN number 439, again, Muhammad who promised good to the good, and vice versa. FN number 440, they are sad doggerel like most of the pieces occasion inserted in the nights. FN number 441, here kawa, coffee, is used in its original sense of strong old wine. The derivation is akka equals fastidiafacet, causing disinclination for food, the matimba, kill hunger, of the Iberians. In old days the scrupulous called coffee kihwa in order to distinguish it from kakwa, wine. FN number 442, that is Muhammad, a common title. FN number 443, that is, fatal to the scoffer and the impious. FN number 444, equivalent to the devil was sick, etc. FN number 445, that is to the enemy, the North American Indians, so-called, use similar forms of inverted speech, and the Australian Aborigines are in no way behind them. FN number 446, see volume I, p. 154, night 16. FN number 447, Arab. Sof, a particle denoting a near future whereas sharp points to one which may be very remote. FN number 448, from the root shan equals having a fascinating eye, terrifying. The Irish call the fascinator earbitter and the victim, who is also rhymed to death, earbitten. FN number 449, that is, not like the noble-born, strong in enduring the stress of fight. FN number 450, that is, of Abraham. For the well Zemzem and the place of Abraham see my pilgrimage, 3. 171 175, etc., where I describe the water as of salt bitter taste, like that of Epsom, 3. 203. Sir William Muir, in his excellent Life of Mahomet, I. Clevi, remarks that the flavour of stale water bottled up for months would not be a criterion of the same water freshly drawn, but soldered tins full of water drawn a fortnight before are to be had in Calcutta and elsewhere after pilgrimage time, and analysis would at once detect the salt. FN number 451, racing was and is a favourite pastime with those hippomanists, the Arabs. But it contrasts strongly with our civilized form being a trial of endurance rather than of speed. The Prophet is said to have limited betting in these words, there shall be no wagering save on the cuff, camel's foot, the hayfear, hoof of horse, ass, etc., or the nasal, arrow high low lance head. FN number 452, in the Mac. Edit. Armen equals Armenia, which has before occurred. The author or scribe here understands by Sisera not the old Terestrotenes, Herod's city called after Augustus, but Sisera the capital of Cappadocia, Pliny, vi. 3, the royal residence before called Massacre, Strabo. FN number 453, an idiom meaning a very fool. FN number 454, that is Ghana, was, Ma, that which, was, Kana. FN number 455, a sun being the lamp of a dark house. FN number 456, when the Israelites refused to receive the law, the souls of all the prophets, even those unborn, being present at the covenant, Allah tore up the mountain, Sinai, which is not mentioned, by the roots and shook it over their heads to terrify them, saying, receive the law which we have given you with the resolution to keep it. Quran Chaps. XLX. 170. Much of the story is from the Talmud, Abadas R. 2, Tract Sabbath, etc., when Islam borrowed so much of its Judaism, as it took Christianity from the apocryphal New Testament. This tradition is still held by the Israelites, says Mr. Rodwell, p. 333, who refers it to a misunderstanding of Exot. 19:17, rightly rendered in the E version at the nether part of the mountain. FN number 457, Arab. Asgan equals the camel litters in which women travel. FN number 458, that is to joy foes and dismay friends. FN number 459, whose eyes became white, that is went blind, with mourning for his son Joseph, Quran, Chaps. 12:84. He recovered his sight when his face was covered with a shirt which Gabriel had given to the youth after his brethren had thrown him into the well. FN number 460, Poison King, Persian, or Flower King, Arabic. FN number 461, a delicate allusion to the size of her hips and back parts, in which volume is, I have said, greatly admired for the best of reasons. FN number 462, all prophets had some manual trade, and that of David was making coats of mail, which he invented, for before his day men used plate armor. So Allah softened the iron for him, and in his hands it became like wax. Quran 21:34, etc. Hence a good coat of mail is called Davidian. I have noticed, First Footsteps, p. 33 and elsewhere, the homage paid to the blacksmith on the principle which made Mulciber, Malakabir, a god. The myth of David inventing mail possibly arose from his peculiarly fighting career. Muslims venerate Daud on account of his extraordinary devotion, nor has this view of his character ceased. A modern divine preferred him to all characters in history. FN number 463, travelled by night, said the Prophet, when the plagues of earth, scorpions, serpents, etc., afflict ye not. Yet the night march in Arabia is detestable. Pilgrimage 3. FN number 464, this form of ceremony is called istiqbal, coming forth to greet, and is regulated by the severest laws of etiquette. As a rule, the greater the distance, which may be a minimum of 1 step, the higher the honor. Easterns infinitely despise strangers who ignore these vitals of politeness. FN number 465, that is, he will be a desert Nimrod and the game will delight to be killed by him. FN number 466, this serves to keep the babe's eyes free from inflammation. FN number 467, that is crown of the kings of amorous blandishment. FN number 468, lane, I. 531, translates the grey down. The Arabs use gza, prop, green, in many senses, fresh, grey-hued, etc. FN number 469, allusion to the well-known black banners of the House of Abbas. The Persians describe the growth of hair on a fair young face by his cheeks went into mourning for the loss of their charms. FN number 470, Arab. Kafir, a Quranic word meaning infidel, the active participle of kufr = infidelity, that is rejecting the mission of Muhammad. It is insulting and in Turkish has been degraded to jia. Here it means black, as Hafiz of Shiraz terms a cheek mole Hindu that is dark-skinned and idolatrous. FN number 471, alluding to the travel of Moses, Quran chaps 18, with Al-Khizr, the evergreen prophet, who had drunk of the fountain of life and enjoyed flourishing and continual youth. Moses is represented as the external and superficial religionist, the man of outsight, Al-Khizr as the spiritual and illuminated man of insight. FM number 472, the lynx was used like the lion in ancient Egypt and the cheetah leopard in India. I have never seen or heard of it in these days. FN number 473, Arab. Suka, whence Saka, the falcon, not to be confounded with the old falco sasa, the gr. Falconry which, like all arts, began in Egypt, is an extensive subject throughout Muslim lands. I must refer my readers to falconry in the valley of the Indus, Banv or Ost, 1852, and a long note in Pilgrimage 371. FN number 474, it was not respectful to pitch their camp within dog bark. FN number 475, Easterns attach great importance to softness and smoothness of skin, and they are right. A harsh rough epidermis spoils sport with the handsomest woman. FN number 476, Canticles 7. 8, Hosea 14. 6. FN number 477, the mesmeric attraction of like to like. FN number 478, Arab. Taswif = saying soft, I will do it soon. It is a beautiful word etymologically. FN number 479, a very far-fetched allusion. The face of the beloved springing from an unbuttoned robe is the moon rising over the camp in the hollow, batter. FN number 480, Arab. Kasabat = canes, long beads, bugles. FN number 481, Quran, Skvi, 5. FN number 482, both words, mask and fem, mean dear, excellent, highly prized. The tail is the Arab form of the European patient Griselda and shows a higher conception of womanly devotion, because Aziza, despite her wearisome weeping, is a girl of high intelligence, and Aziz is a vicious zany, weak as water and willful as wind. The phenomenon, not rare in life, is explained by the couplet : I love my love with an S because he is stupid and not intellectual. This fond affection of clever women for fools can be explained only by the law of unlikeness, which mostly governs sexual unions in physical matters, and its appearance in the story gives novelty and point. Aziz can plead only the violence of his passion which distinguished him as a lover among the mob of men who cannot love anything beyond themselves. And none can pity him for losing a member which he so much abused. FN number 483, Arab. Shahid, the index, the pointer raised in testimony. The comparison of the Eastern and the Western names is curious. FN number 484, musk is one of the perfumes of the Muslim heaven, and musky is much used in verse to signify scented and dark brown. FN number 485, Arab. Mandil. These kerchiefs are mostly oblong, the shore sides being worked with golden-coloured silk, and often fringed, while the two others are plain. FN number 486, Arab. Rayhani, of the Imam Basilicum or sweet basil, a delicate handwriting, so called from the pen resembling the leaf, see volume I. p. 128. Volume 1. Note 229 and 230. FN number 487, all idiom meaning something unusual happened. FN number 488, an action common in grief and regret. Here the lady would show that she sighs for union with her beloved. FN number 489, Lane, I. 608, has a valuable note on the language of signs, from M. Devin's Secret Turk, etc., Paris, 1688, Baron von Hammerberg's Tool, Münster, Orient, number 1, Vienna, 1809, and Marcel's Comes Duce e Calmotti, Paris, 1833. It is practiced in Africa as well as in Asia. At Abeokuta in Yoruba, a man will send a symbolical letter in the shape of cowries, palm nuts and other kernels strung on rice straw, and sharp wits readily interpret the meaning. A specimen is given in p. 262 of Miss Tekker's Abeokuta, or Sunrise Within the Tropics. FN number 490, Mr. Payne, 227, translates Hawa al-Azi by the love of the Bani Udra, an Arabian tribe famous for the passion and devotion with which love was practiced among them. See Night Klxxi. I understand it as excusable love which, for want of a better term, is here translated platonic. It is, however, more like the old bundling of Wales and northern England, and allows all the pleasures but one, the toyings which the French call les plaisirs de l'appétit, a term my dear old friend Fred Hankey derived from la petite foy. The Afghans know it as Namzad Bazi or betrothed play, pilgrimage, 56, the Abyssinians as I love, and the Kafirs as Slambuka Ashlabonka, for which see the traveller Deligagu. FN number 491, Turk in Arabic and Persian poetry means a plunderer, a robber. Thus Hafiz, Agar and Turki Shirazi Bardast Ara Delai Mara, if that Shirazi, the Turk, would deign to take my heart in hand, etc. FN number 492, Arab. Nazir, a steward or an eye, a looker. The idea is borrowed from Al-Hariri, Assemblies, 13, and comma. FN number 493, Arab. Hajib, a groom of the chambers, a chamberlain, also an eyebrow. See Al-Hariri, Ibid. 13 and 22. FN number 494, this gesture speaks for itself, it is that of a dyer staining a cloth. The sabber's shop is the usual small recess, open to the street and showing pens of various dyes sunk like dog laps in the floor. FN number 495, the Arab. Sabt, from Sabata, he kept Sabt, and the Heb. Sabbath both mean Saturn's day, Saturday, transferred by some unknown process throughout Christendom to Sunday. The change is one of the most curious in the history of religions. If there be a single command stronger than all others, it is keep the Saturday holy. It was so kept by the founder of Christianity. The order was never abrogated, and yet most Christians are not aware that Sabbath, or Sabbath, means Saturn's day, the shiar of the older Arabs. And to complete its degradation, Sabbat in French and German means a crealery, a row, a disorder, an abominable festival of hexen, witches. This monstrous absurdity can be explained only by aberrations of sectarian zeal, of party spirit in religion. FN number 496, the men who cry to prayer. The first was Baal, the Abyssinian slave bought and manumitted by Abu Bakr. His simple cry was, I testify there is no Allah, God, but Allah, God. Come ye to prayers. Caliph Omar, with the Prophet's permission, added, I testify that Muhammad is the apostle of Allah. The prayer cry, which is beautiful and human, contrasting pleasantly with the brazen clang of the bell, now is, Allah is Almighty, bis. I declare no God is the but Allah, bis. High interrogation. Hayya equals halama. Hayya to salvation, falay H equals prosperity, paradise. Hayya to edification, asha'ajant. Prayer is better than sleep, in the morning, also bis. No God is the but Allah. This prayer call is similarly worded and differently pronounced and intoned throughout Al-Islam. FN number 497, that is a graceful youth of Al-Hijaz, the Muslim Holy Land, whose sons claim especial privileges. FN number 498, Arab. Half equals a letter, as we should say a syllable. FN number 499, she uses the masculine farter, in order to make the question more mysterious. FN number 500, the fountain bowl is often ornamented by a rude mosaic of black and white marble with enlivenments of red stone or tile in complicated patterns. FN number 501, Arab. Cubad equals Shaddock, Citrus decamina, the huge orange which Captain Shaddock brought from the West Indies. It is the Anglo-Indian pamplemousse, vulg. Pumlo. An excellent bitter is made out of the rind steeped in spirits. Citron worts came from India whence they spread throughout the tropics. They were first introduced into Europe by the heroic Joam de Castro and planted in his garden at Sintra where their descendants are still seen. FN number 502, Arab. Baklava, Turk. Baklava, a kind of pastry with blanched almonds bruised small between layers of dough, baked in the oven and cut into lozenges. It is still common. FN number 503, her just fear was that the young woman might prove too clever by half for her simpleton cousin. FN number 504, the curse is pregnant with meaning. On Judgment Day the righteous shall arise with their faces shining gloriously, hence the blessing, be Yaz Allahu Wajak, equals Allah whiten thy countenance. But the wicked shall appear with faces scorched black and deformed by horror. Quran 24, hence God blacken thy brow. I may observe that Eastern's curse, the curse being everywhere the language of excited destructiveness, but only Westerns, and these chiefly English, swear, a practice subtly meaningless. Damn it without specifying what the it is, sounds like the speech of a naughty child anxious only to use a wicked word. Damn you, is intelligible all the world over. It has given rise to les goddams in France, godames in the Brazil and godama amongst the Somal of Eastern Africa, who learn it in Aden. FN number 505, Arab. Zada, usually rice dressed with saffron and honey, from Pers. Zard, saffron, yellow. See night Xi. FN number 506, vulgarly called knucklebone, concerning which I shall have something to say. FN number 507, a bit of wood used in the children's game called dab which resembles our tip cat, lane M.E. Chaps. 17. FN number 508, Arab. Bala, the unripened date, which is considered a laxative and eaten in hot weather. FN number 509, lane I. 611, quoting Al-Kazwini, notes that the date stone is called Nuwa, dim, Nuwi Aya, which also means distance, absence, severance. Thus the lady threatens to cast off her greedy and sleepy lover. FN number 510, the pad of the Caribbean which changes little after being plucked is an emblem of constancy. FN number 511, this dirham equals 48 grains of oil. FN number 512, the weight would be round, also haded, equals iron, means sharp or piercing, Quran chaps. Vi. 21. The double swear is intended to be very serious. Moreover iron conjures away fiends, when a waterspout or a sun devil, called shaitan also in Arabia, approaches, you point the index at the jinn and say, Iron, O thou ill-omened one. Amongst the ancient Egyptians the metal was ill-omened being the bones of Typhon, 80 here, possibly, we have an instance of early homopathy similia similibus. FN number 513, probably fermented to a kind of wine. The insipid fruit, a nab, which looks like an apple in miniature, is much used in stews, etc. It is the fruit, nabba classically nabic, of Rhamnus nabica, or sidrat, also termed Ziziphus jujube, Cespina Christi because fabled to have formed the crown of thorns. In the English market this plum is called Chinese japonica. I have described it in Pilgrimage 2. 205, and have noticed the infusion of the leaves for washing the dead. Ibid. 2. 105. This is especially the use of the bur in India, where the leaves are superstitiously held peculiarly pure. Our dictionaries translate sidrilot tree, and no wonder that believers in Homeric feel their bile aroused by so poor a realization of the glorious myth. The Homerids probably alluded to Hashish or Bang. FN number 514, Arab. Azra, the open collar of the sorb, Toby, or long loose dress is symptomatic. The Eastern button is on the same principle as ours, both having taken the place of the classical fibula, but the Muslim affects a loop, like those to which we attach our frogs, and utterly ignores a buttonhole. FN number 515, alluding to the ceremonious circumambulation of the Holy House at Mecca, a notable irreverence worthy of Neff Town, Canopus. FN number 516, the eardrop is the penis and the anklet its crown of glory. FN number 517, equivalent to a alas, which, by the by, no one ever says. A wa, like your, is now a woman's word although used by Al-Hariri, Assembly of Basra, and so Ali equals one who cries from grief a wa. A favourite conversational form is with the aspirate exasperated, but it is an expression of astonishment rather than sorrow. It enters into Europe travel books. FN number 518, in the text burst her gallbladder. FN number 519, the death of Aziza is told with true Arab pathos and simplicity. It still draws tear from the eyes of the Badawi, and I never read it without a lump in the throat. FN number 520, Arab. Inshallah Bukra. A universal saying which is the horror of travellers. FN number 521, I have explained New Human's flower as the anemone which in Grecised Arabic is anemia. Here they are strewed over the tomb. Often the flowers are planted in a small bed of mould sunk in the upper surface. FN number 522, Arab. Bas Aklit. A bar, a partition, in the Quran, chapters 23 and 35, the space or the place between death and resurrection where souls are stowed away. It corresponds after a fashion with the classical Hades and the limbo, of Christendom, for example. Limbus patrum, infantum, fatuum. But it must not be confounded with al-Araf, the Muslim purgatory. FN number 523, Arab. Zukak al-Nakib, the latter word has been explained as a chief, leader, headman. FN number 524, Muslims never stand up at such times, for a spray of urine would make their clothes ceremonially impure. Hence the scrupulous will break up with stick or knife the hard ground in front of them. A certain pilgrim was reported to have made this blunder which is hardly possible in Muslim dress. A high personage once asked me if it was true that he killed a man who caught him in a standing position, and I found to my surprise that the absurd scandal was already 20 years old. After urinating, the Muslim wipes the os penis with 1 to 3 bits of stone, clay or handfuls of earth, and he must perform wuzu before he can pray. Tornford, Voyage 11-3. 335, tells a pleasant story of certain Christians at Constantinople who powdered with poivod in the stones in a wall where the Muslims were in the habit of rubbing the os penis by way of wiping. The same author, 2. 336, strongly recommends a translation of Rabelais Torcheculative chapter, Libai, chaps. 13, for the benefit of Mohammedans. FN number 525, Arab. New Husama, lit. Red brass. FN number 526, the cup is that between the lady's legs. FN number 527, a play upon sack equals calf, or leg, and saki, a cup-bearer. The going round, tuaf, and the running, sa'i, allude to the circumambulation of the Kaaba, and the running between Mount Safa and Marwa, pilgrimage 2. 58, and 3. 343. A religious Muslim would hold the illusion highly irreverent. FN number 528, Lane, I. 614. Never saw a woman wearing such kerchief which is disable. It is either spread over the head or twisted turban-wise. FN number 529. The kasbah was about 2 fathoms of long measure, and sometimes 12 and 1/2 feet, but the length has been reduced. FN number 530. Bat and ball, or hockey on horseback, polo, is one of the earliest Persian games as shown by every illustrated copy of Ferdowsi's Shahnameh. This game was played with a kra or small handball and a long thin bat crooked at the end called in Persian chogan and in Arabic solijan. Another sense of the word is given in the Burhani Kati translated by Vullers, Lex. Persico-Latinum, a large bandy with bent head to which is hung an iron ball, also called kokaba, our morning star, and like the umbrella it denotes the grandees of the court. The same kokaba particularly distinguished one of the marquesses of Waterford. This polo corresponds with the folliculus, the pallone, the balloon game, monage, of Europe, where the horse is not such a companion of man, and whereof the classics sang colon. Folidicit puros ludia, folsens. In these days we should spell otherwise the fall of seniors playing at the ball or lawn tennis. FN number 531. Dalil means a guide, Dalila, a woman who misguides, a bawd. See the tale of Dalila the crafty, knight Xkvi. FN number 532, that is she was a martyr. FN number 533, Arab. Gashim a popular and insulting term, Arjani raw. Its use is shown in Pilgrimage I. 110. FN number 534, bathers pay on leaving the hammam, all enter without paying. FN number 535, that is she swore him upon his sword and upon the Quran, a loaf of bread is sometimes added. Lane, I. 615. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. Translated and annotated by Richard F. Burton. Volume 3 privately printed by the Burton Club. Inscribed to the memory of a friend who during a friendship of 26 years ever showed me the most unwearied kindness, Richard Monckton Milnes Baron Houghton. Contents of the 3rd volume. The Tale of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Sharkan and Zor al-Makan, Cont. A. Continuation of the Tale of Aziz and Aziza B. Tale of the Hashashita C. Tale of Hamid the Badawi 10. The Birds and Beasts and the Carpenter 11. The Hermits 12. The Waterfowl and the Tortoise 13. The Wolf and the Fox A. Tale of the Falcon and the Partridge 14. The Mouse and the Ichneumon 15. The Cat and the Crow 16. The Fox and the Crow A. The Flea and the Mouse B. The Saker and the Birds C. The Sparrow and the Eagle 17. The Hedgehog and the Wood Pigeons A. The Merchant and the Two Sharpers 18. The Thief and his Monkey A. The Foolish Weaver 19. The Sparrow and the Peacock 20. Ali bin Bakr and Shams al-Nahar 21. Tale of Kamar al-Zaman. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night. When it was the 125th night, Shahrazad continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Aziz pursued to Taj al-Muluk. Then I entered the flower garden and made for the pavilion, where I found the daughter of Dalila the wily one, sitting with head on knee and hand to cheek. Her colour was changed and her eyes were sunken, but, when she saw me, she exclaimed, Praise be Allah for thy safety. And she was minded to rise but fell down for joy. I was abashed before her and hung my head. Presently, however, I went up to her and kissed her and asked, How knewest thou that I should come to thee this very night? She answered, I knew it not. By Allah, this whole year past I have not tasted the taste of sleep, but have watched through every night, expecting thee, and such hath been my case since the day thou wentest out from me, and I gave thee the new suit of clothes, and thou promisedst me to go to the hammam and to come back. So I sat awaiting thee that night, and a second night, and a third night, but thou camest not till after so great delay, and I ever expecting thy coming, for this is lover's way. And now I would have thee tell me what hath been the cause of thine absence from me the past year long. So I told her. And when she knew that I was married, her colour waxed yellow, and I added, I have come to thee this night, but I must leave thee before day. Quoth she, doth it not suffice her that she tricked thee into marrying her and kept thee prisoner with her a whole year, but she must also make thee swear by the oath of divorce, that thou wilt return to her on the same night before morning, and not allow thee to divert thyself with thy mother or me, nor suffer thee to pass one night with either of us, away from her? How then must it be with one from whom thou hast been absent a full year, and I knew thee before she did? But Allah have mercy on thy cousin Aziza, for the befell her what never befell any, and she bore what none other ever bore, and she died by thy ill usage. Yet was she who protected thee against me. Indeed, I thought thou didst love me, so I let thee take thine own way, else had I not suffered thee to go safe in a sound skin, when I had it in my power to clap thee in jail and even to slay thee. Then she wept with sore weeping and waxed wroth and shuddered in my face with skin bristling FN number 1, and looked at me with furious eyes. When I saw her in this case I was terrified at her, and my side muscles trembled and quivered, for she was like a dreadful she-ghoul, an ogress in ire, and I like a bean over the fire. Then said she, Thou art of no use to me, now thou art married and hast a child, nor art thou any longer fit for my company. I care only for bachelors and not for married men. FN number 2. These profit us nothing. Thou hast sold me for yonder stinking armful, but, by Allah, I will make the whore's heart take for thee, and thou shalt not live either for me or for her. Then she cried a loud cry, and, ere I could think, up came the slave girls and threw me on the ground, and when I was helpless under their hands she rose and, taking a knife, said, I will cut thy throat as they slaughter he-goats, and that will be less than thy desert, for thy doings to me and the daughter of thy uncle before me. When I looked to my life and found myself at the mercy of her slave women, with my cheeks dust soiled, and saw her sharpen the knife, I made sure of death. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 126th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Dandan thus continued his tale to Zor al-Makan. Then quoth the youth Aziz to Taj al-Muluk, Now when I found my life at the mercy of her slave women with my cheeks dust soiled, and I saw her sharpen the knife, I made sure of death and cried out to her for mercy. But she only redoubled in ferocity and ordered the slave girls to pinion my hands behind me, which they did, and, throwing me on my back, she seated herself on my middle and held down my head. Then 2 of them came up and squatted on my shin bones, whilst other 2 grasped my hands and arms, and she summoned a 3rd pair and bade them beat me. So they beat me till I fainted and my voice failed. When I revived, I said to myself, 'Twere easier and better for me to have my gullet slit than to be beaten on this wise. And I remembered the words of my cousin, and how she used to say to me, Allah, keep thee from her mischief, and I shrieked and wept till my voice failed and I remained without power to breathe or to move. Then she again whetted the knife and said to the slave girls, Uncover him. Upon this the Lord inspired me to repeat to her the 2 phrases my cousin had taught me, and had bequeathed to me, and I said, O my lady, dost thou not know that faith is fair, and faith is foul? When she heard this, she cried out and said, Allah pity thee, Aziza, and give thee paradise in exchange for thy wasted youth. By Allah, of a truth she served thee in her lifetime and after her death, and now she hath saved thee alive out of my hands with these 2 sores. Nevertheless, I cannot by any means leave thee thus, but needs must I set my mark on thee, despite yond brazen-faced piece, who hath kept thee from me? Thereupon she called out to the slave women and bade them bind my feet with cords, and then said to them, Take seat on him. They did her bidding, upon which she arose and fetched a pan of copper and hung it over the brazier and poured into a toil of sesame, in which she fried cheese. FN number 3. Then she came up to me, and I still insensible, and, unfastening my bag trousers, tied a cord round my testicles and, giving it to 2 of her women, bade them draw at it. They did so, and I swooned away and was for excess of pain in a world other than this. Then she came with a razor of steel and cut off my member masculine, FN number 4, so that I remained like a woman, after which she seared the wound with the boiling and rubbed it with a powder, and I the while unconscious. Now when I came to myself, the blood had stopped, so she bade the slave girls unbind me and made me drink a cup of wine. Then said she to me, Go now to her whom thou hast married and who grudged me a single night, and the mercy of Allah be on thy cousin Aziza, who saved thy life and never told her secret love. Indeed, hadst thou not repeated those words to me, I had surely slit thy wheeze and go forth this instant to whom thou wilt, for I needed naught of thee save what I have just cut off, and now I have no part in thee, nor have I any further want of thee or care for thee. So begone about thy business and rub thy head FN number 5, and implore mercy for the daughter of thine uncle. Thereupon she kicked me with her foot and I rose, hardly able to walk, and I went, little by little, till I came to the door of our house. I saw it was open, so I threw myself within it and fell down in a fainting fit, whereupon my wife came out and lifting me up, carried me into the saloon and assured herself that I had become like a woman. Then I fell into a sleep and a deep sleep, and when I awoke, I found myself thrown down at the garden gate, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 127th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan pursues to King Zor al-Makan, the youth Aziz. Thus continued his story to Taj al-Muluk. When I awoke and found myself thrown down at the garden gate, I rose, groaning for pain and misery, and made my way to our home, and entering, I came upon my mother weeping for me, and saying, Would I knew, O my son, in what land art thou? So I drew near and threw myself upon her, and when she looked at me and felt me, she knew that I was ill, for my face was coloured black and tan. Then I thought of my cousin and all the kind offices she had been wont to do me, and I learned when too late that she had truly loved me. So I wept for her, and my mother wept also. Presently she said to me, O my son, thy sire is dead. At this my fury against fate redoubled, and I cried till I fell into a fit. When I came to myself, I looked at the place where my cousin Aziza had been used to sit and shed tears anew, till I all but fainted once more for excess of weeping, and I ceased not to cry and sob and wail till midnight, when my mother said to me, Thy father hath been dead these 10 days. I shall never think of anyone but my cousin Aziza, replied I, and indeed I deserve all that hath befallen me, for that I neglected her who loved me with love so dear. Asked she, What hath befallen thee? So I told her all that had happened, and she wept a while. Then she rose and set some matter of meat and drink before me. I ate a little and drank, after which I repeated my story to her, and told her the whole occurrence, whereupon she exclaimed, Praise be Allah, that she did but this to thee and forbore to slaughter thee. Then she nursed me and medicined me till I regained my health, and, when my recovery was complete, she said to me, O my son, I will now bring out to thee that which thy cousin committed to me in trust for thee, for it is thine. She swore me not to give it thee, till I should see thee recalling her to mind and weeping over her and thy connection severed from other than herself, and now I know that these conditions are fulfilled in thee. So she arose, and opening the chest, took out this piece of linen, with the figures of gazelles worked thereon, which I had given to Aziza in time past, and taking it I found written therein these couplets. Lady of beauty, say, who taught thee hard and harsh design, to slay with longing love's excess this hapless lover thine? And thou fain disremember me beyond our parting day, Allah will know, that thee and thee my memory never shall tine. Thou blamest me with bitter speech, yet sweetest 'tis to me. Wilt generous be and deign one day to show of love a sign? I had not reckoned love contained so much of bine and pain, and souled distress until I came for thee to pain and bine. Never my heart knew weariness, until that eve I fell in love with thee, and prostrate fell before those glancing e'en. My very foes have mercy on my case and moan therefore, but thou, O heart of Indian steel, all mercy dost decline. No, never will I be consoled, by Allah, and I die, nor yet forget the love of thee though life in ruins lie. When I read these couplets, I wept with sore weeping and buffeted my face. Then I unfolded the scroll, and there fell from it another paper. I opened it and behold, I found written therein, Know, O son of my uncle, that I acquit thee of my blood, and I beseech Allah to make accord between thee and her whom thou lovest. But if aught befall thee through the daughter of Dawla the wily, return thou not to her, neither resort to any other woman, and patiently bear thine affliction, for were not thy fated life-tide a long life, thou hadst perished long ago. But praise be Allah who hath appointed my death day before thine. My peace be upon thee. Preserve this cloth with the gazelles herein figured, and let it not leave thee, for it was my companion when thou wast absent from me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 128th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan pursues to King Zor al-Makan, and the youth Aziz continued to Taj al-Muluk. So I read what my cousin had written, and the charge to me which was, Preserve this cloth with the gazelles, and let it not leave thee, for it was my companion when thou wast absent from me, and, Allah upon thee, if thou chance to fall in with her who worked these gazelles, hold aloof from her and do not let her approach thee nor marry her, and if thou happen not on her and find no way to her, look thou consort not with any of her sex. Know that she who wrought these gazelles worketh every year a gazelle cloth and dispatcheth it to far countries, that her report and the beauty of her broidery, which none in the world can match, may be bruited abroad. As for thy beloved, the daughter of Dawla the wily, this cloth came to her hand, and she used to ensnare folk with it, showing it to them and saying, I have a sister who wrought this. But she lied in so saying, Allah rent her veil. This is my parting counsel, and I have not charged thee with this charge, but because I know FN number 6, that after my death the world will be straitened on thee, and, haply, by reason of this, thou wilt leave thy native land and wander in foreign parts, and hearing of her who wrought these figures, thou mayest be minded to foregather with her. Then wilt thou remember me, when the memory shall not avail thee, nor wilt thou know my worth till after my death. And, lastly, learn that she who wrought the gazelles is the daughter of the king of the Camphor Islands and a lady of the noblest. Now when I had read that scroll and understood what was written therein, I fell again to weeping, and my mother wept because I wept, and I ceased not to gaze upon it and to shed tears till nightfall. I abode in this condition a whole year, at the end of which the merchants, with whom I am in this kafila, prepared to set out from my native town, and my mother counselled me to equip myself and journey with them, so haply I might be consoled and my sorrow be dispelled, saying, Take comfort and put away from thee this morning and travel for a year or 2 or 3, till the caravan return, when perhaps thy breast may be broadened and thy heart heartened. And she ceased not to persuade me with endearing words, till I provided myself with merchandise and set out with the caravan. But all the time of my wayfaring, my tears have never dried, no, never. And at every halting place where we halt, I open this piece of linen and look on these gazelles and call to mind my cousin Aziza and weep for her as thou hast seen, for indeed she loved me with dearest love and died, oppressed by my unlove. I did her naught but ill and she did me naught but good. When these merchants return from their journey, I shall return with them, by which time I shall have been absent a whole year. Yet hath my sorrow waxed greater and my grief and affliction were but increased by my visit to the islands of Camphor and the castle of Crystal. Now these islands are 7 in number and are ruled by a king, by name Shahriman, FN number 7, who hath a daughter called Dunya, FN number 8, and I was told that it was she who wrought these gazelles and that this piece in my possession was of her embroidery. When I knew this, my yearning redoubled and I burnt with a slow fire of pining and was drowned in the sea of sad thought, and I wept over myself for that I was become even as a woman, without manly tool like other men, and there was no help for it. From the day of my quitting the Camphor Islands, I have been tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, and such hath been my case for a long while and I know not whether it will be given me to return to my native land and die beside my mother or not, for I am sick for meeting too much of the world. Thereupon the young merchant wept and groaned and complained and gazed upon the gazelles, whilst the tears rolled down his cheeks in streams, and he repeated these 2 couplets. Joy needs shall come, a prattle again to prattle, need cease thy blame. I was commoved to rattle, in time, quoth he, quoth I 'tis marvellous. Who shall insure my life, O cold of Dattle? FN number 9. And he repeated also these. Well Allah weets that since our severance day I've wept till forced to ask of tears alone, patience. The blamer cries, thou'lt have her yet. Quoth I, O blamer where may patience wone? Then said he, this, O king, is my tale. Hast thou ever heard one stranger? So Taj al-Muluk marvelled with great marvel at the young merchant's story, and fire darted into his entrails on hearing the name of the Lady Dunya and her loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 129th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan continued to Zor al-Makan. Now when Taj al-Muluk heard the story of the young merchant, he marvelled with great marvel and fire darted into his entrails on hearing the name of the Lady Dunya who, as he knew, had embroidered the gazelles, and his love and longing hourly grew, so he said to the youth, By Allah, that hath befallen thee whose like never befell any save thyself, but thou hast a life term appointed, which thou must fulfill. And now I would fain ask of thee a question. Quoth Aziz, and what is it? Quoth he, wilt thou tell me how thou sawest the young lady who wrought these gazelles? Then he, O my lord, I got me access to her by a sleight, and it was this. When I entered her city with a caravan, I went forth and wandered about the garths till I came to a flower garden abounding in trees, whose keeper was a venerable old man, a sheikh stricken in years. I addressed him, saying, O ancient sir, whose may be this garden? And he replied, It belongs to the king's daughter, the Lady Dunya. We are now beneath her palace and, when she is minded to amuse herself, she openeth the private wicket and walketh in the garden and smelleth the fragrance of the flowers. So I said to him, Favour me by allowing me to sit in this garden till she come. Haply I may enjoy a sight of her as she passeth. The sheikh answered, There can be no harm in that. Thereupon I gave him a dirham also and said to him, Buy us something to eat. He took the money gladly and opened door and, entering himself, admitted me into the garden, where we strolled and ceased not strolling till we reached a pleasant spot in which he bade me sit down and await his going and his returning. Then he brought me somewhat of fruit and, leaving me, disappeared for an hour, but after a while he returned to me bringing a roasted lamb, of which we ate till we had eaten enough, my heart yearning the while for a sight of the lardy. Presently, as we sat, the postern opened and the keeper said to me, Rise and hide thee. I did so, and behold, a black eunuch put his head out through the garden wicket and asked, O sheikh, there anyone with thee? No, answered he, and the eunuch said, Shut the garden gate. So the keeper shut the gate, and lo! the Lady Dunya came in by the private door. When I saw her, methought the moon had risen above the horizon and was shining. I looked at her a full hour and longed for her as one athirst longeth for water. After a while she withdrew and shut the door, whereupon I left the garden and sought my lodging, knowing that I could not get at her and that I was no man for her, more especially as I was become like a woman, having no manly tool. Moreover, she was a king's daughter and I but a merchant man, so how could I have access to the like of her or to any other woman? Accordingly, when these my companions made ready for the road, I also made preparation and set out with them, and we journeyed towards the city till we arrived at the place ere we met with thee. Thou askedst me and I have answered, and these are my adventures, and peace be with thee. Now when Taj al-Muluk heard that account, fires raged in his bosom and his heart and thought were occupied love for the Lady Dunya, and passion and longing were sore upon him. Then he arose and mounted horse and, taking Aziz with him, returned to his father's capital, where he settled him in a separate house and supplied him with all he needed in the way of meat and drink and dress. Then he left him and returned to his palace, with the tears trickling down his cheeks, for hearing oftentimes standeth instead of seeing and knowing. FN number 10. And he ceased not to be in this state till his father came into him and finding him one-faced, lean of limb and tearful-eyed, knew that something had occurred to chagrin him and said, O my son, acquaint me with thy case and tell me what hath befallen thee, that thy colour is changed and thy body is wasted. So he told him all that had passed and what tale he had heard of Aziz and the account of the Princess Dunya, and how he had fallen in love of her from hearsay, without having set eyes on her. Quoth his sire, O my son, she is the daughter of a king whose land is far from ours, so put away this thought and go into thy mother's palace. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 130th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was Ziadandan continued to Zor al-Makan, and the father of Taj al-Muluk spake to him on this wise, O my son, her father is a king whose land is far from ours, so put away this thought and go into thy mother's palace where are 500 maidens like moons, and whichsoever of them pleaseth thee, take her, or else we will seek for thee in marriage some one of the king's daughters, fairer than the Lady Dunya. Answered Taj al-Muluk, O my father, I desire none other, for she it is who wrought the gazelles which I saw, and there is no help but that I have her, else I will flee into the world and the waste and I will slay myself for her sake. Then said his father, Have patience with me, till I send to her sire and demand her in marriage, and win thee I wish as I did for myself with thy mother. Haply Allah will bring thee to thy desire, and, if her parent will not consent, I will make his kingdom quake under him with an army, whose rear shall be with me whilst its van shall be upon him. Then he sent for the youth Aziz and asked him, O my son, tell me, dost thou know the way to the Camphor Islands? He answered yes, and the king said, I desire of thee that thou fare with my wazir thither. Replied Aziz, I hear and I obey, O king of the age. Whereupon the king summoned his minister and said to him, Devise me some device, whereby my son's affair may be rightly managed, and fare thou forth to the Camphor Islands and demand of the king his daughter in marriage for my son, Taj al-Muluk. There was he replied, hearkening and obedience. Then Taj al-Muluk returned to his dwelling place and his love and longing redoubled and the delay seemed endless to him, and when the night darkened around him, he wept and sighed and complained and repeated this poetry. Dark falls the night, my tears unaided rail and fierce as flames of love my heart assail. Ask thou the nights of me, and they shall tell, and I find aught to do but weep and wail. Night long awake, I watch the stars what while pour down my cheeks the tears like dropping hail, and lorn I'm grown with none to aid, for kith and kin the love-lost lover fail. And when he had ended his reciting he swooned away and did not recover his senses till the morning, at which time there came to him one of his father's eunuchs and, standing at his head, summoned him to the king's presence. So he went with him, and his father, seeing that his pallor had increased, exhorted him to patience and promised him union with her he loved. Then he equipped Aziz and their wazir and supplied them with presents, and they set out and fared on day and night till they drew near the Isles of Camphor, where they halted on the banks of a stream, and the minister dispatched a messenger to acquaint the king of his arrival. The messenger hurried forwards and had not been gone more than an hour before they saw the king's chamberlains and emirs advancing towards them, to meet them at a parasan's distance from the city and escort them into the royal presence. They laid their gifts before the king and became his guests for 3 days. And on the 4th day their wazir rose and going into the king, stood between his hands and acquainted him with the object which induced his visit, whereat he was perplexed for an answer, inasmuch as his daughter misliked men and disliked marriage. So he bowed his head groundwards a while, then raised it and calling one of his eunuchs, said to him, Go to thy mistress, the Lady Dunya, and repeat to her what thou hast heard and the purport of this wazir's coming. So the eunuch went forth and returning after a time, said to the king, O king of the age, when I went into the Lady Dunya and told her what I had heard, she was wroth with exceeding wrath and rose at me with a staff designing to break my head. So I fled from her, and she said to me, if my father force me to wed him, whomsoever I wed I will slay. Then said her sire to the wazir and Aziz, Ye have heard, and now ye know all. So let your king wot of it and give him my salutations and say that my daughter misliketh men and disliketh marriage. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 131st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Shahriman thus addressed their wazir and Aziz, Salute your king from me and inform him of what ye have heard, namely that my daughter misliketh marriage. So they turned away unsuccessful and ceased not faring until they rejoined the king and told him what had passed, whereupon he commanded the chief officers to summon the troops and get them ready for marching and campaigning. But their wazir said to him, O my liege lord, do not thus, the king is not at fault because, when his daughter learnt our business, she sent a message saying, If my father force me to wed, whomsoever I wed I will slay and myself after him. So the refusal cometh from her. When the king heard his minister's words he feared for Taj al-Muluk and said, Verily if I make war on the king of the Camphor Islands and carry off his daughter, she will kill herself and it will avail me naught. Then he told his son how the case stood, who hearing it said, O my father, I cannot live without her, so I will go to her and contrive to get at her, even though I die in the attempt, and this only will I do and nothing else. Asked his father, How wilt thou go to her? And he answered, I will go in the guise of a merchant. FN number 11. Then said the king, If thou need must go and there is no help for it, take with thee the wazir and Aziz. Then he brought out money from his treasuries and made ready for his son merchandise to the value of 100,000 dinars. The two had settled upon this action, and when the dark hours came Taj al-Muluk and Aziz went to Aziz's lodgings and they passed that night, and the prince was heart-smitten, taking no pleasure in food or in sleep, for melancholy was heavy upon him and he was agitated with longing for his beloved. So he besought the Creator that he would vouchsafe to unite him with her, and he wept and groaned and wailed and began versifying. Union, this severance ended, shall I see some day? Then shall my tears this love-lorn lot of me portray. While night all care forgets I only minded thee, and thou didst gar me wake while all forgetful lay. And when his improvising came to an end, he wept with sore weeping and Aziz wept with him, for that he remembered his cousin, and they both ceased not to shed tears till morning dawned, whereupon Taj al-Muluk rose and went to farewell his mother, in travelling dress. She asked him of his case and he repeated the story to her, so she gave him 50,000 gold pieces and bade him adieu, and, as he fared forth, She put up prayers for his safety and for his union with his lover and his friends. Then he betook himself to his father and asked his leave to depart. The king granted him permission and, presenting him with other 50,000 dinars, bade set up a tent for him without the city, and they pitched a pavilion wherein the travellers abode 2 days. Then all set out on their journey. Now Taj al-Muluk delighted in the company of Aziz and said to him, "O my brother, henceforth I can never part from thee." Replied Aziz, "And I am of like mind and fain would I die under thy feet. But, O my brother, my heart is concerned for my mother. When we shall have won our wish," said the prince, "there will be naught save what is well." Now the wazir continued charging Taj al-Muluk to be patient, whilst Aziz entertained him every evening with talk and recited poetry to him and diverted him with histories and anecdotes. And so they fared on diligently night and day for 2 whole months, till the way became tedious to Taj al-Muluk and the fire of desire doubled on him, and he broke out. "The road is lonesome, grow my grief and need, while on my breast love fires forever feed, goal of my hopes, sole object of my wish. By him who moulded man from drop o' seed, I bear such loads of longing for thy love, dearest, as weight of Al-Sham mounts exceed. O Lady of my world FN number 12, love does me die, no breath of life is left for life to plead, but for the union hope that lends me strength, my weary limbs were weak this way to speed." When he had finished his verses, he wept, and Aziz wept with him, from a wounded heart, till the minister was moved to pity by the tears and said, "O my lord, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes clear of tears, there will be naught save what is well." Quoth Taj al-Muluk, "O wazir, indeed I am weary of the length of the way. Tell me how far we are yet distant from the city." Quoth Aziz, "But a little way remaineth to us." Then they continued their journey, cutting across river vales and plains, woods and stony wastes, till one night, as Taj al-Muluk was sleeping, he dreamt that his beloved was with him and that he embraced her and pressed her to his bosom, and he awoke quivering, shivering with pain, delirious with emotion, and improvised these verses. "Dear friend, my tears I flow these cheeks are down, with longsome pain and pine, my sorrows crown, I plain like keening woman child bereft, and as night falls like a widow dove I groan, and blow the breeze from a land where thou cost wone, I find o'er sunburnt earth sweet coolness blown. Peace be with thee, my love, while zephyr breathes, and cushat flies and turtle makes a moan." And when he had ended his versifying, the wazir came to him and said, "Rejoice, this is a good sign, so be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for thou shalt surely compass thy desire." And Aziz also came to him and exhorted him to patience and applied himself to divert him, talking with him and telling him tales. So they pressed on, marching day and night, other 2 months, till there appeared to them one day at sunrise some white thing in the distance, and Taj al-Muluk said to Aziz, "What is yonder whiteness?" He replied, "O my lord, yonder is the castle of crystal, and that is the city thou seekest." At this the prince rejoiced, and they ceased not faring forwards till they drew near the city, and, as they approached it, Taj al-Muluk joyed with exceeding joy, and his care ceased from him. They entered in trader guise, the king's son being habited as a merchant of importance, and repaired to a great khan, known as the merchant's lodging. Quoth Taj al-Muluk to Aziz, "Is this the resort of the merchants?" And quoth he, "Yes, 'tis the khan wherein I lodged before." So they lighted there, and making their baggage camels kneel, unloaded them and stored their goods in the warehouses. FN number 13, they abode 4 days for rest, when the wazir advised that they should hire a large house. To this they assented, and they found them a spacious house, fitted up for festivities, where they took up their abode, and their wazir and Aziz studied to devise some device for Taj al-Muluk, who remained in a state of perplexity, knowing not what to do. Now the minister could think of nothing but that he should set up as a merchant on 'Change and in the market of fine stuffs, So he turned to the prince and his companion and said to them, Know ye that if we tarry here on this wise, assuredly we shall not win our wish nor attain our aim, but as something occurred to me whereby, if Allah please, we shall find our advantage. Replied Daj al-Muluk and Aziz, Do what seemeth good to thee, indeed there is a blessing on the grey-beard, more especially on those who, like thyself, were conversant with the conduct of affairs, so tell us what occurreth to thy mind. Rejoined the Wazir, It is my counsel that we hire thee a shop in the stuff bazaar, where thou mayst sit to sell and buy. Every one, great and small, hath need of silken stuffs and other cloths, so if thou patiently abide in thy shop, thine affairs will prosper, inshallah. More by token as thou art comely of aspect. Make, however, Aziz thy factor and set him within the shop, to hand thee the pieces of cloth and stuffs. When Daj al-Muluk heard these words, he said, This rede is right and a right pleasant recking. So he took out a handsome suit of merchant tweed, and, putting it on, set out for the bazaar, followed by his servants, to one of whom he had given 1,000 dinars, wherewith to fit up the shop. They ceased not walking till they came to the stuff market, and when the merchants saw Daj al-Muluk's beauty and grace, they were confounded and went about saying, Of a truth Rizwan FN number 14, hath opened the gates of paradise and left them unguarded, so that this youth of passing comeliness hath come forth. And others, Peradventure this is one of the angels. Now when they went in among the traders they asked for the shop of the overseer of the market, and the merchants directed them thereto. So they delayed not to repair thither and to salute him, and he and those who were with him rose to them and seated them and made much of them, because of the Wazir, whom they saw to be a man in years and of reverend aspect, and viewing the youths Aziz and Daj al-Muluk in his company, they said to one another, Doubtless our Sheikh is the father of these two youths. Then quoth the Wazir, Who among you is the overseer of the market? This is he, replied they, and behold, he came forward, and their Wazir observed him narrowly and saw him to be an old man of grave and dignified carriage, with eunuchs and servants and black slaves. The syndic greeted them with the greeting of friends and was lavish in his attentions to them. Then he seated them by his side and asked them, Have ye any business which we FN number 15 may have the happiness of transacting? The minister answered, Yes, I am an old man, stricken in years, and have with me these two youths, with whom I have travelled through every town and country, entering no great city without tarrying there a full year, that they might take their pleasure in viewing it and come to know its citizens. Now I have visited your town intending to sojourn here for a while, so I want of thee a handsome shop in the best situation, wherein I may establish them, that they may traffic and learn to buy and sell and give and take, whilst they divert themselves with the sight of the place, and become familiar with the usages of its people. Quoth the overseer, There is no harm in that, and, looking at the two youths, he was delighted with them and affected them with a warm affection. Now he was a great connoisseur of bewitching glances, preferring the love of boys to that of girls and inclining to the sour rather than the sweet of love. So he said to himself, This, indeed, is fine game. Glory be to him who created and fashioned them out of vile water. FN number 16, and rising stood before them like a servant to do them honour. Then he went out and made ready for them a shop which was in the very midst of the exchange, nor was there any larger or better in the bazaar, for it was spacious and handsomely decorated and fitted with shelves of ivory and ebony wood. After this he delivered the keys to the Wazir, who was dressed as an old merchant, saying, Take them, O my lord, and Allah make it a blessed abiding place to thy two sons. The minister took the keys, and the three returning to the khan where they had alighted, bade the servants transport to the shop all their goods and stuffs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 132nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Wazir took the shop keys, he went accompanied by Taj al-Muluk and Aziz to the Khan, and they bade the servants transport to the shop all their goods and stuffs and valuables, of which they had great store worth treasures of money. And when all this was duly done, they went to the shop and ordered their stock in trade and slept there that night. As soon as morning morrowed, their wazir took the two young men to the hammam bath, where they washed them clean, and they donned rich dresses and scented themselves with essences and enjoyed themselves to the utmost. Now each of the youths was passing fair to look upon, and in the bath they were even as saith the poet. Look to the rubber, whose deft hand towards a frame begotten twixt the lymph and light. FN number 17. He shows the thaumaturgy of his graft, and gathers musk in form of camphordite. FN number 18. After bathing they left, and, when the overseer heard that they had gone to the hammam, he sat down to await the twain, and presently they came up to him like two gazelles. Their cheeks were reddened by the bath, and their eyes were darker than ever. Their faces shone, and they were as two lustrous moons or two branches fruit laden. Now when he saw them, he rose forthright and said to them, O my sons, may your bath profit you always. FN number 19. Whereupon Taj al-Muluk replied, with the sweetest of speech, Allah be bountiful to thee, O my father, why didst thou not come with us and bathe in our company? Then they both bent over his right hand and kissed it, and walked before him to the shop, to entreat him honourably and show their respect for him, for that he was chief of the merchants and the market, and he had done them kindness in giving them the shop. When he saw the hips quivering as they moved, desire and longing redoubled on him, and he puffed and snorted, and he devoured them with his eyes, for he could not contain himself, repeating the while these two couplets. Here the heart reads a chapter of devotion pure, nor reads dispute if heaven in worship partner take. No wonder 'tis he trembles walking neath such weight. How much of movement that revolving sphere must make. FN number 20. Furthermore he said, I saw two charmers dreading humble earth. Two I must live and tread they on mine eyes. When they heard this, they conjured him to enter the bath with them a second time. He could hardly believe his ears, and hastening thither, went in with them. The wazir had not yet left the bath, so when he heard of the overseer's coming, he came out, and meeting him in the middle of the bath hall invited him to enter. He refused, whereupon Taj al-Muluk taking him by the hand walked on one side and Aziz by the other, and carried him into a cabinet, and that impure old man submitted to them, whilst his emotion increased on him. He would have refused, albeit this was what he desired, but the minister said to him, They are thy sons, let them wash thee and cleanse thee. Allah preserve them to thee. Exclaimed the overseer, By Allah your coming and the coming of those with you bring down blessing and good luck upon our city. And he repeated these two couplets. Thou camest, and green grew the hills anew, and sweetest bloom to the bridegroom threw, while aloud cried earth and her earth-borns to hail and welcome who comest with grace to endue. They thanked him for this, and Taj al-Muluk ceased not to wash him and to pour water over him, and he thought his soul in paradise. When they had made an end of his service, he blessed them and sat by the side of the wazir, talking but gazing the while on the youths. Presently, the servants brought them towels, and they dried themselves and donned their dress. Then they went out, and the minister turned to the syndic and said to him, O my lord, verily the bath is the paradise FN number 21, of this world. Replied the overseer, Allah vouchsafe to thee such paradise, and health to thy sons, and guard them from the evil eye. Do ye remember aught that the eloquent have said in praise of the bath? Quoth Taj al-Muluk, I will repeat for thee a pair of couplets, and he recited. The life of the bath is the joy of man's life, FN number 22, save that time is short for us that abide, a heaven where irksome it were to stay, a hell, delightful at entering tide. When he ended his recital, quoth Aziz, and I also remember two couplets in praise of the bath. The overseer said, Let me hear them, so he repeated the following. a house where flowers from stones of granite grow, seen at its best when hot with living lows. Thou deem'st it hell, but here, forsooth, is heaven, and some like suns and moons within it show. And when he had ended his recital, his verses pleased the overseer, and he wondered at his words and savoured their grace and fecundity, and said to them, By Allah, ye possess both beauty and eloquence. But now listen to me, you twain. And he began chanting, and recited in song the following verses. O joy of hell and heaven, whose tormenting quickens frame and soul with lively gree, I marvel so delightsome house to view, and most when 'neath it kindled fires I see, sojourn of bliss to visitors, with all pools on them pour down tears unceasingly. Then his eyesight roamed and browsed and the gardens of their beauty, and he repeated these two couplets. I went to the house of the keeper man, he was out, but others to smile began. I entered its heaven FN number 23, and then his hell, FN number 24, and I said bless Malik FN number 25, and bless Rizwan FN number 26. When they heard these verses they were charmed, and the overseer invited them to his house, but they declined and returned to their own place, to rest from the great heat of the bath. So they took their ease there and ate and drank and passed that night in perfect solace and satisfaction, till morning dawned, when they arose from sleep and making their last ablution, prayed the dawn prayer and drank the morning draught. FN number 27, as soon as the sun had risen and the shops and markets opened, they arose and going forth from their place to the bazaar opened their shop, which their servants had already furnished, after the handsomest fashion, and had spread with prayer rugs and silken carpets, and had placed on the divans a pair of mattresses, each worth 100 dinars. On every mattress they had disposed a rug of skin fit for a king, and edged with a fringe of gold, and amiddlemost the shop stood a third seat still richer, even as the place required. Then Taj al-Muluk sat down on one divan, and Aziz on another, whilst the wazir seated himself on that in the centre, and the servants stood before them. The city people soon heard of them and crowded about them, so that they sold some of their goods and not a few of their stuffs, for Taj al-Muluk's beauty and loveliness had become the talk of the town. Thus they passed a trifle of time, and every day the people flocked to them and pressed upon them more and more, till the wazir, after exhorting Taj al-Muluk to keep his secret, commended him to the care of Aziz and went home, that he might commune with himself alone and cast about for some contrivance which might profit them. Meanwhile, the two young men sat talking, and Taj al-Muluk said to Aziz, haply someone will come from the Lady Dunya. So he ceased not expecting this chance days and nights, but his heart was troubled and he knew neither sleep nor rest, for desire had got the mastery of him, and love and longing were sore upon him, so that he renounced the solace of sleep and abstained from meat and drink, yet ceased he not to be like the moon on the night of fullness. Now one day as he sat in the shop, behold, there came up an ancient woman. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 133rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was a Dandan continued to Zor al-Makan. Now one day as Taj al-Muluk sat in his shop, behold, there appeared an ancient woman, who came up to him followed by two slave girls. She ceased not advancing till she stood before the shop of Taj al-Muluk and, observing his symmetry and beauty and loveliness, marvelled at his charms and sweated in her petticoat trousers, exclaiming, Glory to him who created thee out of vile water, and made thee a temptation to all beholders. And she fixed her eyes on him and said, This is not a mortal, he is none other than an angel deserving the highest respect. FN number 28. Then she drew near and saluted him, whereupon he returned her salute and rose to his feet to receive her and smiled in her face, all this by a hint from Aziz, after which he made her sit down by his side and fanned her with a fan, till she was rested and refreshed. Then she turned to Taj al-Muluk and said, O my son, O thou who art perfect in bodily gifts and spiritual graces, say me, art thou of this country? He replied, in voice the sweetest and in tone the pleasantest, By Allah, O my mistress, I was never in this land during my life till this time, nor do I abide here save by way of a diversion. Rejoined she, May the Granter grant thee all honour and prosperity. And what stuffs hast thou brought with thee? Show me something passing fine, for the beauteous should bring nothing but what is beautiful. When he heard her words, his heart fluttered and he knew not their inner meaning, but Aziz made a sign to him and he replied, I have everything thou canst desire, and especially I have goods that besit none but kings and kings' daughters, so tell me what stuff thou wantest and for whom, that I may show thee what will be fitting for him. This he said, that he might learn the meaning of her words, and she rejoined, I want a stuff fit for the Princess Dunya, daughter of King Shahriman. Now when the prince heard the name of his beloved, he joyed with great joy and said to Aziz, Give me such a parcel. So Aziz brought it and opened it before Taj al-Muluk, who said to the old woman, Select what will suit her, for these goods are to be found only with me. She chose stuffs worth 1,000 dinars and asked, How much is this? And she ceased not the while to talk with him and rub what was inside her thighs with the palm of her hand. Answered Taj al-Muluk, Shall I haggle with the like of thee about this paltry price? Praise be Allah who hath acquainted me with thee. The old woman rejoined, Allah's name be upon thee. I commend thy beautiful face to the protection of the Lord of the Daybreak. FN number 29, Beautiful face and eloquent speech. Happy she who layeth in thy bosom and claspeth thy waist in her arms and enjoyeth thy youth, especially if she be beautiful and lovely like thyself. At this, Taj al-Muluk laughed till he fell on his back and said to himself, O thou who fulfillest desires human by means of pimping old women. They are the true fulfillers of desires. Then she asked, O my son, what is thy name? And he answered, My name is Taj al-Muluk, the crown of kings. Quoth she, This is indeed a name of kings and kings' sons, and thou art clad in merchants' clothes. Quoth Aziz, For the love his parents and family bore him and for the value they set on him, they named him thus. Replied the old woman, Thou sayest sooth, Allah guard you both from the evil eye and the envious, though hearts be broken by your charms. Then she took the stuffs and went her way, but she was amazed at his beauty and stature and symmetry, and she ceased not going till she found the Lady Dunya and said to her, O my mistress, I have brought thee some handsome stuffs. Quoth the princess, Show me that same, and the old woman, O apple of my eye, here it is, turn it over and examine it. Now when the princess looked at it she was amazed and said, O my nurse, this is indeed handsome stuff, I have never seen its like in our city. O my lady, replied the old nurse, he who sold it me is handsome still. It would seem as if Rizwan had left the gates of paradise open in his carelessness, and as if the youth who sold me this stuff had come bodily out of heaven. I would he might sleep this night with thee and might lie between thy breasts. FN number 30, he hath come to thy city with these precious stuffs for amusement's sake, and he is a temptation to all who set eyes on him. The princess laughed at her words and said, Allah afflict thee, O pernicious old hag. Thou dotest and there is no sense left in thee. Presently, she resumed, Give me the stuff that I may look at it anew. So she gave it her and she took it again and saw that its size was small and its value great. It pleased her, for she had never in her life seen its like, and she exclaimed, By Allah, this is a handsome stuff. Answered the old woman, O my lady, by Allah, if thou sawest its owner thou wouldest know him for the handsomest man on the face of the earth. Quoth the Lady Dunya, Didst thou ask him if he had any need, that he might tell us and we might satisfy it? But the nurse shook her head and said, The Lord keep thy sagacity. By Allah, he hath a want, may thy skill not fail thee. What? Is any man free from wants? Rejoined the princess, Go back to him and salute him and say to him, our land and town are honoured by thy visit, and, if thou have any need, we will fulfill it to thee, on our head and eyes. So the old woman at once returned to Taj al-Muluk, and when he saw her his heart jumped for joy and gladness, and he rose to his feet before her and, taking her hand, seated her by his side. As soon as she was rested, she told him what Princess Dunya had said, and he on hearing it joyed with exceeding joy, his breast dilated to the full, gladness entered its heart, and he said to himself, verily, I have my need. Then he asked the old woman, haply thou wilt take her a message from me and bring me her answer? And she answered, I hear and I obey. So he said to Aziz, bring me ink case and paper and a brazen pen. And when Aziz brought him what he sought, he hent the pen in hand and wrote these lines of poetry. I write to thee, O fondest hope. A writ of grief that severance on my soul cloth lay, saith its first line, within my heart is, oh. Its second, love and longing on me prey. Its third, my patience waste is, fades my life. Its fourth, naught shall my pain and pine allay. Its fifth, when shall mine eyes enjoy thy sight? Its sixth, say, when shall dawn our meeting day? And, lastly, by way of subscription he wrote these words. This letter is from the captive of captivation prisoned in the hold of longing expectation, wherefrom is no emancipation but in anticipation and intercourse and in unification after absence and separation. For from the severance of friends he liveth so faint he suffereth love pangs and binding pain. Then his tears rushed out, and he indited these two couplets. I write thee, love, the while my tears pour down, nor cease they ever pouring thick and fleet, yet I despair not of my God, whose grace haply some day will grant us twain to meet. Then he folded the letter FN number 31, and sealed it with his signet ring and gave it to the old woman, saying, carry it to the Lady Dunya. Quoth she, to hear is to obey, whereupon he gave her 1,000 dinars and said to her, O my mother, accept this gift from me as a token of my affection. She took both from him and blessed him and went her way and never stinted walking till she went into the Lady Dunya. Now when the princess saw her she said to her, O my nurse, what is it he asketh of need that we may fulfill his wish to him? Replied the old woman, O my lady, he sendeth thee this letter by me, and I know not what is in it, and handed it to her. Then the princess took the letter and read it, and when she understood it, she exclaimed, whence cometh and whither goeth this merchant man that he durst address such a letter to me? And she slapped her face, saying, whence are we that we should come to shopkeeping? A while, by the Lord, but that I fear Almighty Allah I had slain him. And she added, I had crucified FN number 32, him over his shop door. Asked the old woman, what is in this letter to vex thy heart and move thy wrath on this wise? Doth it contain a complaint of oppression or demand for the price of the stuff? Answered the princess, woe to thee! There is none of this in it, naught but words of love and endearment. This is all through thee, otherwise whence should this Satan FN number 33 know me? Rejoined the old woman, O my lady, thou sittest in thy high palace and none may have access to thee, no, not even the birds of the air. Allah keep thee, and keep thy youth from blame and reproach. Thou needest not care for the barking of dogs, for thou art a princess, the daughter of a king. Be not wroth with me that I brought thee this letter, knowing not what was in it. But I opine that thou send him an answer and threaten him with death and forbid him this foolish talk. Surely he will abstain and not do the like again. Quoth the Lady Dunya, I fear that, if I write to him, he will desire me the more. The old woman returned, when he heareth thy threats and promise of punishment, he will desist from his persistence. She cried, here with the ink case and paper and brazen pen. And when they brought them, she wrote these couplets. O thou, who for thy wakeful nights wouldst claim my love to boon, for what of pining thou must feel and tribulation? Dost thou, fond fool and proud of sprite, seek meeting with the moon? Say, did man never win his wish to take in arms the moon? I counsel thee, from soul cast out the wish that dwells therein, and cut that short which threatens thee with sorest over soon, and to such talk thou dare return. I bid thee to expect fro me such awful penalty as whiteth fro a gloon. I swear by him who moulded man from gout of clotted blood. FN number 34, who lit the sun to shine by day and lit for night the moon, and thou returned to mention that thou spakest in thy pride, upon the cross of Dree, O boon I'll have thee crucified. Then she folded the letter and handing it to the old woman said, Give him this and say him, cease from this talk. Hearkening and obedience, replied she, and taking the letter with joy, returned to her own house, where she passed the night, and when morning dawned she betook herself to the shop of Daj al-Muluk, whom she found expecting her. When he saw her, he was ready to fly FN number 35, for delight, and when she came up to him, he stood to her on his feet and seated her by his side. Then she brought out the letter and gave it to him, saying, Read what is in this, adding, When Princess Dunya read thy letter she was angry, but I coaxed her and jested with her till I made her laugh, and she had pity on thee and she hath returned thee an answer. He thanked her for her kindness and bade Aziz give her 1,000 gold pieces. Then he perused the letter and understanding it fell to weeping, the weeping so sore that the old woman's heart was moved to ruth for him, and his tears and complaints were grievous to her. Presently she asked him, O my son, what is there in this letter to make thee weep? Answered he, She hath threatened me with death and crucifixion, and she forbiddeth me to write to her, but if I write not my death were better than my life. So take thou my answer to the letter and let her work her will. Rejoined the old woman, By the life of thy youth, needs must I risk my existence for thee, that I may bring thee to thy desire and help thee to win what thou hast at heart. And Daj al-Muluk said, Whatever thou dost, I will requite thee for it, and do thou weigh it in the scales of thy judgment, for thou art experienced in managing matters, and skilled in reading the chapters of the book of intrigue. All hard matters to thee are easy doings, and Allah can bring about everything. Then he took a sheet of paper and wrote thereon these improvised couplets. Yestereen my love with slaughter menaced me, but sweet was slaughter and death's foreordained. Yes, death is sweet for lover doomed to bear long life, rejected, injured and constrained, by Allah. Deign to visit friendless friend. Thy thrall am I and like a thrall I'm chained, mercy, O lady mine, for loving thee. Who loveth noble soul should be a saint. Then he sighed heavy sighs and wept till the old woman wept also, and presently taking the letter she said to him, Be of good cheer and cool eyes and clear, for needs must I bring thee to thy wish. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 134th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Daj al-Muluk wept the old woman said to him, Be of good cheer and cool eyes and clear, for needs must I bring thee to thy wish. Then she rose and left him on coals of fire, and returned to Princess Dunya, whom she found still showing on her changed face rage at Daj al-Muluk's letter. So she gave her his second letter, whereat her wrath redoubled, and she said, Did I not say he would desire us the more? Replied the old woman, What thing is this dog that he should aspire to thee? Quoth the princess, Go back to him and tell him that, if he write me after this, I will cut off his head. Quoth the nurse, Write these words in a letter and I will take it to him that his fear may be the greater. So she took a sheet of paper and wrote thereon these couplets. Ho thou, who past and bygone risks regardest with uncare, thou who to win thy meeting prize dost over slowly fare, in pride of spirit thinkest thou to win the star, so FN number 36. Albeit thou may not reach the moon which shines through upper air, how darest thou expect to win my favours, hope to clip upon a lover's burning breast my lance-like shape and rare. Leave this thy purpose, lest my wrath come down on thee some day, a day of wrath shall hoary turn the partings of thy hair. Then she folded the letter and gave it to the old woman, who took it and repaired to Taj al-Muluk. And when he saw her, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, "May Allah never bereave me of the blessing of thy coming." Quoth she, "Take the answer to thy letter." He took it and reading it, wept with sore weeping and said, "I long for someone to slay me at this moment and send me to my rest, for indeed death were easier to me than this my state." Then he took ink case and pen and paper and wrote a letter containing these two couplets. O hope of me, pursue me not with rigour and disdain, deign thou to visit lover white in love of thee is drowned, deem not a life so deeply wronged I longer will endure, my soul for severance from my friend divorced this frame unsound. Lastly he folded the letter and handed it to the old woman, saying, Be not angry with me, though I have wearied thee to no purpose. And he bade Aziz give her other 1,000 ducats, saying, O my mother, needs must this letter result in perfect union or utter severance. Replied she, O my son, by Allah, I desire naught but thy weal, and it is my object that she be thine, for indeed thou art the shining moon, and she the rising sun. FN number 37, If I do not bring you together, there is no profit in my existence, and I have lived my life till I have reached the age of 90 years in the practice of wile and intrigue, so how should I fail to unite two lovers, though in defiance of right and law? Then she took leave of him, having comforted his heart, and ceased not walking till she went into the Lady Dunya. Now she had hidden the letter in her hair, so when she sat down by the princess, she rubbed her head and said, O my lady, maybe thou wilt untwist my hair not, for it is a time since I went to the hammam. The king's daughter bared her arms to the elbows and, letting down the old woman's locks, began to loose the knot of back hair, when out dropped the letter, and the Lady Dunya, seeing it, asked, What is this paper? Quoth the nurse, As I sat in the merchant's shop, this paper must have stuck to me. Give it to me that I may return it to him. Possibly it containeth some account whereof he hath need. But the princess opened it and read it, and, when she understood it, she cried out, This is one of thy manifold tricks, and hast thou not reared me, I would lay violent hands on thee this moment. Verily Allah hath afflicted me with this merchant, but all that hath befallen me with him is on thy head. I know not from what country this one can have come, no man but he would venture to affront me thus, and I fear lest this my case get abroad, more by token as it concerneth one who is neither of my kin nor of my peers. Rejoined the old woman, None would dare speak of this for fear of thy wrath and for awe of thy sire, so there can be no harm in sending him an answer. Quoth the princess, O my nurse, verily this one is a perfect Satan. How durst he use such language to me? I'm not dread the Sultan's rage. Indeed, I am perplexed about his case. If I order him to be put to death, it were unjust, and if I leave him alive, his boldness will increase. Quoth the old woman, Come, write him a letter, it may be he will desist in dread. So she called for paper and ink case and pen and wrote these couplets. Thy folly drive thee on though long I chid, writing in verse, how long shall I forbid? For all forbiddle thou persistest more, and my sole grace it is to keep it hid. Then hide thy love nor ever dare reveal, for when thou speak, of thee I'll soon be rid if to thy silly speech thou turn anew. Ravens shall croak for thee the wold amid, and death shall come and beat thee down ere long, put out of sight and bury neath an earthen lid, thy folk, fond fool, who'lt leave for thee to mourn, and through their lives to sorrow all forlorn. Then she folded the letter and committed it to the old woman, who took it and returning to Taj al-Muluk, gave it to him. When he read it, he knew that the princess was hard-hearted and that he should not win access to her, so he complained of his case to the wazir and besought his counsel. Quoth the minister, Know thou that naught will profit thee save that thou write to her and invoke the retribution of heaven upon her. And quoth the prince, O my brother, O Aziz, do thou write to her as if my tongue spake, according to thy knowledge. So Aziz took a paper and wrote these couplets. By the 5 sheikhs, FN number 38, O Lord, I pray deliver me, let her for whom I suffer bear like misery. Thou knowest how I fry in flaming low of love, while she I love hath naught of ruth or clemency. How long shall I, despite my pain, her feelings spare? How long shall she wreak tyranny or weakling me? In pains of never ceasing death I ever grieve. O Lord, deign aid, none other helping hand I see. How fain would I forget her and forget her love. But how forget when love gad patience death to dree? O thou who hinderest love to joy fair meeting tide, say, art thou safe from time and fortune's jealousy? Art thou not glad and blessed with happy life, while I from folk and country for thy love am doomed flee? Then Aziz folded the letter and gave it to Taj al-Muluk to read it and was pleased with it. So he handed it to the old woman, who took it and went in with it to Princess Dunya. But when she read it and mastered the meaning thereof, and she was enraged with great rage and said, all that hath befallen me cometh by means of this Salome old woman. Then she cried out to the damsels and eunuchs, saying, seize this old hag, this accursed trickstress, and beat her with your slippers. So they came down upon her till she swooned away, and, when she came to herself, the princess said to her, by the Lord, O wicked old woman, did I not fear Almighty Allah, I would slay thee. Then quoth she to them, beat her again, and they did so till she fainted a second time, whereupon she bade them drag her forth and throw her outside the palace door. So they dragged her along on her face and threw her down before the gate, but as soon as she had revived she got up from the ground and, walking and sitting by turns, made her way home. So she passed the night till morning, when she arose and went to Taj al-Muluk and told them all that had occurred. He was distressed at this grievous news and said, O my mother, hard indeed to us is that which hath befallen thee, but all things are according to fate and man's lot. Replied she, be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for I will not give over striving till I have brought thee and her together, and made thee enjoy this wanton who hath burnt my skin with beating. Asked the prince, tell me what caused her to hate men, and the old woman answered, it arose from what she saw in a dream. And what was this dream? 'Twas this, one night, as she lay asleep, she saw a fowler spread his net upon the ground and scatter wheat grain round it. Then he sat down hard by, and not a bird in the neighbourhood but flocked to his toils. Amongst the rest she beheld a pair of pigeons, male and female, and, whilst she was watching the net, behold, the male bird's foot caught in the meshes and he began to struggle, whereupon all the other birds took fright and flew away. But presently his mate came back and hovered over him, then alighted on the toils unobserved by the fowler, and fell to pecking with her beak and pulling at the mesh in which the male bird's foot was dangled, till she released the toes and they flew away together. Then the fowler came up, mended his net and seated himself afar off. After an hour or so the birds flew back and the female pigeon was caught in the net, whereupon all the other birds took fright and scurried away, and the male pigeon fled with the rest and did not return to his mate, but the fowler came up and took the female pigeon and cut her throat. The princess awoke, troubled by her dream, and said, all males are like this pigeon, worthless creatures, and men in general lack grace and goodness to women. When the old woman had ended her story, the prince said to her, O my mother, I desire to have one look at her, though it be my death, so do thou contrive me some contrivance for seeing her. She replied, Know then that she hath under her palace windows a garden wherein she taketh her pleasure, and thither she resorteth once in every month by the private door. After 10 days, the time of her thus going forth to divert herself will arrive, so when she is about to visit the garden, I will come and tell thee, that thou mayst go thither and meet her. And look thou leave not the garden, for haply, and she see thy beauty and loveliness, her heart will be taken with love of thee, and love is the most potent means of union. He said, I hear and obey, whereupon he and Aziz arose and left the shop and, taking the old woman with them, showed her the place where they lodged. Then said Daj al-Muluk to Aziz, O my brother, I have no need of the shop now, having fulfilled my purpose of it, so I give it to thee with all that is in it, for that thou hast come abroad with me and hast left thy native land for my sake. Aziz accepted his gift, and then they sat conversing, while the prince questioned him of the strange adventures which had befallen him, and his companion acquainted him with the particulars thereof. Presently, they went to the wazir and, reporting to him Daj al-Muluk's purpose, asked him, What is to be done? Let us go to the garden, answered he. So each and every donned richest clothes and went forth, followed by 3 white slaves to the garden, which they found thick with thickets and railing its rills. When they saw the keeper sitting at the gate, they saluted him with the salam, and he returned their salute. Then the wazir gave him 100 gold pieces, saying, Prithee, take this small sum and fetch us somewhat to eat, for we are strangers and I have with me these 2 lads whom I wish to divert. FN number 39, the gardener took the sequins and said to them, Enter and amuse yourselves in the garden, for it is all yours, and sit down till I bring you what food you require. So he went to the market while the wazir and Daj al-Muluk and Aziz entered the garden. And shortly after leaving for the bazaar, the gardener returned with a roasted lamb and cotton white bread, which he placed before them, and they ate and drank. Thereupon he served up sweetmeats, and they ate of them, and washed their hands and sat talking. Presently the wazir said to the garth keeper, Tell me about this garden, is it thine or dost thou rent it? The sheikh replied, It doth not belong to me, but to our king's daughter, the Princess Dunya. What be thy monthly wages? Asked the wazir, and he answered, 1 dinar and no more. Then the minister looked round about the garden and, seeing in its midst a pavilion tall and grand but old and disused, said to the keeper, O elder, I am minded to do here a good work, by which thou shalt remember me. Replied the other, O my lord, what is the good work thou wouldest do? Take these 300 dinars, rejoined the wazir. When the keeper heard speak of the gold, he said, O my lord, whatso thou wilt do. So the wazir gave him the monies, saying, Inshallah, we will make a good work in this place. Then they left him and returned to their lodging, where they passed the night, and when it was the next day, the minister sent for a plasterer and a painter and a skillful goldsmith, and, furnishing them with all the tools they wanted, carried them to the garden, where he bade them whitewash the walls of the pavilion and decorate it with various kinds of paintings. Moreover, he sent for gold and lapis lazuli FN number 40, and said to the painter, Figure me on the wall, at the upper end of this hall, a man fowler with his nets spread and birds falling into them, and a female pigeon entangled in the meshes by her bill. And when the painter had finished his picture on one side, the wazir said, Figure me on the other side a similar figure, and represent the she-pigeon alone in the snare, and the fowler seizing her and setting the knife to her neck, and draw on the 3rd side wall, a great raptor clutching the male pigeon, her mate, and digging talons into him. The artist did his binding, and when he and the others had finished the designs, they received their hire and went away. Then the wazir and his companions took leave of the gardener and returned to their place, where they sat down to converse. And Daj al-Muluk said to Aziz, O my brother, recite me some verses, perchance it may broaden my breast and dispel my dolours and quench the fire flaming in my heart. So Aziz chanted with sweet modulation these couplets. Waiter, they say, of grief to lovers came, I, weakling I, can single-handed claim, and seek thou watering spot, FN number 41. My streaming eyes pour floods that thirst would quench, how it flame more, wouldest view what ruin love has wrought with ruthless hands, then see this wasted frame. And his eyes ran over with tears, and he repeated these couplets also. Who loves not one neck and gazelle-like eyes, yet claims to know life's joys, I say he lies, in love is mystery, none avail to learn save he who loveth in pure loving wise. Allah my heart ne'er lighten of this love, nor rob the wakefulness these eyelids prize. Then he changed the mode of song and sang these couplets. Ibn Sina, FN number 42, in his canon cloth. A bine lover's best cure is found in merry song, in meeting lover of a like degree, dessert in garden, wine draughts long and strong. I chose another who of thee might cure, while force and fortune aided well and long. But I learnt love's mortal ill, wherein Ibn Sina's recipe is fond and wrong. After hearing them to the end, Taj al-Muluk was pleased with his verses and wondered at his eloquence and the excellence of his recitation, saying, Indeed, thou hast done away with somewhat of my sorrow. Then, quoth the Wazir of a truth, there occurred to those of old what astoundeth those who hear it told. Quoth the prince, if thou canst recall aught of this kind, prithee let us hear thy subtle lines and keep up the talk. So the minister chanted in modulated song these couplets. Indeed I deem thy favours might be bought by gifts of gold and things that joy the sprite, and ignorantly thought thee light, O love, when can thy love lay low the highmost might, until I saw thee choosing one, that one loved with all favour, crowned with all delight. Then what I thou by sleight canst ne'er be won, and under wing my head I hid from sight, and in this nest of passion made my woe, wherein I nestle morning, noon and night. So far concerning them, but as regards the old woman, she remained shut up from the world in her house, till it befell that the king's daughter was taken with a desire to divert herself in the garden. Now she had never been wont so to do save in company with her nurse. Accordingly she sent for her and made friends with her and soothed her sorrow, saying, I wish to go forth to the garden, that I may divert myself with the sight of its trees and fruits, and broaden my breast with the scent of its flowers. Replied the old woman, I hear and obey, but first I would go to my house, and soon I will be with thee. The princess rejoined, Go home, but be not long absent from me. So the old woman left her and, repairing to Taj al-Muluk, said to him, Get thee ready and don thy richest dress and go to the garden and find out the gardener and salute him, and then hide thyself therein. To hear is to obey, answered he, and she agreed with him upon the signal, after which she returned to the Lady Dunya. As soon as she was gone, the Wazir and Aziz rose and robed Taj al-Muluk in a splendid suit of royal raiment worth 5,000 dinars, and girt his middle with a girdle of gold set with gems and precious metals. Then they repaired to the garden and found seated at the gate the keeper who, as soon as he saw the prince, sprang to his feet and received him with all respect and reverence, and opening the gate, said, Enter and take thy pleasure in looking at the garden. Now the gardener knew not that the king's daughter was to visit the place that day. But when Taj al-Muluk had been a little while there, he heard a hubbub, and ere he could think, out issued the eunuchs and damsels by the private wicket. The gardener seeing this came up to the prince, informed him of her approach and said to him, O my lord, what is to be done? The Princess Dunya, the king's daughter, is here. Replied the prince, Fear not, no harm shall befall thee, for I will hide me somewhere about the garden. So the keeper exhorted him to the utmost prudence and went away. Presently the princess entered the garden with her damsels and with the old woman, who said to herself, If these eunuchs stay with us, we shall not attain our end. So quoth she to the king's daughter, O my lady, I have somewhat to tell thee which shall ease thy heart. Quoth the princess, Say what thou hast to say. O my lady, rejoined the old woman, Thou hast no need of these eunuchs at a time like the present, nor wilt thou be able to divert thyself at thine ease, whilst they are with us, so send them away. And the Lady Dunya replied, Thou speakest sooth. Accordingly she dismissed them and presently began to walk about, whilst Taj al-Muluk looked upon her and fed his eyes on her beauty and loveliness, but she knew it not, and every time he gazed at her he fainted by reason of her passing charms. FN number 43. The old woman drew her on by converse till they reached the pavilion which the Wazir had bidden be decorated, when the princess entered and cast a glance round and perceived the picture of the birds, the fowler and the pigeon, whereupon she cried, Exalted be Allah! This is the very counterfeit presentment of what I saw in my dream. She continued to gaze at the figures of the birds and the fowler with his net, admiring the work, and presently she said, "Oh my nurse, I have been wont to blame and hate men, but look now at the fowler, how he hath slaughtered the she-bird who set free her mate, who was minded to return to her and aid her to escape when the bird of prey met him and tore him to pieces." Now the old woman feigned ignorance to her and ceased not to occupy her in converse, till they drew near the place where Taj al-Muluk lay hidden. Thereupon she signed to him to come out and walk under the windows of the pavilion, and, as the Lady Dunya stood looking from the casement, behold, her glance fell that way and she saw him, and noting his beauty of face and form, said to the old woman, "O my nurse, whence cometh yonder handsome youth?" Replied the old woman, "I know nothing of him save that I think he must be some great king's son, for he attaineth comeliness in excess and extreme loveliness." And the Lady Dunya fell in love with him to distraction. The spells which bound her were loosed and her reason was overcome by his beauty and grace, and his fine stature and proportions strongly excited her desires sexual. So she said, "O my nurse, this is indeed a handsome youth," and the old woman replied, "Thou sayest sooth, O my lady," and signed to Taj al-Muluk to go home. And though desire and longing flamed in him and he was distraught for love, yet he went away and took leave of the gardener and returned to his place, obeying the old woman and not daring to cross her. When he told the Wazir and Aziz that she had signed him to depart, they exhorted him to patience, saying, "Did not the ancient dame know that there was an object to be gained by thy departure, she had not signalled thee to return home." Such was the case with Taj al-Muluk, the Wazir and Aziz, but as regards the king's daughter, the Lady Dunya, desire and passion redoubled upon her, and she was overcome with love and longing, and she said to her nurse, "I know not how I shall manage a meeting with this youth, but through thee." Exclaimed the old woman, "I take refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. Thou who art averse from men, how cometh it then that thou art thus afflicted with hope and fear of this young man? Yet, by Allah, none is worthy of thy youth but he." Quoth the Lady Dunya, "O my nurse, further my cause and help me to foregather with him, and thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars and a dress of honour worth as much more, but if thou aid me not to come at him, I am a dead woman in very sooth." Replied the ancient dame, "Go to thy palace and leave me to devise means for bringing you twain together. I will throw away my life to content you both." So the Lady Dunya returned to her palace, and the old woman betook herself to Taj al-Muluk, who, when he saw her, rose to receive her and entreated her with respect and reverence, making her sit by his side. Then she said, "The trick hath succeeded," and told him all that had passed between herself and the princess. He asked her, "When is our meeting to be?" And she answered, "Tomorrow." So he gave her 1,000 dinars and a dress of like value, and she took them and stinted not walking till she returned to her mistress, who said to her, "O my nurse, what news of the beloved?" Replied she, "I have learnt where he liveth and will bring him to thee tomorrow." At this the princess was glad and gave her 1,000 dinars and a dress worth as much more, and she took them and returned to her own place, where she passed the night till morning. Then she went to Taj al-Muluk and dressing him in woman's clothes, said to him, "Follow me and sway from side to side FN number 44, as thou steppest, and hasten not thy pace nor take heed of any who speaketh to thee." And after thus charging him she went out, and the prince followed her in woman's attire, and she continued to charge and encourage him by the way, that he might not be afraid, nor ceased they walking till they came to the palace gate. She entered and the prince after her, and she led him on, passing through doors and vestibules, till they had passed 7 doors. FN number 45. As they approached the 7th, she said to him, "Hearten thy heart, and when I call out to thee and say, O damsel, pass on, do not slacken thy pace, but advance as if about to run. When thou art in the vestibule, Look to thy left, and thou wilt see a saloon with doors. Count 5 doors and enter the 6th, for therein is thy desire. Asked Taj al-Muluk, and whither wilt thou go? And she answered, Nowhere shall I go except that perhaps I may drop behind thee, and the chief eunuch may detain me to chat with him. She walked on, and he behind her, till she reached the door where the chief eunuch was stationed, and he, seeing Taj al-Muluk with her dressed as a slave girl, said to the old woman, What business hath this girl with thee? Replied she, This is a slave girl of whom the Lady Dunya hath heard that she is skilled in different kinds of work, and she hath a mind to buy her. Rejoined the eunuch, I know neither slave girls nor anyone else, and none shall enter here without my searching according to the king's commands. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 135th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the chamberlain eunuch cried to the old woman, I know neither slave girl nor anyone else, and none shall enter here without my searching him according to the king's commands. Then quoth she, feigning to be angry, I thought thee a man of sense and good breeding, but, if thou be changed, I will let the princess know of it and tell her how thou hinderest a slave girl. And she cried out to Taj al-Muluk, saying, Pass on, O damsel. So he passed on into the vestibule as she bade him, whilst the eunuch was silent and said no more. The prince counted 5 doors and entered the 6th, where he found the Princess Dunya standing and awaiting him. As soon as she saw him, she knew him and clasped him to her breast, and he clasped her to his bosom. Presently the old woman came into them, having made a pretext to dismiss the princess's slave girls for fear of disgrace, and the Lady Dunya said to her, Be thou a doorkeeper. So she and Taj al-Muluk abode alone together and ceased not kissing and embracing and twining leg with leg till dawn. FN number 46. When day drew near, she left him and, shutting the door upon him, passed into another chamber, where she sat down as was her wont, whilst her slave women came in to her, and she attended to their affairs and conversed with them. Then she said to them, Go forth from me now, for I wish to amuse myself in privacy. So they withdrew, and she betook herself to Taj al-Muluk, and the old woman brought them food, of which they ate and returned to amorous dalliance till dawn. Then the door was locked upon him as on the day before, and they ceased not to do thus for a whole month. This is how it fared with Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya. But as regards the Wazir and Aziz, when they found that the prince had gone to the palace of the king's daughter and the delayed all the while, they concluded that he would never return from it and that he was lost forever. And Aziz said to the Wazir, O my father, what shall we do? He replied, O my son, this is a difficult matter, and except we return to his sire and tell him, he will blame us therefore. So they made ready at once and forthright set out for the Green Land and the country of the 2 columns, and sought Sulayman Shah's capital. And they traversed the valleys night and day till they went into the king, and acquainted him with what had befallen his son, and how from the time he entered the princess's palace they had heard no news of him. At this the king was as though the day of doom had dawned for him, and regret was sore upon him. And he proclaimed a holy war FN number 47, throughout his realm. After which he sent forth his host without the town and pitched tents for them and took up his abode in his pavilion, whilst the levies came from all parts of the kingdom, for his subjects loved him by reason of his great justice and beneficence. Then he marched with an army walling the horizon, and departed in quest of his son. Thus far concerning them. But as regards Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya, the 2 remained as they were half a year's time, whilst every day they redoubled in mutual affection, and love and longing and passion and desire so pressed upon Taj al-Muluk, that at last he opened his mind and said to her, Know, O beloved of my heart and vitals, that the longer I abide with thee, the more love and longing and passion and desire increase on me. For that I have not yet fulfilled the whole of my wish. Asked she, What then wouldst thou have, O light of my eyes and fruit of my vitals? if thou desire aught beside kissing and embracing and entwining of legs with legs, do what pleaseth thee, for, by Allah, no partner hath any part in us. FN number 48, but he answered, it is not that I wish, I would fain acquaint thee with my true story. Know, then, that I am no merchant, nay, I am a king, the son of a king, and my father's name is the Supreme King Sulayman Shah, who sent his wazir ambassador to thy father, to demand thee in marriage for me, but when the news came to thee thou wouldest not consent. Then he told her his past from first to last, nor is there any avail in a twice-told tale, and he added, and now I wish to return to my father, that he may send an ambassador to thy sire, to demand thee in wedlock for me, so we may be at ease. When she heard these words, she joyed with great joy because it suited with her own wishes, and they passed the night on this understanding. But it so befell by the decree of destiny that sleep overcame them that night above all nights, and they remained till the sun had risen. Now at this hour, King Shahriman was sitting on his cushion of estate, with his emirs and grandees before him, when the syndic of the goldsmiths presented himself between his hands, carrying a large box. And he advanced and opening it in presence of the king, brought out therefrom a casket of fine work worth 100,000 dinars, for that which was therein of precious stones, rubies and emeralds beyond the competence of any sovereign on earth to procure. When the king saw this, he marvelled at its beauty, and, turning to the chief eunuch, him with whom the old woman had had to do, said to him, O Biffa, FN number 49, take this casket and went with it to the Princess Dunya. The castrato took the casket and repairing to the apartment of the king's daughter found the door shut and the old woman lying asleep on the threshold, whereupon said he, What? Sleeping at this hour? When the old woman heard the eunuch's voice she started from sleep and was terrified and said to him, Wait till I fetch the key. Then she went forth and fled for her life. Such was her case. But as regards the epicene, he, seeing her alarm, lifted the door off its hinge pins, FN number 50, and entering found the Lady Dunya with her arms round the neck of Taj al-Muluk and both fast asleep. At this sight he was confounded and was preparing to return to the king, when the princess awoke, and seeing him, was terrified and changed colour and waxed pale, and said to him, O Biffa, veil thou what Allah hath veiled. FN number 51, but he replied, I cannot conceal aught from the king, and, locking the door on them, returned to Shahriman, who asked him, Hast thou given the casket to the princess? Answered the eunuch, Take the casket, here it is, for I cannot conceal aught from thee. Know that I found a handsome young man by the side of the princess, and they two asleep in one bed and in mutual embrace. The king commanded them to be brought into the presence and said to them, What manner of thing is this? And, being violently enraged, seized a dagger and was about to strike Taj al-Muluk with it, when the Lady Dunya threw herself upon him and said to her father, Slay me before thou slayest him. The king reviled her and commanded her to be taken back to her chamber. Then he turned to Taj al-Muluk and said to him, Woe to thee! Whence art thou? Who is thy father, and what hath emboldened thee to deport my daughter? Replied the prince, Know, O king, that if thou put me to death, thou art a lost man, and thou and all in thy Indians will repent the deed. Quoth the king, How so? And quoth Taj al-Muluk, Know that I am the son of King Sulayman Shah, and ere thou knowest it, he will be upon thee with his horse and foot. When King Shahriman heard these words he would have deferred killing Taj al-Muluk and would rather have put him in prison, till he should look into the truth of his words, but his wazir said to him, O king of the age, it is my opinion that thou make haste to slay this gallows bird who dares deport the daughters of kings. So the king cried to the headsman, Strike off his head, for he is a traitor. Accordingly, the herdsman took him and bound him fast and raised his hand to the emirs, signing to consult them, a first and a second signal, thinking thereby to gain time in this matter. FN number 52. But the king cried in anger to him, "How long wilt thou consult others? If thou consult them again, I will strike off thine own head." So the headsman raised his hand till the hair of his armpit showed, and was about to smite his neck, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 136th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the headsman raised his hand to smite off his head, when behold, loud cries arose, and the folk closed their shops, whereupon the king said to the headsman, "Wait a while," and dispatched one to learn the news. The messenger fared forth and presently returned and reported, "I saw an army like the dashing sea with its clashing surge, and their horses curvetting till earth trembleth with the tramp, and I know no more of them." When the king heard this, he was confounded and feared for his realm lest it should be torn from him, so he turned to his minister and said, "Have not any of our army gone forth to meet this army?" But ere he had done speaking, his chamberlains entered with messengers from the king who was approaching, and amongst them the wazir who had accompanied Taj al-Muluk. They began by saluting the king, who rose to receive them and bade them draw near, and asked the cause of their coming, whereupon the minister came forward from amongst them and stood before him and said, "Know that he who hath come down upon thy realm is no king like unto the kings of yore and the sultans that went before." "And who is he?" asked Shahriman, and their wazir answered, "He is the Lord of justice and loyalty, the brute of whose magnanimity the caravans have blazed abroad, the Sultan Sulayman Shah, Lord of the Green Land and the two columns and the mountains of Ispahan, he who loveth justice and equity, and hateth oppression and iniquity. And he saith to thee that his son is with thee and in thy city, his son, his heart's very core and the fruit of his loins, and if he find him in safety, his aim is won, and thou shalt have thanks and praise. But if he have been lost from thy realm, or if aught of evil have befallen him, look thou for ruin and the wasting of thy reign. For this thy city shall become a wold wherein the raven shall croak. Thus have I done my errand to thee, and peace be with thee." Now when King Shahriman heard from the messenger these words, his heart was troubled and he feared for his kingdom, so he cried out for his grandees and ministers, chamberlains and lieutenants, and, when they appeared, he said to them, "Woe to you! Go down and search for the youth." Now the prince was still under the headsman's hands, but he was changed by the fright he had undergone. Presently, the wazir, chancing to glance around, saw the prince on the rug of blood and recognized him, so he arose and threw himself upon him, and so did the other envoys. Then they proceeded to loose his bonds and they kissed his hands and feet, whereupon Taj al-Muluk opened his eyes and, recognizing his father's wazir and his friend Aziz, fell down a-fainting for excess of delight in them. When King Shahriman made sure that the coming of this army was indeed because of this youth, he was confounded and feared with great fear, so he went up to Taj al-Muluk and, kissing his head, said to him, "O my son, be not wroth with me, neither blame the sinner for his sin, but have compassion on my grey hairs, and waste not my realm." Whereupon Taj al-Muluk drew near unto him and kissing his hand, replied, "No harm shall come to thee, for indeed thou art to me as my father, but look that naught befall my beloved, the Lady Dunya." Rejoined the king, "O my lord, fear not for her, naught but joy shall betide her," and he went on to excuse himself and made his peace with Sulayman Shah's wazir, to whom he promised much money, if he would conceal from the king what he had seen. Then he bade his chief officers take the prince with them and repair to the hammam and clothe him in one of the best of his own suits and bring him back speedily. So they obeyed his binding and bore him to the bath and clad him in the clothes which King Shahriman had set apart for him, and brought him back to the presence chamber. When he entered, the king rose to receive him and made all his grandees stand in attendance on him. Then Taj al-Muluk sat down to converse with his father's wazir and with Aziz, and he acquainted them with what had befallen him, after which they said to him, "During that delay we returned to thy father and gave him to know that thou didst enter the palace of the princess and didst not return therefrom, and thy case seemed doubtful to us. But when thy sire heard of this he mustered his forces. Then we came to this land, and indeed our coming hath brought to thee relief in extreme case, and to us great joy. Quoth he, good fortune hath attended your every action, first and last. While this was doing, King Shahriman went into his daughter Princess Dunya, and found her wailing and weeping for Taj al-Muluk. Moreover, she had taken a sword and fixed the hilt in the ground, and had set the point to the middle of her heart between her breasts, and she bent over the blade, saying, Needs must I slay myself, and not survive my beloved. When her father entered and saw her in this case, he cried out to her, saying, O princess of kings' daughters, hold thy hand and have ruth on thy sire and the folk of thy realm. Then he came up to her and continued, Let it not be that an ill thing befall thy father for thy sake. And he told her the whole tale, that her lover was the son of King Sulayman Shah, and sought her to wife, and he added, The marriage waiteth only for thy consent. Thereat she smiled and said, Did I not tell thee that he was the son of a sultan? By Allah, there is no help for it but that I let him crucify thee on a bit of wood worth 2 pieces of silver. Replied the king, O my daughter, have mercy on me, so Allah have mercy on thee. Rejoined she, Up with you, and make haste and go bring him to me without delay. Quoth the king, On my head and eyes be it, and he left her, and, going in hastily to Taj al-Muluk, repeated her words in his ear. FN number 53. So he arose and accompanied the king to the princess, and when she caught sight of her lover, she took hold of him and embraced him in her father's presence, and hung upon him and kissed him, saying, Thou hast desolated me by thine absence. Then she turned to her father and said, Sawest thou ever any that could do hurt to the like of this beautiful being, who is moreover a king, the son of a king and of the freeborn? FN number 54. Guarded against ignoble deeds. Thereupon King Shahriman went out, shutting the door on them with his own hand, and he returned to the wazir and to the other envoys of Sulayman Shah, and bade them inform their king that his son was in health and gladness, and enjoying all delight of life with his beloved. So they returned to King Sulayman and acquainted him with this, whereupon King Shahriman ordered largesse of money and vivers to the troops of King Sulayman Shah, and, when they had conveyed all he had commanded, he bade be brought out 100 horses, and 100 dromedaries, and 100 white slaves, and 100 concubines, and 100 black slaves, and 100 female slaves, all of which he forwarded to the king as a present. Then he took horse, with his grandees and chief officers, and rode out of the city in the direction of the king's camp. As soon as Sultan Sulayman Shah knew of his approach, he rose and advanced many paces to meet him. Now the wazir and Aziz had told him all the tidings, whereat he rejoiced and cried, Praise be to Allah who hath granted the dearest wish of my son. Then King Sulayman took King Shahriman in his arms and seated him beside himself on the royal couch, where they conversed a while and had pleasure in each other's conversation. Presently food was set before them, and they ate till they were satisfied, and sweetmeats and dried fruits were brought, and they enjoyed their dessert. And after a while came to them Taj al-Muluk, richly dressed and adorned, and when his father saw him, he stood up and embraced him and kissed him. Then all who were sitting rose to do him honor, and the 2 kings seated him between them, and they sat conversing a while. After which quoth King Sulayman Shah to King Shahriman, I desire to have the marriage contract between my son and thy daughter drawn up in the presence of witnesses, that the wedding may be made public, even as is the custom of kings. I hear and I obey, quoth King Shahriman, and thereon summoned the Qazi and the witnesses, who came and wrote out the marriage contract between Taj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya. Then they gave bakshish FN number 55. Of money and sweetmeats, and lavished incense and essences, and indeed it was a day of joy and gladness, and all the grandees and soldiers rejoiced therein. Then King Shahriman proceeded to dower and equip his daughter, and Taj al-Muluk said to his sire, Of a truth, This young man Aziz is of the generous and hath done me a notable service, having borne weariness with me, and he hath travelled with me and hath brought me to my desire. He ceased never to show sufferance with me and exhort me to patience till I accomplished my intent, and now he hath abided with us 2 whole years, and he cut off from his native land. So now I purpose to equip him with merchandise, that he may depart hence with a light heart, for his country is near hand. Replied his father, Right is thy rede. So they made ready 100 loads of the richest stuffs and the most costly, and Taj al-Muluk presented them with great store of money to Aziz, and farewelled him, saying, O my brother and my true friend, take these loads and accept them from me by way of gift and token of affection, and go in peace to thine own country. Aziz accepted the presents and kissing the ground between the hands of the prince and his father bade them adieu. Moreover, Taj al-Muluk mounted and accompanied him 3 miles on his homeward way as a proof of amity, after which Aziz conjured him to turn back, saying, By Allah, O my master, were it not for my mother, I never would part from thee. But, good my lord, leave me not without news of thee. Replied Taj al-Muluk, So be it. Then the prince returned to the city and Aziz journeyed until he came to his native town, and he entered it and ceased not faring till he went into his mother and found that she had built him a monument in the midst of the house and used to visit it continually. When he entered, he saw her with hair dishevelled and dispread over the tomb, weeping and repeating these lines. Indeed I'm strong to bear waiter before, but weak to bear such partings. Dire mischance, what heart estrangement of the friend can bear? What strength withstand assault of severance? Then sobs burst from her breast, and she recited also these couplets. What's this? I pass by tombs, and fondly greet my friends' last homes, but send they no reply, for saith each friend, Reply how can I make when pledged to clay and pawned to stones I lie? Earth has consumed my charms and I forget thy love, from kith and kin poor banished I. While she was thus, behold, Aziz came in to her, and when she saw him, she fell down, fainting for very joy. He sprinkled water on her face till she revived, and rising, took him in her arms and strained him to her breast, whilst he in like manner embraced her. Then he greeted her and she greeted him, and she asked the reason of his long absence. Whereupon he told her all that had befallen him from first to last, and informed her how Taj al-Muluk had given him 100 loads of monies and stuffs. At this she rejoiced, and Aziz abode with his mother in his native town, weeping for what mishaps had happened to him with the daughter of Adawala the wily one, even her who had castrated FN number 56, him. Such was the case with Aziz, that as regards Taj al-Muluk he went in unto his beloved, the Princess Dunya, and abated her maidenhood. Then King Shahriman proceeded to equip his daughter for her journey with her husband and father-in-law, and bade bring them provaunt and presents and rarities. So they loaded their beasts and set forth, whilst King Shahriman escorted them, by way of farewell, 3 days' journey on their way, till King Shah Sulayman conjured him to return. So he took leave of them and turned back, and Taj al-Muluk and his wife and father fared forwards night and day, with their troops, till they draw near the capital. As soon as the news of their coming spread abroad, the folk decorated for them the city, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 137th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Shah Sulayman drew near his capital, the folk decorated the city for him and for his son. So they entered in state, and the king, sitting on his throne with his son by his side, gave alms and largesse and loosed all who were in his jails. Then he held a second bridal for his son, and the sound of the singing women and players upon instruments was never silent for a whole month. And the Tyre women stinted not to adorn the Lady Dunya and display her in various dresses, and she tired not of the display, nor did the women weary of gazing on her. Then Taj al-Muluk, after having foregathered a while with his father and mother, shook up his sojourn with his wife, and they abode in all joyance of life and in fairest fortune, till there came to them the destroyer of all delights. FN number 57. Now when the Wazir Dandan had ended the tale of Daj al-Muluk and the Lady Dunya, Zor al-Makan said to him, Of a truth, it is the like of thee who lighten the mourner's heart and who deserve to be the boon companions of kings and to guide their policy in the right way. All this befell and they were still besieging Constantinople, where they lay for whole years, till they yearned after their native land, and the troops murmured, being weary of vigil and besieging and the endurance of fray and foray by night and by day. Then King Zor al-Makan summoned Rustam and Bahram and Tarkash, and when they were in presence bespoke them thus, Know that we have lain here all these years and we have not won to our wish, nay, we have but gained increase of care and concern, for indeed he came, thinking to take our man boat for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and in so doing my brother Sharkan was slain, so is our sorrow grown to sorrows twain and our affliction to afflictions twain. All this came of the old woman's at al-Dawai, for it was she who slew the Sultan in his kingdom and carried off his wife, the Queen Sophia, nor did this suffice her, but she must put another cheat on us and cut the throat of my brother Sharkan, and indeed I have bound myself and sworn by the solemnest oaths that there is no help but I take blood wit from her. What say ye? Ponder my address and answer me. Then they bowed their heads and answered, It is for the Wazir Dandan to opine. So the minister came forward and said, Know, O King of the age, it booteth us not to tarry here, and 'tis my counsel that we strike camp and return to our own country, there to abide for a certain time, and after that we should return for a razzia upon the worshippers of idols. Replied the king, This rede is right, for indeed the folk weary for a sight of their families, and I am another who is also troubled with yearning after my son Kanmakan and my brother's daughter Kusiafakan, for she is in Damascus and I know not how is her case. When the troops heard this report, they rejoiced and blessed their Wazir Dandan. Then the king bade the crier call the retreat after 3 days. They fell to preparing for the march, and, on the 4th day, they beat the big drums and unfurled the banners, and the army set forth, the Wazir Dandan in the van and the king riding in the mid-battle, with the Grand Chamberlain by his side, and all journeyed without ceasing, night and day, till they reached Baghdad city. The folk rejoiced in their return, and care and fear ceased from them whilst the stay-at-homes met the absentees, and each emir betook him to his own house. As for Zor al-Makan, he marched up to the palace and went into his son Kanmakan, who had now reached the age of 7, and who used to go down to the weapon plain and ride. As soon as the king was rested of his journey, he entered the hammam with his son, and returning, seated himself on his sofa of state, whilst their Wazir Dandan took up his station before him, and the emirs and lords of the realm presented themselves and stood in attendance upon him. Then Zor al-Makan called for his comrade, the fireman, who had befriended him in his wanderings, and, when he came into presence, the king rose to do him honour and seated him by his side. Now he had acquainted the Wazir with all the kindness and good turns which the stoker had done him, and he found that the white had waxed fat and burly with rest and good fare, so that his neck was like an elephant's throat and his face like a dolphin's belly. Moreover, he was grown dull of wit, for that he had never stirred from his place, so at first he knew not the king by his aspect. But Zor al-Makan came up to him smiling in his face, and greeted him after the friendliest fashion, saying, How soon hast thou forgotten me? With this the fireman roused himself and, looking steadfastly at Zor al-Makan, made sure that he knew him, whereupon he sprang hastily to his feet and exclaimed, O my friend, who hath made thee sultan? Then Zor al-Makan laughed at him, and the Wazir, coming up to him, expounded the whole story to him and said, In good sooth he was thy brother and thy friend, and now he is king of the land, and needs must thou get great good of him. So I charge thee, if he say, Ask a boon of me, ask not but for some great thing, for thou art very dear to him. Quoth the fireman, I fear lest, if I ask of him aught, he may not choose to give it or may not be able to grant it. Quoth the wazir, have no care, whatsoever thou askest he will give thee. Rejoined the stoker, by Allah, I must at once ask of him a thing that is in my thought, every night I dream of it and implore Almighty Allah to vouchsafe it to me. Said the wazir, take heart, by Allah, if thou ask of him the government of Damascus, in place of his brother, he would surely give it thee and make thee governor. With this the stoker rose to his feet and Zor al-May consigned to him to sit, but he refused, saying, Allah forfend. The days are gone by of my sitting in thy presence. Answered the Sultan, not so, they endure even now. Thou west in a very deed the cause that I am at present alive and, by Allah, whatever thing most desired thou requirest of me, I will give that same to thee. But ask thou first of Allah, and then of me. He said, O my lord, I fear not. Quoth the Sultan, he continued, I fear to ask aught and that thou shouldst refuse it to me, and it is only. At this the king laughed and replied, if thou require of me the half of my kingdom I would share it with thee, so ask what thou wilt and leave talking. Repeated the fireman, I fear don't fear. Quoth the king. He went on, I fear lest I ask a thing and thou be not able to grant it. Upon this the Sultan waxed wroth and cried, ask what thou wilt. Then said he, I ask, first of Allah and then of thee, that thou write me a patent of syndicate over all the firemen of the baths in the holy city, Jerusalem. The Sultan and all present laughed, and Zor al-Makan said, ask something more than this. He replied, O my lord, said I not, I feared that thou wouldest not choose to give me what I should ask, or that thou be not able to grant it. Therewith the wazir signed him with his foot once and twice and thrice, and every time he began, I ask of thee, quoth the Sultan, ask and be speedy. So he said, I ask thee to make me chief of the scavengers in the holy city of Jerusalem, or in Damascus town. Then all those who were present fell on their backs with laughter, and their wazir beat him, whereupon he turned to the minister and said to him, what art thou that thou shouldest beat me? 'Tis no fault of mine, dost thou not thyself bid me ask some important thing? And he added, let me go to my own land. With this, the Sultan knew that he was jesting and took patience with him a while, then turned to him and said, O my brother, ask of me some important thing, befitting our dignity. So the stoker said, O King of the age, I ask first of Allah and then of thee, that thou make me viceroy of Damascus in the place of thy brother. And the king replied, Allah granteth thee this. Thereupon the fireman kissed ground before him, and he bade set him a chair in his rank and vested him with the viceroy's habit. Then he wrote him a patent and sealed it with his own seal, and said to the wazir Dandan, none shall go with him but thou, and when thou makest the return journey, do thou bring with thee my brother's daughter, Pusiafican. Hearkening and obedience, answered the minister, and, taking the fireman, went down with him and made ready for the march. Then the king appointed for the stoker servants and suite, and gave him a new litter and a princely equipage, and said to the emirs, whoso loveth me, let him honour this man and offer him a handsome present. So each and every of the emirs brought him his gift according to his competence, and the king named him Zibul Khan, FN number 58, and conferred on him the honourable surname of Al-Mujahid. FN number 59. As soon as the gear was ready, he went up with the Wazir Dandan to the king, that he might take leave of him and ask his permission to depart. The king rose to him and embraced him, and charged him to do justice between his subjects, and bade him make ready for fight against the infidels after 2 years. Then they took leave of each other, and the king, FN number 60, the fighter for the faith, Hiz Zibul Khan, having been again exhorted by Zor al-Makan to deal fairly with his subjects, set out on his journey, after the emirs had brought him Mamelukes and eunuchs, even to 5,000 in number, who rode after him. The Grand Chamberlain also took horse, as did Bahram, captain of the Dalamites, and Rustam, captain of the Persians, and Tarkash, captain of the Arabs, who attended to do him service, and they ceased not riding with him 3 days' journey by way of honour. Then, taking their leave of him, they returned to Baghdad, and the Sultan Zibil Khan and the Wazir Dandan fared on, with their suite and troops, till they draw near Damascus. Now news was come, upon the wings of birds, to the notables of Damascus, that King Zor al-Makan had made Sultan over Damascus a king named Zibil Khan and surnamed al-Mujahid. So when he reached the city he found it dressed in his honour, and everyone in the place came out to gaze on him. The new Sultan entered Damascus in a splendid progress and went up to the citadel, where he sat down upon his chair of state, whilst there was the Dandan stood in attendance on him, to acquaint him with the ranks of the emirs and their stations. Then the grandees came into him and kissed hands and called down blessings on him. The new king, Zibil Khan, received them graciously and bestowed on them dresses of honour and various presents and bounties, after which he opened the treasuries and gave largesse to the troops, great and small. Then he governed and did justice and proceeded to equip the lady Quzia, daughter of King Shah Khan, appointing her litter of silken stuff. Moreover he furnished the Wazir Dandan equally well for the return journey and offered him a gift of coin, but he refused, saying, "Thou art near the time appointed by the king, and haply thou wilt have need of money, or after this we may send to seek of thee funds for the holy war or what not." Now when the Wazir was ready to march, Sultan al-Mujahid mounted to bid the minister farewell and brought Quzia to him, and made her enter the litter and sent with her 10 damsels to do her service. Thereupon they set forward, whilst King Fighter for the Faith returned to his government that he might order affairs and get ready his munitions of war, awaiting such time as King Zor al-Makan should send a requisition to him. Such was the case with Sultan Zibil Khan, that as regards the Wazir Dandan, he ceased not faring forward and finishing off the stages, in company with Quzia till they came to Rabba FN number 61, after a month's travel, and thence pushed on, till he drew near Baghdad. Then he sent to announce his arrival to King Zor al-Makan, who, when he heard this, shook horse and rode out to meet him. The Wazir Dandan would have dismounted, but the king conjured him not to do so and urged his steed till he came up to his side. Then he questioned him of Zibil Khan Hais al-Mujahid, whereto the Wazir replied that he was well and that he had brought with him Quzia the daughter of his brother. At this the king rejoiced and said to Dandan, "Down with thee and rest thee from the fatigue of the journey for 3 days, after which come to me again." Replied the Wazir with joy and gratitude, and betook himself to his own house, whilst the king rode up to his palace and went into his brother's daughter, Quzia, a girl of 8 years old. When he saw her, he rejoiced in her and sorrowed for her sire. Then he bade make for her clothes and gave her splendid jewelry and ornaments, and ordered she be lodged with his son Kanmakan in one place. So they both grew up the brightest of the people of their time and the bravest. But Quzia became a maiden of good sense and understanding and knowledge of this issues of events, whilst Kanmakan proved him a generous youth and free-handed, taking no care in this issue of aught. And so they continued till each of them attained the age of 12. Now Quzia used to ride a horseback and fare forth with her cousin into the open plain and push forward and range at large with him in the wood. And they both learned to smite with swords and spike with spears. But when they had reached the age of 12, King Zor al-Makan, having completed his preparations and provisions and munitions for holy war, summoned the Wazir Dandan and said to him, "Know that I have set mind on the thing, which I will discover to thee, and I want thine opinion thereon, so do thou with speed return me a reply." Asked the Wazir, "What is that, O King of the Age?" And the other answered, "I am resolved to make my son Kanmakan Sultan and rejoice in him in my lifetime and do battle before him till death overtake me. What reckest thou of this?" The wazir kissed the ground before the king and replied, "No, O king and sultan mine, lord of the age and the time. That which is in thy mind is indeed good, save that it is now no time to carry it out, for two reasons. The first, that thy son Kanmakan is yet of tender years, and the second, that it often befalleth him who maketh his son king in his lifetime, to live but a little while afterward." FN number 62. "And this is my reply," rejoined the king, "No, O wazir, that we will make the Grand Chamberlain guardian over him, for he is now one of the family and he married my sister, so that he is to me as a brother." Quoth the wazir, "Do what seemeth good to thee, we have only to obey thine orders." Then the king sent for the Grand Chamberlain, whom they brought into the presence together with the lords of the realm, and he said to them, "Ye know that this my son Kanmakan is the first cavalier of the age, and that he hath no peer in striking with the sword and lunging with the lance, and now I appoint him to be sultan over you, and I make the Grand Chamberlain, his uncle, guardian over him." Replied the chamberlain, "I am but a tree which thy bounty hath planted." And Zor al-Makan said, "O chamberlain, verily this my son Kanmakan and my niece Kusiafikan are brothers' children, so I hereby marry her to him, and I call those present to witness thereof." Then he made over to his son such treasures as no tongue can describe, and going in to his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, told her what he had done, whereat she was a glad woman and said, "Verily the twain are my children, Allah preserve thee to them and keep thy life for them many a year." Replied he, "O my sister, I have accomplished in this world all my heart desired, and I have no fear for my son. Yet it were well thou have an eye on him, and an eye on his mother." And he charged the chamberlain and Nuzhat al-Zaman with the care of his son and niece and wife, and this he continued to do nights and days till he fell sick and deemed surely that he was about to drink the cup of death, so he took to his bed, whilst the chamberlain busied himself with ordering the folk and realm. At the end of the year, the king summoned his son Kanmakan and the wazir Dandan and said, "O my son, after my death this wazir is thy sire, for know that I am about to leave this house of life transitory for the house of eternity. And indeed I have fulfilled my will of this world, yet there remaineth in my heart one regret which may Allah dispel through and by thy hands." Asked his son, "What regret is that, O my father?" Answered Zor al-Makan, "O my son, the sole regret of me is that I die without having avenged thy grandfather, Omar bin al-Nu'man, and thine uncle, Sharkan, on an old woman whom they call Zat al-Dawai, but, if Allah grant thee aid, sleep not till thou take thy wreak on her, and so wipe out the shame we have suffered at the infidels' hands. And beware of the old hag's wile, and do what the wazir Dandan shall advise thee, because he from old time hath been the pillar of our realm." And his son assented to what he said. Then the king's eyes ran over with tears, and his sickness redoubled on him, whereupon his brother-in-law, the chamberlain, took charge over the country, and, being a capable man, he judged and bade and forbade for the whole of that year, while Zor al-Makan was occupied with his malady. And his sickness was sore upon him for 4 years, during which the chief chamberlain sat in his stead and gave full satisfaction to the commons and the nobles, and all the country blessed his rule. Such was the case with Zor al-Makan and the chamberlain, but as regards the king's son, he busied himself only with riding and lunging with lance and shooting with shaft, and thus also did the daughter of his uncle, Kusiafikan, for he and she were wont to fare forth at the first of the day and return at nightfall, when she would go into her mother, and he would go into his mother, whom he ever found sitting in tears by the head of his father's couch. Then he would tend his father all night long till daybreak, when he would go forth again with his cousin according to their wont. Now Zor al-Makan's pains and sufferings were lonesome upon him, and he wept and began versifying with these couplets. Gone is my strength, told is my tale of days, and, look I am left as thou dost see, in honour's day most honoured wont to be, and win the race from all my company. Would heaven before my death I might behold my son in seat of empire sit for me, and rush upon his foes, to take his wreak with sway of sword and lance lunged gallantly, in this world and the next I am undone, except the Lord vouchsafe me clemency. When he had ended repeating these verses, he laid his head on his pillow and closed his eyes and slept. Then saw he in his sleep one who said to him, Rejoice, for thy son shall fill the lands with justice sway, and he shall rule them, and him shall the lieges obey. Then he awoke from his dream gladdened by the good tidings he had seen, and after a few days, death smote him, and because of his dying great grief fell on the people of Baghdad, and simple and gentle mourned for him. But time passed over him, as though he had never been there. FN number 63, and Kanmakan's estate was changed, for the people of Baghdad set him aside and put him and his family in a place apart. Now when his mother saw this, she fell into the sorriest of plights and said, There is no help but that I go to the Grand Chamberlain, and I must hope for the agents of the subtle, the all-wise. Then she rose from her place and betook herself to the house of the Chamberlain who was now become Sultan, and she found him sitting upon his carpet. So she went in to his wife, Nuzhat al-Zaman, and wept with sore weeping and said unto her, Verily the dead hath no friend. May Allah never bring you to want as long as your age and the years endure, and may you cease not to rule justly over rich and poor. Thine ears have heard and thine eyes have seen all that was ours of kingship and honour and dignity and wealth and fair fortune of life and condition, and now time hath turned upon us, and fate and the world have betrayed us and wrought in hostile way with us, wherefore I come to thee craving thy favours, I from whom favours were craved, for when a man dieth, women and maidens are brought to dispisal. And she repeated these couplets. Suffice thee death such marvels can enhance, and severed lives make lasting severance. Man's days are marvels, and their stations are but water pits. FN number 64, of misery and mischance. Naught wrings my heart save loss of noble friends, girt round by rings of hard, harsh circumstance. When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard these words, she remembered her brother, Zor al-Makan, and his son Kanmakan, and, making her draw near to her and showing her honour, she said, Verily at this moment, by Allah, I am grown rich and thou art poor. Now by the Lord, we did not cease to scent thee out, but we feared to wound thy heart lest thou shouldest fancy our gifts to thee in alms gift. Withal, whatsoever we now enjoy is from thee and thy husband, so our house is thy house and our place thy place, and thine is all our wealth and what goods we have belong to thee. Then she robed her in sumptuous robes and sat apart for her a place in the palace adjoining her own, and they abode therein, she and her son, in all delight of life. And Nuzhat al-Zaman clothed him also in king's raiment and gave to them both especial handmaids for their service. After a little, she related to her husband the sad case of the widow of her brother, Zor al-Makan, whereat his eyes filled with tears, and he said, Wouldest thou see the world after thee, look thou upon the world after other than thyself. Then entreat her honourably and enrich her poverty. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 138th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman related to her husband the sad case of the widow of her brother, Zor al-Makan, the Chamberlain said, Entreat her honourably and enrich her poverty. Thus far concerning Nuzhat al-Zaman and her consort and the relict of Zor al-Makan, but as regards Kanmakan and his cousin Kuzyafakan, they grew up and flourished till they waxed like unto two fruit-laden boughs or two shining moons, and they reached the age of 15. And she was indeed the fairest of maids who were modestly veiled, lovely-faced with smooth cheeks graced, and slender waist on heavy hips based, and her shape was the shaft's thin line, and her lips were sweeter than old wine, and the nectar of her mouth as it were the fountain salsible. FN number 65, even as saith the poet in these two couplets describing one like her. As though to zain of wine on her lips honey-dew dropped from the ripened grapes her mouth in clusters grew, and, when her frame thou doublest, and low bends her vine, praise her creator's might no creature ever knew. Of a truth Allah had united in her every charm, her shape would shame the branch of waving tree, and the rose before her cheeks craved lenity, and the honey-dew of her lips of wine made cheer, however old and clear, and she gladdened heart and beholder with joyous cheer, even as saith of her the poet. Goodly of gifts is she, and charm those perfect eyes, with lashes shaming Cole and all the fair ones cold. FN number 66, and from those e'en the glances pierced the lover's heart, like sword in Mir al-Mu'minina Ali's hold. And, the relator continueth, as for Kanmakan, he became unique in loveliness and excelling in perfection no less. None could even him in qualities as in seemliness, and the sheen of blue between his eyes was espied, testifying for him while against him it never testified. The hardest hearts inclined to his side, his eyelids bore lashes black as by coal, and he was of surpassing worth in body and soul. And when the down of lips and cheeks began to sprout, bards and poets sang for him far and near. Appeared not my excuse till hair had clothed his cheek, and gloom o'erhip that side face, sight to stagger, a fawn, when eyes would batten on his charms, each glance deals thrust like point of Kandjar dagger. And saith another, his lover's souls have drawn upon his cheek an ant that perfected its rosy light. I marvel at such martyrs lies a pent who yet with greeny robes of heaven are dight. FN number 67. Now it chanced one holiday, that Cusiafican fared forth to make festival with certain kindred of the court, and she went surrounded by her handmaids. And indeed beauty encompassed her, the roses of her cheeks dealt envy to their mole, from out her smiling lips levy flushed white, gleaming like the chamomile. FN number 68, and Kanmakan began to turn about her and devour her with his sight, for she was the moon of resplendent light. Then he took heart and giving his tongue a start began to improvise. When shall the disappointed heart be healed of severance, and lips of union smile at ceasing of our hard mischance? Would heaven I knew shall come some night, and with it surely bring meeting with friend who like myself endureth sufferance. FN number 69. When Cusiafican heard these couplets, she showed vexation and disapproval, and, putting on a haughty and angry air, said to him, dost thou name me in thy verse, to shame me amongst folk? By Allah, if thou turn not from this talk, I will assuredly complain of thee to the Grand Chamberlain, Sultan of Khorasan and Baghdad, and Lord of Justice and Equity, that disgrace and punishment may befall thee. Kanmakan made no reply for anger, but he returned to Baghdad, and Cusiafican also returned to her palace and complained of her cousin to her mother, who said to her, O my daughter, haply he meant thee no harm, and is he aught but an orphan. Withal, he said naught of reproach to thee, so beware thou tell none of this, lest perchance it come to ease Sultan's ears, and he cut short his life and blot out his name and make it even as yesterday, whose memory hath passed away. However, Kanmakan's love for Cusiafican spread abroad in Baghdad, so that the women talked of it. Moreover, his breast became straitened and his patience waned, and he knew not what to do, yet he could not hide his condition from the world. Then longed he to give vent to the pangs he endured, by reason of the law of separation, but he feared her rebuke and her wrath, so he began improvising. Now is my dread to incur reproaches, which disturb her temper and her mind obscure. Patient I'll bear them, e'en as generous youth his case to cure. Beareth the burn of brand his case to cure. FN number 70. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 139th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Grand Chamberlain became Sultan they named him King Sasan, and after he had assumed the throne he governed the people in righteous way. Now as he was giving audience one day, Kanmakan's verses came to his knowledge. Thereupon he repented him of the past, and going in to his wife Nuzhat al-Zaman, said to her, Verily, to join half the grass and fire, FN number 71, is the greatest of risks, and man may not be trusted with woman, so long as eye glanceth and eyelid quivereth. Now thy brother's son, Canmacan, is come to man's estate, and it behoveth us to forbid him access to the rooms where anklets drinkle, and it is yet more needful to forbid thy daughter the company of men, for the like of her should be kept in the harem. Replied she, Thou sayest sooth, O wise king. Next day came Canmacan according to his wont, and, going into his aunt, saluted her. She returned his salutation and said to him, O my son, I have somewhat to say to thee which I would fain leave unsaid, yet I must tell it thee despite my inclination. Quoth he, Speak. And quoth she, Know then that thy sire the chamberlain, the father of Cusiafacan, hath heard of the verses thou madest anent her, and hath ordered that she be kept in the harem and out of thy reach. If therefore, O my son, thou want anything from us, I will send it to thee from behind the door, and thou shalt not look upon Cusiafacan, nor shalt thou return hither from this day forth. When he heard this, he arose and withdrew without speaking a single word, and, betaking himself to his mother, related what his aunt had said. She observed, This all cometh of thine overtalking. Thou knowest that the news of thy passion for Cusiafacan is noised abroad, and the tattle hath spread everywhere, how thou eatest their food, and thereafter thou calledst their daughter. Rejoined he, And who should have her but I? She is the daughter of my father's brother, and I have the best of rights to her. Retorted his mother, These are idle words. Be silent, lest haply thy talk come to King Sussan's ears, and it prove the cause of thy losing her, and the reason of thy ruin and increase of thine affliction. They have not sent us any supper tonight, and we shall die an-hungered, and were we in any land but this, we were already dead of famine or of shame for begging our bread. When Canmacan heard these words from his mother, his regrets redoubled, his eyes ran over with tears, and he complained and began improvising. Minish this blame I ever bear from you, my heart loves her to whom all love is due. Ask not from me of patience jot or little, divorce of patience by God's house, I rue. What blamers preach of patience I unheed, here am I, love path firmly to pursue. Indeed they bar me access to my love, here am I by God's ruth no ill I sue. Good sooth my bones, when as they hear thy name, quail as birds quailed when Nisses saw them flew. FN number 72, Say to them who blamed my love that I will love that face of fair cousin till I die. And when he had ended his verses, he said to his mother, I have no longer a place in my aunt's house nor among these people, but I will go forth from the palace and abide in the corners of the city. So he and his mother left the court, and, having sought an abode in the neighborhood of the poorer sort, the settled. But she used to go from time to King Sussan's palace, and thence take daily bread for herself and her son. As this went on, Cusiafacan took her aside one day and said to her, Alas, O mine auntie, how is it with thy son? Replied she, O my daughter, sooth to say, he is tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, being fallen into the net of thy love. And she repeated to her the couplets he had made, whereupon Cusiafacan wept and said, By Allah, I rebuked him not for his words, nor for ill will to him, but because I feared for him the malice of foes. Indeed my passion for him is double that he feeleth for me. My tongue may not describe my yearning for him, and were it not for the extravagant wilfulness of his words and the wanderings of his wit, my father had not cut off from him favours that besit, nor had decreed unto him exclusion and prohibition as fit. However, man's days bring naught but change, and patience in all case is most becoming. Peradventure he who ordained our severance will vouchsafe us reunion. And she began versifying in these two couplets. O son of mine uncle, same sorrow I bear, and suffer the like of thy cock and thy care, yet hide I from man what I suffer for pine. Hide it too, and such secret to man never bear. When his mother heard this from her, she thanked her and blessed her. Then she left her and acquainted her son with what she had said, whereupon his desire for her increased, and he took heart, being eased of his despair and the turmoil of his love and care. And he said, By Allah, I desire none but her, and he began improvising. Leave this blame, I will list to no flout of my foe. I divulged a secret was told me to keep. He is lost to my sight for whose union I yearn, and I watch all the while he can slumber and sleep. So the days and nights went by whilst Canmacan lay tossing upon coals of fire, FN number 73, till he reached the age of 17, and his beauty had waxed perfect and his wits were at their brightest. One night, as he lay awake, he communed with himself and said, "Why should I keep silence till I waste away and see not my lover? Fault have I none save poverty, so, by Allah, I am resolved to remove me from this region and wander over the wild and the wood, for my position in this city is a torture and I have no friend nor lover therein to comfort me. Wherefore I am determined to distract myself by absence from my native land till I die and take my rest after this shame and tribulation." And he began to improvise and recited these couplets. Albeit my vitals quiver neath this ban, before the foe myself I'll ne'er unman. So pardon me, my vitals are a writ whose superscription are my tears that ran. Hey ho! My cousin seemeth may come down to earth by reason of Rizwan. Scapes not the dreadful sword lunge of her look who dares the glancing of those e'en to scan. O'er Allah's widespread world I'll roam, and from such exile win what bread I can, yes. Abroad earth I'll roam and save my soul, all but her absence bearing like a man with gladsome heart I'll haunt the field of fight, and meet the bravest brave in battle van. So Canmacan fared forth from the palace barefoot and he walked in a short-sleeved gown, wearing on his head a skull cap of felt FN number 74, 7 years old and carrying a scone 3 days stale, and in the deep glooms of night betook himself to the portal of Al-Arij of Baghdad. Here he waited for the gate being opened, and when it was opened, he was the first to pass through it, and he went out at random and wandered about the wastes night and day. When the dark hours came, his mother sought him but found him not, whereupon the world waxed straight upon her for all that it was great and wide, and she took no delight in aught of weal it supplied. She looked for him a first day and a second day and a third day till 10 days were past, but no news of him reached her. Then her breast became contracted and she shrieked and shrilled, saying, "O my son! O my darling! Thou hast revived my regrets. Sufficed not what I endured, but thou must depart from my home? After thee I care not for food nor joy in sleep, and naught but tears and mourning are left me. O my son, from what land shall I call thee? And what town hath given thee refuge?" Then her sobs burst out, and she began repeating these couplets. "Well learnt we, since you left, our grief and sorrow to sustain, while bows of severance shot their shafts in many a railing rain, they left me, after girthing on their cells of corduroy to fight the very pangs of death, while spanned they sandy plain. Mysterious through the nightly gloom there came the moan of dove, a ringed dove, and replied I, cease thy plaint, how durst complain? If, by my life, her heart, like mine, were full of pain, and bine she had not decks her neck with ring nor soul with ruddy stain. FN number 75, fled is my known familiar friend, bequeathing me a store of parting pang and absence ache to suffer evermore." Then she abstained from food and drink and gave herself up to excessive tear-shedding and lamentation. Her grief became public property far and wide, and all the people of the town and country side wept with her and cried, "Where is thine eye, O Zor al-Makan?" And they bewailed the rigours of time, saying, "Would heaven he knew what hath befallen Canmacan that he fled his native town, and chased himself from the place where his father used to fill all in hungry case and do justice and grace." And his mother redoubled her weeping and wailing till the news of Canmacan's departure came to King Sisndot, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 140th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that came to King Sisnd the tidings of the departure of Canmacan, through the chief emirs who said to him, Verily he is the son of our sovereign and the seed of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and it hath reached us that he hath exiled himself from the land. When King Sasan heard these words, he was wroth with them and ordered one of them to be hanged by way of silencing him, whereat the fear of him fell upon the hearts of all the other grandees, and they dared not speak one word. Then he called to mind all the kindness that Zau al-Makan had done him, and how he had charged him with the care of his son, wherefore he grieved for Kanmakan and said, Needs must I have search made for him in all countries. So he summoned Tarkash and bade him choose 100 horse and went with them in quest of the prince. Accordingly he went out and was absent 10 days, after which he returned and said, I can learn no tidings of him and have hit on no trace of him, nor can any tell me aught of him. Upon this King Sasan repented him of that which he had done by the prince, whilst his mother abode in unrest continual, nor would patience come at her call, and thus passed over her 20 days in heaviness all. This is how it fared with these, but as regards Kanmakan, when he left Baghdad, he went forth perplexed about his case, and knowing not whither he should go, so he fared on alone through the desert for 3 days, and saw neither footman nor horseman. Withal, his sleep fled and his wakefulness redoubled, for he pined after his people and his homestead. He ate of the herbs of the earth and drank of its flowing waters, and siested under its trees at hours of noontide heats, till he turned from that road to another way, and, following it other 3 days, came on the 4th to a land of green leas, dyed with the hues of plants and trees, and with sloping valley sides made to please, abounding with the fruits of the earth. It had drunken of the cups of the cloud, to the sound of thunders rolling loud, and the song of the turtle-dove gently soughed, till its hill slopes were brightly verdant and its fields were sweetly fragrant. Then Kanmakan recalled his father's city Baghdad, and for excess of emotion he broke out into verse. I roam, and roaming hope I to return, yet of returning see not how or when. I went for love of one I could not win, nor way of scaping ills that pressed could ken. When he ended his recital he wept, but presently he wiped away his tears and ate of the fruits of the earth enough for his present need. Then he made the wuzu ablution and prayed the ordained prayers which he had neglected all this time, and he sat resting in that place through the livelong day. When night came he slept, and ceased not sleeping till midnight, when he awoke and heard a human voice declaiming these couplets. What's life to me, unless I see the pearly sheen of teeth I love, and sight that glorious mien? Pray for her bishops who in convents reign, vying to bow before that heavenly queen. And death is lighter than the loved one's wrath, whose phantom haunts me seen in every scene. O joy of cup companions, when they meet, and loved and lover o'er each other lean. E'en more in time of spring, the lord of flowers, when fragrant is the world with bloom and green, drainer of vine juice. Up with thee, for now earth is a heaven where sweet waters flow. FN number 76. When Kanmakan heard these distichs his sorrows surged up, his tears ran down his cheeks like freshets, and flames of fire darted into his heart. So he rose to see who it was that spake these words, but saw none for the thickness of the gloom, whereupon passion increased on him, and he was frightened and restlessness possessed him. He descended from his place to the sole of the valley and walked along the banks of the stream, till he heard the same voice sighing heavy sighs and reciting these couplets. O 'tis thy wont to hide thy love perforce, yet weep on day of parting and divorce. 'Twixt me and my dear love were plighted vows, pledge of reunion, fonder intercourse, with joy inspires my heart and deals it rest. Zephyr, whose coolness doth desire enforce. O Sayada, FN number 77, thinks of me that anklet wearer? Or parting broke she troth without remorse? And say, shall nights foregather us, and we have suffered hardships tell in soft discourse? Quoth she, thou right daft for us and fey. Quoth I, saying thee, how many a friend hast turned to course? If taste mine eyes sweet sleep while she's away, Allah with loss offer thee in a curse. Oh, wounds in vitals mine. Vocule lacunian and dewy lips sweet theriac. FN number 78. When Canmickan heard his verse again spoken by the same voice yet saw no one, he knew that the speaker was a lover like unto himself, debarred from union with her who loved him, and he said to himself, 'Twere fitting that this man should lay his head to my head and become my comrade in this my strangerhood. FN number 79. Then he hailed the speaker and cried out to him, saying, O thou who farest in sombrest night, draw near to me and tell me thy tale. Haply thou shalt find me one who will succour thee in thy sufferings. And when the owner of the voice heard these words, he cried out, O thou that respondest to my complaint and wouldest hear my history, who art thou amongst the knights? Art thou human or jinni? Answer me speedily ere thy death draw near, for I have wandered in this desert some 20 days and have seen no one nor heard any voice but thy voice. At these words Canmickan said to himself, This one's case is like my case, for I, even I, have wandered 20 days, nor during my wayfare have I seen man or heard voice. And he added, I will make him no answer till day arise. So he was silent, and the voice again called out to him, saying, O thou that callest, if thou be of the jinn, fare in peace, and, if thou be man, stay a while till the day breaks dark and the night flee with the dark. The speaker abode in his place, and Canmickan did likewise, and at waning reciting verses never failed, and wept tears that railed till the light of day began loom and the night departed with its gloom. Then Canmickan looked at the other and found him to be of the Badawi Arabs, a youth in the flower of his age, clad in worn clothes and bearing in baldric a rusty sword which he kept sheathed, and the signs of love-longing were apparent on him. He went up to him and accosted him and saluted him, and the Badawi returned the salute and greeted him with courteous wishes for his long life, but somewhat despised him, seeing his tender years and his condition, which was that of a pauper. So he said to him, O youth, of what tribe art thou, and to whom art thou kin among the Arabs, and what is thy history that thou goest by night, after the fashion of knights? Indeed thou spakest to me in the dark words such as are spoken of none but doughty cavaliers and lion-like warriors, and now I hold thy life in hand. But I have compassion on thee by reason of thy green years, so I will make thee my companion, and thou shalt go with me, to do me service. When Canmickan heard him speak these unseemly words, after showing him such skill in verse, he knew that he despised him and would presume with him. Therefore he answered him with soft and well-chosen speech, saying, O chief of the Arabs, leave my tenderness of age and tell me why thou wanderest by night in the desert reciting verses. Thou talkest, I see, of my serving thee. Who then art thou, and what moved thee to talk this wise? Answered he, Hark ye, boy. I am Sabah, son of Rama bin Hammam. FN number 80. My people are of the Arabs of Syria, and I have a cousin, Najma Haiz, who to all that look on her brings delight. And when my father died, I was brought up in the house of his brother, the father of Najma, but as soon I grew up and my uncle's daughter became a woman, they secluded her from me and me from her, seeing that I was poor and without money in pouch. Then the chiefs of the Arabs and the heads of the tribes rebuked her sire, and he was abashed before them and consented to give me my cousin, but upon condition that I should bring him as her dower 50 head of horses and 50 dromedaries which travel 10 days. FN number 81, without a halt, and 50 camels laden with wheat and like number laden with barley, together with 10 black slaves and 10 handmaids. Thus the weight he set upon me was beyond my power to bear, for he exacted more than a marriage settlement as by law established. So here am I, travelling from Syria to Iraq, and I have passed 20 days without seeing other than thyself, yet I mean to go to Baghdad that I may ascertain what merchant men of wealth and importance start thence. Then will I fare forth in their track and loot their goods, and I will slay their escort and drive off their camels with their loads. But what manner of man art thou? Replied Canmickan, thy case is like unto my case, save that my evil is more grievous than thine ill. For my cousin is a king's daughter, and the dowry of which thou hast spoken would not content her people, nor would they be satisfied with the like of that from me. Quoth Saba, surely thou art a fool, or thy wits for excess of passion are gathering wool. How can thy cousin be a king's daughter? Thou hast no sign of royal rank on thee, for thou art but a mendicant. Rejoined Kanmakan, O chief of the Arabs, let not this my case seem strange to thee, for what happened, happened. FN number 82, and if thou desire proof of me, I am Kanmakan, son of King Zor al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and the realm Khorasan, and fortune banned me with her tyrant ban, for my father died and my sultanate was taken by King Sasan. So I fled forth from Baghdad secretly, lest I be seen of any man, and have wandered 20 days without any but thyself to scan. So now I have discovered to thee my case, and my story is as thy story, and my need as thy need. When Sabab heard this, he cried out, O my joy, I have attained my desire. I will have no loot this day but thyself, for since thou art of the seed of kings and hast come out in beggar's garb, there is no help but thy people will seek thee, and, if they find thee in anyone's power, they will ransom thee with monies galore. So show me thy back, O my lad, and walk before me. Answered Kanmakan, O brother of the Arabs, act not on this wise, for my people will not buy me with silver nor with gold, not even with a copper dirham, and I am a poor man, having with me neither much nor little, so cease then to be upon this track and take me to thy comrade. Fare we forth for the land of Iraq and wander over the world, so haply we may win dower and marriage portion, and we may seek and enjoy our cousin's kisses and embraces when we come back. Hearing this, Saba waxed angry, his arrogance and fury redoubled, and he said, Woe to thee! Dost thou bandy words with me, O vilest of dogs that be? Turn thee thy back, or I will come down on thee with clack. Kanmakan smiled and answered, Why should I turn my back for thee? Is there no justice in thee? Dost thou not fear to bring blame upon the Arab men by driving a man like myself captive, in shame and disdain, before thou hast proved him on the plain, to know if he be a warrior or of cowardly strain? Upon this Saba laughed and replied, By Allah, a wonder! Thou art a boy in years told, but in talk thou art old. These words should come from none but a champion doughty and bold. What wantest thou of justice? Quoth Kanmakan, If thou wilt have me thy captive, to wend with thee and serve thee, throw down thine arms and put off thine outer gear and come on and wrestle with me, and whichever of us throw his opponent shall have his will of him and make him his boy. Then Saba laughed and said, I think this waste of breath denoteth the nearness of thy death. Then he arose and threw down his weapon and, tucking up his skirt, drew near unto Kanmakan, who also drew near, and they gripped each other. But the Badawi found that the other had the better of him and weighed him down as the quintal down weighs the diner, and he looked at his legs firmly planted on the ground, and saw that they were as two minarets FN number 83, strongly based, or two tent poles in earth encased, or two mountains which may not be displaced. So he acknowledged himself to be a failure and repented of having come to wrestle with him, saying in himself, Would I had slain him with my weapon. Then Kanmakan took hold of him and mastering him, shook him till the Badawi thought his bowels would burst in his belly, and he broke out, Hold thy hand, O boy. He heeded not his words, but shook him again and, lifting him from the ground, made with him towards the stream, that he might throw him therein, whereupon the Badawi roared out, saying, O thou valiant man, what wilt thou do with me? FN number 84, quoth he, I mean to throw thee into this stream, it will bear thee to the Tigris. The Tigris will bring thee to the river Isa, and the Isa will carry thee to the Euphrates, and the Euphrates will land thee in thine own country, so thy tribe shall see thee and know thy manly cheer and how thy passion be sincere. Then Saba cried aloud and said, O champion of the desert lair, Do not with me what deed the wicked dare, but let me go, by the life of thy cousin, the jewel of the fair. Hearing this, Canmickan set him on the ground, but when he found himself at liberty, he ran to his sword and targe, and taking them up stood plotting in himself treachery and sudden assault on his adversary. FN number 85. The prince kenned his intent in his eye and said to him, I con what is in thy heart, now thou hast told of thy sword and thy targe. Thou hast neither length of hand nor trick of wrestling, but thou thinkest that, wert thou on thy mare and couldst wheel about the plain, and ply me with thy skein, I had long ago been slain. But I will give thee thy requite, so there may be left in thy heart no despite. Now give me the targe and fall on me with thy whinger, either thou shalt kill me or I shall kill thee. Here it is, answered Saber, and, throwing him the targe, bared his brand and rushed at him sword in hand. Canmickan hent the buckler in his right and began to fend himself with it, whilst Saber struck at him, saying at each stroke, This is the finishing blow. But it fell harmless enow, for Canmickan took call on his buckler and it was waste work, though he did not reply, lacking the wherewithal to strike, and Saber ceased not to smite at him with his sabre, till his arm was weary. When his opponent saw this, he rushed upon him and, hugging him in his arms, shook him and threw him to the ground. Then he turned him over on his face and pinioned his elbows behind him with the baldric of his sword, and began to drag him by the feet and to make for the river. Thereupon cried Saber, What wilt thou do with me, O youth, and cavalier of the age and brave of the plain where battles rage? Answered he, Did I not tell thee that it was my intent to send thee by the river to thy kin and to thy tribe, that thy heart be not troubled for them nor their hearts be troubled for thee, unless thou miss thy cousin's bride feast? At this Saber shrieked aloud and wept, and screaming said, Do not thus, O champion of the time's braves. Let me go and make me one of thy slaves. And he wept and wailed and began reciting these verses. I'm estranged fro my folk and estrangement's long, shall I die amid strangers? Ah, would that I kenned. I die, nor my kinsmen shall know where I'm slain, die in exile nor see the dear face of my friend. Thereupon Canmickan had compassion on him and said, Make with me a covenant true, and swear me an oath to be a comrade as due, and to bear me company wheresoever I may go. 'Tis well, replied Saber, and swore accordingly. Then Canmickan loosed him, and he rose and would have kissed the prince's hand, but he forbade him that. Then the Badawi opened his scrip and, taking out 3 barley scones, laid them before Canmickan, and they both sat down on the bank of the stream to eat. FN number 86. When they had done eating together, they made the lesser ablution and prayed, after which they sat talking of what had befallen each of them from his people and from the shifts of time. Presently said Canmickan, Whither dost thou now intend? Replied Saber, I purpose to repair to Baghdad, thy native town, and abide there, until Allah vouchsafe me the marriage portion. Rejoined the other, Up then and to the road. I tarry here. So the Badawi farewelled him and took the way for Baghdad, whilst Canmickan remained behind, saying to himself, O my soul, with what face shall I return pauper poor? Now by Allah, I will not go back empty-handed, and, if the Almighty please, I will assuredly work my deliverance. Then he went to the stream and made the use of washing, and when prostrating he laid his brow in the dust and prayed to the Lord, saying, O Allah, Thou who sendest down the dew, and feedest the worm that homes in the stone, I beseech thee vouchsafe me my livelihood of thine omnipotence and the grace of thy benevolence. Then he pronounced the salutation which closes prayer, yet every road appeared closed to him. And while he sat turning right and left, behold, he espied a horseman making towards him with bent back and reins slack. He sat upright and after a time reached the prince, and the stranger was at the last gasp and made sure of death, for he was grievously wounded when he came up. The tears streamed down his cheeks like water from the mouths of skins, and he said to Canmickan, O chief of the Arabs, take me to thy friendship as long as I live, for thou wilt not find my like. and give me a little water, though the drinking of water be harmful to one wounded, especially whilst the blood is flowing and the life with it. And if I live, I will give thee what shall heal thy penury and thy poverty, and if I die, mayst thou be blessed for thy good intent. Now and that horseman was a stallion, so noble a rabbi. FN number 87, the tongue fails to describe him, and as Kanmakan looked at his legs like marble shafts, he was seized with a longing and said to himself, verily the like of the stallion, FN number 88, is not to be found in our time. Then he helped the rider to alight and entreated him in friendly guise and gave him a little water to swallow, after which he waited till he had taken rest and addressed him, saying, Who hath dealt thus with thee? Quoth the rider, I will tell thee the truth of the case. I am a horse thief, and I have busied myself with lifting and snatching horses all my life, night and day, and my name is Garson, the plague of every stable and stallion. I heard tell of this horse, that he was in the land of Roum, with King Afridan, where they had named him Al-Katul and surnamed him Al-Majnun. FN number 89, so I journeyed to Constantinople for his sake and watched my opportunity, and whilst I was thus waiting, there came out an old woman, one highly honoured among the Greeks, and whose word with them is law, by name Zat al-Dawai, a past mistress in all manner of trickery. She had with her this steed and 10 slaves, no more, to attend on her and the horse, and she was bound for Baghdad and Khorasan, there to seek King Sassan to sue for peace and pardon from ban. So I went out in the track, longing to get at the horse, FN number 90, and ceased not to follow them, but was unable to come by the stallion, because of the strict guard kept by the slaves, till they reached this country, and I feared lest they enter the city of Baghdad. As I was casting about to steal the stallion, lo! A great cloud of dust arose on them and walled the horizon. Presently it opened and disclosed 50 horsemen, gathered together to allay merchants on the highway, and the captain, by name Kardash, was a lion in daring and dash, a furious lion who layeth knights flat as carpets in battle crash. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 141st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wounded rider spake thus to Kanmakan. Then came out the same Kardash, and fell on the old woman and her men, and bore down upon them, bashing them, nor was it long before they bound her and the 10 slaves, and bore off their captives and the horse, rejoicing. When I saw this, I said to myself, my pains were in vain, nor did I attain my gain. However, I waited to see how the affair would fare, and when the old woman found herself in bonds, she wept and said to the captain, Kardash, O thou doughty champion and furious knight, what wilt thou do with an old woman and slaves, now that thou hast thy will of the horse? And she beguiled him with soft words, and she sware that she would send him horses and cattle, till he released her and her slaves. Then he went his way, he and his comrades, and I followed them till they reached this country, and I watched them, till at last I found an opportunity of stealing the horse, whereupon I mounted him and, drawing a whip from my wallet, struck him with it. When the robbers heard this, they came out on me and surrounded me on all sides, and shot arrows and cast spears at me, whilst I stuck fast on his back, and he fended me with hoofs and forehand, FN number 91, till at last he bolted out with me from amongst them like an erring shaft or shooting star. But in the stress and stour I got sundry grievous wounds and sore, and, since that time, I have passed on his back 3 days without tasting food or sleeping aught, so that my strength is down brought and the world is become to me as naught. But thou hast dealt kindly with me and hast shown ruth on me, and I see thee naked stark, and sorrow hath set on thee its mark, yet are signs of wealth and gentle breeding manifest on thee. So tell me, what and whence art thou, and whither art thou bound? Answered the prince, my name is Kanmakan, son of Zor al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. When my father died and an orphan lot was my fate, a base man seized the throne and became king over small and great. Then he told him all his past from first to last, and the horse thief said to him, for he pitied him, "By Allah, thou art one of high degree and exceeding nobility, and thou shalt surely attain a state sublime and become the first cavalier of thy time. If thou can lift me on horseback and mount thee behind me and bring me to my own land, thou shalt have honour in this world and a reward on the day of band calling to band." FN number 92. For I have no strength left to steady myself, and if this be my last day, the steed is thine alway, for thou art worthier of him than any other. Quoth Kanmakan, "By Allah, if I could carry thee on my shoulders or share my days with thee, I would do this deed without the steed. For I am of a breed that liveth to do good and to succour those in need, and one kindly action in Almighty Allah's honour averteth 70 calamities from its doer. So make ready to set out and put thy trust in the subtle, the all-wise." And he would have lifted him onto the horse and fared forward trusting in Allah aider of those who seek aid, but the horse thief said, "Wait for me a while." Then he closed his eyes and opening his hands, said, "I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Muhammad is the apostle of God." And he added, "O glorious one, pardon me my mortal sin, for none can pardon mortal sin save the immortal." And he made ready for death and recited these couplets. "I have wronged mankind, and have ranged like wind o'er the world, and in wine cups my life has passed. I've swum torrent course to bear off the horse, and my guiles high places on plain have cast. Much I've tried to win and o'er much my sin, and catul of my winnings is most and last. I had hoped of this steed to gain wish and need, but vain was the end of this journey vast. I have stolen through life, and my death in strife was doomed by the Lord who doth all forecast, and I've toiled these toils to their fatal end for an orphan, a pauper sans kith or friend." And when he had finished his verses he closed his eyes and opened his mouth, then with a single death rattling he left this world. Thereupon Kanmakan rose and dug a grave and laid him in the dust, after which he went up to the steed and kissed him and wiped his face and joyed with exceeding joy, saying, "None hath the fellow of this stallion, no, not even King Sasan." Such was the case with Kanmakan, but as regards King Sasan, presently news came to him that the Wazir Dandan had thrown off his allegiance, and with him half the army who swore that they would have no king but Kanmakan, and the minister had bound the troops by a solemn covenant and had gone with them to the islands of India and to Burberland and to Blackland, FN number 93, where he had levied armies from far and near, like unto the swollen sea, for fear and none could tell the hosts van from its rear. And the minister was resolved to make for Baghdad and take the kingdom in ward and slay every